So chartered accountants will be the beneficiaries of any scheme, old, new, or middling.
Yeah, we need to get our chartered accountants on air in the next 3 minutes. I'm giving a 3-minute deadline.
How do they do your tax planning, Arnab? How's your tax planning done?
Well, it's done very meticulously, very much in advance, and completely, above board, always.
But we are talking about middle
as a company, as an individual. Mukesh Aghi is president and CEO of the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. I get a comment from him. Mukesh, what do you think about what you've seen so far in the budget? Your post-budget reaction, please.
Another DC guy.
Thank you.
Well, I think the budget is very, very pro-people. They're able to bring the taxes down. I think the important thing is bring a balance on economic growth, making sure there's equality down to the lower segment of the society. It's important that India is the fastest growing market in the world today, and that we need to maintain the momentum. At the same time, ensuring that the gap between the haves and have-not does not get much broader and wider. So I applaud the budget presented by the Modi 3.0, and we look forward to bringing more US companies into the Indian market.
Yeah, absolutely. Abhishek, over to you. I'm just doing some desk stuff out here.
Mr. Aghi, there's a big announcement that has been made, and so the entire focus is on that. But we have you, and I believe you are prepping up for Prime Minister's visit to the United States next month. Is it going to be a big one? Are there going to be major announcements insofar as India-US trade relationship is concerned?
Well, you have to understand, we have a new president with a very different vision than the Biden administration. It is going to be a very, very transactional presidency. So the fundamental question you have to ask is, what is the president looking at? What works for India? What does not work for India? At the moment, he is looking for market access, level playing field. He's looking for basically a trade deal with India, but at the same time making sure that India is able to take back a substantial number of illegal immigrants. So I think the focus is going to be illegal migration. Focus is going to be on a trade deal and more investment from Indian company into the US.
Right. Fair enough. And do you see the budget, an indication in the budget that the government of India is really also readying up for that, prepping up for that kind of transactional relationship?
Come on.
Well, I don't think the budget is tied to this trip or visit itself, but the budget is more focused on trying to drive further consumption, spending power of the Indian consumer. That means that gives a choice to US companies to go after the domestic market. Classic example is Apple. 4 years ago, Apple didn't have much of a market share in India. Today, its revenue has gone up by almost $5 billion in domestic market. So I think as you increase the purchasing power of Indian consumer, that is going to attract US companies to come into India more and more.
I'll thank you.
There is one issue here. What Trump will do is he will try and move all manufacturing back to the United States. So the manufacturing of Apple that is happening in India could be a potential red flag as far as Trumpian policies are concerned. We've seen that in the past. It may happen again, unless you, with your massive influence, can lean on Trump to make sure it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Well, you have to understand, it took almost 40 years for manufacturing to move out of the US and concentrate it in China. It will take at least 20 years to move back. So I think that's where we have to look at Atmanirbhar Bharat and America first, and see how you can blend and collaborate, cooperate.
Thank you very much.
You can finish some goods in India and finish some goods in the US. So I think it's an opportunity for India to leverage
we're getting a response right now. We got Tyag back of Blue Star, and we got Rajan Navani, both from CIA for their post-budget reactions. Let's go across to both the gentlemen. Rajan, this time you first. Rajan.
Visionary budget.
So I think
volume up. Windows on the screen.
Budget, when you look at it from, it's been a great budget when you look at it from the angle of the investment in people, innovation, and economy. But I think what is important is going to be how do we really look at, the government's initiative of building a trust-based regulatory framework and creating ease of business that will trigger, an accelerated, investment from the private sector. I think the last closing statement of giving more money in the hands of the middle class was really going to be something that will boost the morale of many young people. I think the investment on technology, which we discussed earlier, while we have an additional center of excellence in AI, I think we have to narrow down and really invest significantly in Gen AI. As a country, I don't think we're getting the impact of such a technology on the world and what it's going to do, because it hits across every industry. Would have loved to see more there. Additional national skilling centers coming up, all are very good. But I think overall covered many aspects, but this will really unlock its true value if all stakeholders are able to align around this larger inclusive agenda for India's future.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, what I'm going to do in about 10 minutes is I'm going to open up phone lines to everyone who wants to ask questions regarding tax slabs. And at 12:45 onwards, I will have a panel on personal finance experts, because that's the focus, as far as I understand, of this budget. Everybody wants clarity on that. Tyag, your reaction, please. Tyag.
Arnab, thank you. The first thing is the fiscal discipline. It is commendable. Second thing is about the consumption story. Because of the personal taxation limits being raised, I think the consumer durables industry, FMCG, should be immensely benefiting from that. National manufacturing mission and focus on exports is other important element of this budget. Becoming a global toy hub or the electronic manufacturing, MSME focus are commendable.
Yeah, absolutely, Tyag. Let's go back on the personal finance aspect out here. You want to give some bigger views, overall views, Sohail, on what you've seen the budget so far?
It has been a wise budget. I'm not prone to hyperbole saying visionary budget, pro-poor, pro-earner, pro-location. No. I have 3 points to make. Number one, I think the entire focus on energy is a welcome focus. We need to be self-reliant. My grouse is, why do we believe in partial pregnancy? We only have 50 tourist destinations outlined. Why not the entire spectrum? Because that's where we need to take a broad-based policy. Number three, Arnab, while everyone will be ecstatic about tax slabs, I will repeat what I said earlier in the day. As responsible citizens, we need to welcome the fact that
I need
as
to see a busy
responsible
screen
citizens,
right now. I want 6 windows. Vijay Sardana is looking down. So I need to see the 6 windows. Aditi, I won't direct for you. Come on. Yeah, please. Carry on, please.
So I generally believe it's a wise budget. It's a budget meant to harness India's potential. And I only hope there are no rollbacks. And I hope the bureaucracy and the other arms of the government are whipped into shape. Because one thing which Rajan also talked about, ease of business has not been effectively deconstructed as I wish it would have. Because the point is, you can keep wanting to do a lot of things. If there are obstacles, nothing will happen.
Yeah, absolutely. The grids and breaking grids have gone completely slow right now. Desk needs to perk up. And ladies and gentlemen, the development measures are proposed across 10 areas, focusing on poor youth, farmers and women. But I think that essentially this focus here is on tax cuts. We've not seen tax cuts like this. Old tax slabs and new tax slabs. Vijay Sardana is with us tonight. How do you, Mr. Sardana, look overall at this budget and in terms of the macroeconomics before I go to the personal finance aspect at 12:45? Vijay.
I think there are a lot of initiatives which Government of India has done, but the biggest concern is if you look into economic survey and also the outcome. Let me give you an example to put things into perspective. This year we launched many of the missions. In last couple of years we had an oilseed mission. If you see the economic survey, the least growth is in oilseed category, even after launching the mission. What this indicates that whatever mission we are announcing in the budget, the execution is somewhere not in place, and that is leading that you are giving focus the least in across the agriculture, where there is no mission, no development, no government intervention. Those sectors are doing better.
Put the 4 window and the market graphics up.
And wherever it is government intervention in the name of mission, I think there is the least growth. And reverse side is
4 windows and market graphics up, please. Thank you very much. Yeah, go on, please.
And the reverse side is that we have the least growth in oil seeds. Oil seed product costs are less than MSP and imports are highest in the world.
Yeah.
I think this is where the government of India, especially Modi government, should focus is on execution.
Yeah.
Because announcements
Come
are
on,
many,
Abhishek.
executions are missing.
I think there are some announcements, but I still want to focus on this very important aspect coupled with the TCS, TDS changes, Mr. Kedia, and the change in the new tax regime. I think the whole discussion that was there in the morning about getting some disposable income out in the economy, I think the finance minister has sort of delivered on it.
Yes, I said we will expect sweetness regarding personal taxation from the finance minister. I don't think there is any elbow room left for things to be sweeter than what she has said. TCS and TDS being rationalized to a point, taking care of the elderly, the stupidities of taxing rent paid at 20,000 a month now gone to 50,000.
Now.
Very good. Okay, and also, including, for example, these this increase in limit for rent from 2.4 lakh to 6 lakh, including for the senior citizens, the TDS limit from 50,000 to 1 lakh. What difference is going to make in terms of greasing of the economy?
See, these were frivolities, given the size of the economy, the way things have changed. And government is undoing with administrative frivolities, looking at the realistic changes that are happening in the economy today. They were a nuisance for citizens at that order. So, it's a simplification more than, putting more money into the pockets.
Yeah.
The greater money into the pockets has been put in by, adjusting the new tax regime in a way that because of the rebate, and mind you, rebate is not a birthright that will last forever. Rebate is a temporary measure being given, if you read in between the lines.
This is not. One sec. I take that off, please. Yeah.
If you read in between the lines, you've changed the rate and you've given a rebate. A rebate can be lifted any time into the future.
Yeah.
But people are assuming, both will continue.
Yeah.
So, right? ये गवर्नमेंट बनिए के दिमाग से काम कर रही है.
No, you think the constituency has been addressed, Lokesh? The constituency that was getting restless?
Well, there is a lot more to do. Right now, yes, the government has given a relief by increasing the tax slab. By the new tax regime, there is a 12 lakh limit where nobody is subjected to taxation. This will stimulate microfinance also. It will stimulate domestic demand also. It will have positive outcomes. But the major area of worry is there isn't any major declaration with respect to the social sector scheme as per se. The government is talking about skill development. The government is talking about Atal Tinkering Labs. It is talking about some form of measures to bring about a skilled workforce and all. But
what I'm not clear about, and you explain this to me, there is a nil tax slab up to 12 lakh. Right? There's a nil tax slab up to 12 lakh, that is 12.75 lakh for the salaried class taxpayers with standard deduction of 75,000 rupees. My question therefore is that when the government tells us that the slabs and rates that are being changed across the board shows 8 to 12 lakh rupees at 10%.
So how is it then?
How is it zero? Can someone explain that to me?
I'll explain it.
You
File it under their own tax regime.
When an assessee is, when you are filing an income tax return, you have two options.
Yeah.
Whether you file it under the old tax regime or you file it under the new tax regime. So if a taxpayer is filing it under the old tax regime, then he has to be subjected to tax slabs of 0 to 4 lakh,
Correct.
4 to 10 lakh, 10 to 12 lakh. That's 4 to 8 lakh, 8 to 12 lakh.
Correct.
However,
that is the old tax regime.
That's the old tax regime.
Okay.
So suppose that the person tells his chartered accountant that now since the government has raised the limit to 12 lakh and 75% deduction, so we will be filing the returns this year in the new tax regime. Then that person doesn't have to pay any tax up till 12 lakh rupees. He can claim a standard deduction.
But he can't go back to the old regime
but
ever.
After going into the new tax regime, he cannot come back to the old tax regime.
He can't come back. You can't keep switching.
But under the
So
new
I think
tax
the government
regime,
should get its communication right on this.
Don't agonize over this. In life, there are only two certainties: taxes and death. Whatever has to happen will happen. Don't agonize over this, because there's a reason why governments are governments. Their job is to confuse the hell out of us.
Okay,
they've done with aplomb.
What I'm going to do is that from Ashwini and Associates, fantastic chartered accountant, Sanjeeva Narayan is joining us right now, one of the best and leading chartered accountants of the National Capital Region. And let's open up the phone line so people can answer this. Sanjeeva, I'm going to ask some really layman questions out here. I'm earning 11.99 lakh rupees. The government says that I have zero tax, but then the government is also showing me slabs which are going on air right now in Republic saying 12 to 16 lakh rupees, 8 to 12 lakh is 10%. Can you clarify for me, is it 10% or 0%? And
no,
how do these
things... The way the new scheme functions, you have a rebate of a specified amount, so that incomes up to 12 lakhs should be exempt from tax. So they provide a rebate, from 4 to 12 lakhs, the amount of tax which is due. To that extent, there is a rebate. So you get an exemption from that, and effectively the amount of 12 lakhs, you are not able to pay tax. So this is the
But how does it add up? I mean, you're saying 10%, but you're giving me rebate of 10%, making it effectively 0%.
Yeah, that is the way it adds up.
Technically, I'm paying tax.
Huh?
Technically,
no, you're not paying tax. No, nothing is going out of your hands. So you're not paying tax.
So this is only aimed at making sure I file my returns.
You file your returns so that you are in the radar. People know the.
So the thing is, the point is, there is going to be a rebate given on the 10 lakh rupees. So this effective rate of taxation will be 0%. But since you think I may cross over to a taxable category, you're going to keep a watch on me.
And I would not say you'll watch on me. I'm nobody to put words.
No. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that a person paying zero tax after a rebate should not think that they will not be required to file their returns. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, they're not seriously out of the tax system. They are not. You will still be required to file return. Yes, that's right.
So a person will have to file the return and then get a rebate.
I told you,
get a rebate on.
Sanjeev will be rich by the end of next fiscal year. All of us will be depleted.
I hope I'm. Sohail, thank you for the wishes. I hope your words come true.
Sohail will come to you for his tax returns.
No.
He's got to pay more tax. Tax authorities keep the focus on this man.
Please keep. Anyway, I don't want to say what I did to Jaswant Singh many years. But Sanjeev, on a serious note, do you believe that even in our taxation, even in their taxation policy, there is ease of understanding? Without ease of understanding, how will there be ease of business? I'm unable to understand why we have complexities for every simple thing in this country.
No, but Suhail, on that...
No, 1 minute, let him... No, 1 minute.
Phone numbers on. Phone numbers on,
No, just to reply to what Suhail is saying, that our Income Tax Act, it came into being in 1961. Since 1961 to 2025, more than 60-70 years later, there's been an entire change in the operating ecosystem, the social needs, the political needs, the economic needs have changed. So I understand that we make our bread and butter out of a complicated tax regime, a complicated tax structure. But with the FM's, promise of bringing a new simplified tax law, which will, we have provisos, we have sub-provisos, we have explanations, we have sub-explanations, we have clauses. So there's a lot of complications in the existing act. But with the new act, I'm sure the FM would take care of all those things and limit the income tax to what it is meant to be. That is a collection of direct taxes and not extended to many other socio-economic and other political aims.
Okay, so this is an explanatory Saturday afternoon where we are trying to explain. And the first question I asked today on behalf of many of you, will I have to file my returns if I am under 12 lakhs? Yes. The answer is yes.
In your case, it's a non sequitur, because your income will never be under 12 lakhs.
He's talking about per month. I am asking on behalf of people. I am asking on behalf of people. I'm asking on behalf of the people.
You have to file Arnab.
You're asking on behalf of corporate India, Sohail.
That 12 lakhs is a kind of a misnomer.
I don't understand. Pre-budget, he's against corporate India. Post-budget, he comes for corporate India. He's got to decide which side he's on. No, your friend Piruz Kambata is on right now.
Piruz, fine,
Okay, put Piruz on it.
Let me tell you, I'm not against anyone. All I'm saying is that corporate India must absolve itself of latent hypocrisy. You cannot want sops from the government and then ask for freedom. There's always a catch. And there's no such thing as a free lunch.
Okay.
Or a free rasna.
Should I open order free rasna? Okay, this is going to be a boost, in my view, for India's consumer FMCG sector. I'd like to see how Piruz is responding. Piruz, are you excited about this? It's great for the middle class, this budget. What do you think, Piruz?
Yes. They are going to save a lot of money. They should be at least spend 2-3 rupees more on Rasna. I'll be very happy.
Stop plugging. Put an ad out on, buy an ad on Republic. Stop plugging. Okay, now tell me seriously, what do you expect the impact of this to be?
I was expecting this to go up to 10 lakh or something.
Okay.
12 lakh rupees up to that no tax is a very great move.
Yeah.
And it is not only 12 lakhs.
Yeah.
Even up to a 25 lakh
Also.
income, you save money, and you save significant money.
Yeah.
And in spite of this 1 lakh crore giveaway, the deficit, the fiscal deficit, will still be within the target.
Yeah.
And I think that shows that the government is pretty confident on growth.
Very confident on growth, punting on growth.
Otherwise, this little deficit would not have stayed safe.
Yeah.
See, you haven't touched upon, you're worried about taxes.
Now, but I think don't only focus on this salary. I think we should focus on the overall budget into various sectors. Like, for example, even manufacturing has been given a lot of boost.
Exactly.
Food processing has been given boost.
Yeah.
Exports have been given boost.
Yeah.
They are talking of EODB.
Agricultural growth.
And they are talking of decriminalization of more laws. So this is, I think, the whole package will also add to the growth.
You see, it's all linked. It's all linked, Piruz. The growth areas, agriculture, rural prosperity, manufacturing, MSME, then energy supplies, promoting exports. All of this is the belief of the government. That's why the government says we are going to take the hit we're going to forego income we're going to forego income, but we are confident the country will move forward, and we are all moving forward with it.
So I think if I were to position this budget, it's a belief in India and a belief in Indians' budget. The first time ever the government of India has recognized that Indians have the potential, and India has that potential to be in the comity of nations as an economic superpower. And they are enablers,
I have too many
not
callers.
interrupters.
Numbers. Too many callers are calling in right now. The phone numbers are on the screen. Sanjeeva will take questions. All of us will support Sanjeeva in the process. We are just going to be taking our callers in 1 second once I get a go-ahead from my very busy PCR. But for many salaried individuals, especially in the middle class group, this reform on taxes is going to result in significant savings. Additionally, the increased tax relief will give much needed support for household consumption, which has been household consumption, Lokesh. It's going to be a huge factor, household consumption this time. It'll benefit large sections of the economy. I think that's one very important thing. Okay, Jeetu Punjabi is also joining us in a bit. Jeetu Punjabi is a fantastic guy, runs his own fund now, used to be heading the Capital Group, one of the best investment bankers the country has seen so far. But we have clarity on this. Abhishek has clarity. Let's get Jeetu in first before I come to you. Jeetu, big headline you're drawing. Big headline you're drawing today.
Well, I think the big headline is that she had something for every section of the economy. She's been extremely responsible fiscally, and she's given hands in the pockets of the people who really needed it. I think it's good for the country, and she's also had the manufacturing sector. So I think all of the above, but that's really what I think my top thoughts are.
Absolutely. Jeetu, stay with us. We got callers calling in on the tax changes. Pawan from Bengaluru, first caller, and then we keep it going. Pawan, your question. Can you keep it brief? Do you have a question on the tax issue?
Hello.
Yeah, Pawan, on the tax issue, any question?
Yeah, actually, I am working in corporate, and they're cutting a minimal amount already for the tax. So will I get the refund, as it is up to 12% as nil now?
Sanjeev, you got that?
Yeah, you see, the new tax rates will apply prospectively from 1st April 25 onwards. So they are effectively for financial year 25-26, not for financial year 24-25.
Excellent.
So for the current year, the old rates will apply. So you cannot expect a refund for the tax bill this year. The reduced tax rates are applicable for financial year 25-26. That is assessment year 26-27, for which you will file a return next year.
That's brilliant.
Unfortunately, I have to say no.
In fact,
you won't get a refund.
Arnab should put your phone number on the screen so that people can actually call you directly. And
then I'm going to charge a commission then from Sanjeev.
He'll help the people. He'll help the people.
Okay.
Come on, guys. Come on. You know, come on. Okay, Vivek Kumar is calling from Mumbai. This is a absolute people tax session I'm going to do for 15 minutes. Yeah, Vivek, hi. What's your question? Sanjeev's taking questions. We'll have more experts also joining. Vivek Kumar from Mumbai.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Louder. Yes, go on, Vivek. Go on.
Slab up to 12 lakh, there is no taxes. But what is like somebody who's earning more than 12 lakhs, like somebody who's earning 30 lakhs? So how much he need to pay taxes in the new tax regime and how much he need to pay tax in the old tax regime? So let's do a comparison and show how much we have benefited from this new policy. This is what we want to understand.
I'll explain.
Exact figure, Nirmala Sitharaman has pointed out it will be about 80,000 rupees.
The slab will apply.
He's saying, Vivek, if I understand correctly, you're saying you want to know what exactly a person will forego in taxes, direct taxes, at various levels, right, Vivek?
Like somebody who's earning more than 12 lakh rupees, so how much, he need to pay, like 5%, 10% in the new tax regime. And the same if somebody is, opting for the old tax regime, and that guy is going to be taxed on like from 0 to 4 is free, 4 to 8 is 5%. So including that guy is going for like 80C and 80D and 80G. So how much he is going to benefit it if he chooses the old tax regime and new tax regime? This is what I'm comparing.
Let Sanjeev take that. Let Sanjeev take that. Sanjeev, thank you, Vivek. Sanjeev is you want to answer that?
You see, in the new tax regime, up to 12 lakhs, the tax level you will get a rebate and you will not get any further deductions except for the standard deduction on account of salaries. So effectively, if you are a salaried taxpayer, you get a rebate of 12,75,000. And the tax rebate, the rates are as for 12 lakhs onwards. And if you are following the earlier tax regimes, your 80C, 80G, etc., you are entitled to those rebates, but your tax liability kicks in at 4 lakhs. So you will, depending on your personal status, what kind of exemptions do you have, what kind of rebates do you have for under various sections, you'll have to do a back of the envelope calculation comparing the two. The income tax sites offer a facility where you can compare your two regimes and opt which one to apply for. So one can't give any blanket answer as to what would be applicable.
But would it be fair to say there'll be overall benefit for someone say at 15 lakh, 20 lakh, Sanjeev?
Yeah, it'll normally speaking, generally speaking, very broadly speaking, it'll be beneficial to people in that range. Yeah.
We have just one minute here, please. There are different voices in my ear right now. Ashok Sehgal is joining, co-chairperson of CII. Thank you very much, Mr. Sehgal. Your first reaction from CII on this budget.
Well, I think, as you mentioned, I'm with CII, National Council for MSME matters. Yeah. And this budget has been very, very encouraging for MSMEs. The turnover required to qualify for each of the slabs of micro, small, and medium enterprises has been doubled in this budget. Now, if you look at the contribution of MSMEs to the national economy, contribute in the past about 45% of manufacturing GDP. With the new limits which have been announced, I would expect that this number may touch 60%. Similarly, in terms of exports, which were earlier about 35%, this should be somewhere in the range of close to 50%.
Yeah.
So once we get up to such a large contribution by MSMEs, I'm sure MSMEs' problems and issues would be looked at much more seriously at the central level, as it is already identified by FM as one of the 3 thrust areas or engines she defined right at the beginning of her speech, but also at the state and local levels where most MSMEs face difficulties in the interactions with the bureaucracy and the rule makers.
Exactly.
Once they realize what is the contribution being made by MSMEs, I'm sure that they would be far more responsive in terms of making life easier for the MSMEs and in facilitating anything to help them to grow faster. So I think this has been the most significant thing we could have seen.
Ashok, taking off from what you just said, a good thing for you and CII, I mean, under your stewardship would be to actually launch a nationwide awareness campaign to encourage states to involve MSMEs in this new ecosystem of the mainstream economy. That would be a step forward.
Thank you. Arnab?
Quite right. And I'm happy to say, of course, not related to the budget, but generally, CII does have a structure that from the National Council, we have regional councils and state councils, and each of them have a lot of representation from MSMEs.
Yeah.
And there is a misconception somewhere that CII is a organization of large corporates. About 70% of the membership of CII is from MSMEs.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And apart from that, every meeting that we have, we see the large corporates are very, very supportive of MSMEs. They always talk of MSMEs, MSMEs part
absolutely
of the supply chain, and encourage MSMEs to come up.
Yeah, Ashok Sehgal, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. I'm joined by Mayank. Mayank is joining us, and Mayank is partner of Khaitan and Company. Hi. This is a tax segment, Mayank. Actually, the way the budget panned out, Mayank, this has completely become a focus on tax. So I'm opening up lines. Thank you for joining us. And that's your practice. And we also have with us Sanjeeva Narayan, partner at Ashwini and Associates. Two great personal finance experts with us. Thank you very much. Jivan is calling in from Assam. We're going to take your calls. I have 100 calls lined up and waiting to go. So each caller will get 10 seconds and straight answers. Short answers, please. Jivan from Assam, if you can hear me, what's your question? And lines should go straight on the landlines through. Jivan is not lined up right now. Okay, PCR is informing now that he's dropped. And ladies and gentlemen, raising the income tax exemption threshold to 12 lakh is a deeply positive move, especially for the middle classes. Yes, please.
Yeah, one important point. India is the only democratic country which has given an exemption of 5.2 times their national per capita income as exemption. India's per capita income is at about $2,600. Into 5.2 times is your exemption given, which is the highest world over. Point number one. Point number two, all TV channels, including, we need to be very specific because the words are very confusing. It is new slabs for old regime. The moment you put new income tax slab, people get confused between new regime, old regime, new slab.
Yes.
So English has to be new tax slab for old regime, and new regime is different. So this is how you have to put.
So I mean, I just said because it's the regime.
Yeah.
They might get confused when you say regime. They might think it's another tax. Yeah. No, I'm just saying to be clear.
Next time I'm going to use some words, Sohail, I'm going to ask you before I use it.
I love it.
Yeah. Okay. So I think 5.2 times the per capita income is the highest in the world. So for any democratic country. And that's big. And I think the highlight of the budget is that 12 lakh exemption.
Okay.
And it's going to save a huge number.
Very true.
Yeah. Can you be quiet, please, Abhishek? Now, the question is, Rajesh Dimri, chair of CIS Taxation Committee, is going to be joining us. But I want to start by asking Mayank to explain to all our viewers before the calls come in, and maybe we have a few callers. I think Ganesh is calling in from Bengaluru. What this means for those below 12 lakh and above 12 lakh. How should they look at it? Yeah.
No, so Arnab, thank you for this. See, it's a tax that's being applied to the old regime, right? So therefore, one, you'll have to see how it pans out in terms of the fine print in the bill. But nonetheless, at least from the preliminary reading of the finance bill that's been released till now, it appears to have a positive impact for both under the 12 lakh income bracket as well as also above the 12 lakh bracket as well. So one, you're pushing a lot of people who were liable to pay tax earlier, and that was a significant portion of the middle class and the earning class, who will now have a lot more disposable income at their hands and probably end up increasing consumption as well. That seems to be the intent. As also the fact that for people who are above the 12 lakh regime, for them also there's a significant amount of tax savings. We'll obviously have to see how the finance bill is panned out in terms of the deductions that are available, and whether that may have an impact or not. But that's something that we can surely sort of look at over the course of the next 2-3 days when there are intellectual discussions on the fine print of the budget.
Okay, I'm just checking where the calls are on. Ganesh from Bengaluru, are you there? Ganesh from Bengaluru, are you there? PCR again. He's there.
Yeah, I am there.
He's there. Thank you very much. Our producers are saying you're not there, but I have a belief you're there. Ganesh, go on, please. What's your question?
Yeah. My question is, say I am a senior citizen. Suppose if my total income is 16 lakhs. Well, and under the new tax regime, up to 12 lakhs, 12.75 lakhs, there is no tax. For the balance 4 lakhs, so what rate I should pay the tax in the new regime?
No, what is your income?
So my income is 24 lakhs.
24 lakhs. So, what's your taxable income? So, what's your question? What's your question?
My question is, see, you said up to 12 lakhs, there is no income tax. Now, for the balance 12 lakhs, how much of tax I have to pay?
No, I don't think it's like that, but they will explain to you. If you are having an income of 24 lakh, you will be taxed at the 24 lakh income level, I guess. But Sanjeeva will explain to you. Sanjeeva, answer the question, please. Sanjeeva.
Yeah, you see, it's a grading system of taxation. It's a slab rate. So as per the slab rate applicable to him, I don't know whether he has any deductions under Chapter 6A, etc., etc. And as Mayank said, we'll have to look at the fine print as to how the scheme of deductions has been reframed in the budget. But it will be on the slab rate as applicable to his current level of taxation. And we'll have to compare both the old and new regimes and decide what would be the effective rate and what would be his exact tax liability. But the fact remains, the basic answer is that he would be liable to pay tax as per the slab rates in force.
Ganesh, I hope that answers your question. And in case you need more information, Sanjeeva Narayan of Ashwini Associates is, of course, there to help you. Jayaraman is calling in from Hyderabad. Jayaraman ji, hi, what's your question? Jayaraman ji, are you there?
Hello. I'm Ganesh from Bangalore.
Hello? Yeah, you got your answer, sir, Ganesh ji? Thank you.
No, I did not get my answer. See, suppose if my income is 24 lakhs, at what rate I have to pay tax? More than 12 lakhs, at what rate I have to pay tax?
You need to appoint a CA first.
It is a chartered accountant session. Let Mayank answer that. Mayank.
No, so it's a progressive system of taxation. So while you are taking a very simple mathematical calculation, the 24 less 12 and therefore on 12 I'll have to pay taxes, that's not how the law works. You will have to first see what's your gross income, reduce the deductions, then come to the taxable income. And then depending on the slab in which you are, you'll be liable to pay taxes. So it's not a simple calculation that it's X percentage of 12 lakh and we'll call it a day. Unfortunately, the law is not, and in fact, income tax laws across the world are not as simple as that. But that's where the reality lies, Ganesh, for you.
Plus, it will also depend on the nature of income that you have. The level, the head of income, whether it is salaries or house property or interest, each scheduler system.
Louder.
Yeah. It will depend on the nature of tax liable income that you have. So calculations will depend on the quality of the income that you have, whether it is salaries or pensions or interest or house property.
Yeah,
so,
I'm asking PCR again, when do I have to take my next break? Because I'm not getting instructions, so I'm having to speak on air. So Rajesh Dimri is the head of the CIA's Taxation Committee. Rajesh Dimri ji, what do you feel about the tax suggestions, the tax relief that has been given? Are you still waiting for some clarifications?
I think it's of course, we have to get into the fine print. A lot of details come in the fine print. But on an overall basis, if you look at the direct tax provisions, government is foregoing 1 lakh crores. That much money is going to be left in the hand of the taxpayers. And that on an overall basis is a great news for the taxpayers. Now, how individuals will get impacted will make it, will be different. But overall, 1 lakh crore of tax is being foregone.
No, as I understand it, Mr. Dimri, the fact is that if you are earning more than 12 lakh rupees, then this nil tax till 12 lakh does not apply to you. You are out of that.
So, this 12 lakh, 7 lakh being increased to 12 lakh rupees, if somebody is earning 24 lakh rupees, earlier they were getting a minimum, threshold of 7 lakh, which is going to get to 12 lakh. That will impact everyone. But people in the high income bracket will still end up paying tax. So it is only meant to apply to the middle income group, which is, I think, the whole focus on the, so the target audience has been. It is not that everybody will have a reduction because the 30% rate still remains. So it is only going to maximum impact a certain segment, but on an overall basis, a little bit benefit is available to everyone.
Amit Agarwal, founder of No Broker. Everyone knows No Broker is joining us right now. Amit, what do you make of the changes in the tax regime? What impact will this have on everywhere, including real estate market? Amit Agarwal, No Broker. Please go ahead, Amit. What do you think?
So basically having more money in the hands of the consumers is a good thing overall. But on the real estate side, we are a bit disappointed because not much has been done in terms of the real estate. So we were hoping that the housing loan exemption limit will be revised. We're also hoping that the capital gain taxes which were changed last year would be relooked at. So that hasn't been looked at. So not much for real estate in this budget, but happy to note that the income tax slabs basically have become more favorable.
Yeah. Okay. Amit, thank you. Abhishek, lines are open. Ram Mohan Naidu is calling from
Anantapur.
Anantapur. Mr. Naidu, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, what's your question? Go on, please.
Sir, actually, I'm getting nearly 20 lakhs.
Louder, please.
Yeah.
Please, yeah, louder. Audio is to be pushed down louder from the audio control room. Thank you. Yes.
Sir, actually, I'm getting nearly 17 lakhs per annum.
So, 1 minute. Yes, sir.
I'm getting 17 lakhs per annum, and nearly now 15,000 rupees per month income tax is deducted. So just I want to know how much I can save with this new budget rules, sir, actually.
What's your income?
17.5 per annum, sir.
17.5 per annum, and you are.
Yes,
what's
sir.
your question?
Now I have applied for new resume, sir, and nearly 15,000 rupees per month tax is deducted. So with this new slab, how much amount I am going to save per month, sir? Month or annum?
Okay, audio not very clear, but can you answer that? Sanjeeva, 17.5 lakhs per annum is his income, right?
And just do a simple back of the envelope calculation to tell you the amount of tax that you will pay. But again, as we discussed a couple of minutes earlier, it will have to depend on what kind of income that you are generating and what kind of exemptions that you have. So on that basis, we can do a calculation. As I also said earlier, the department offers a tax calculator. They have a facility on their e-filing website where you can compare what would be the kind of liability. And secondly, just to make it clear, these slab rates, these new rates apply from income with effect from 1st April 2025, and not for the income from the current year. So it applies prospectively from next year. Yeah.
Absolutely. We have Vivek Vadhwa, Vice President of Taxman, who is joining us right now. The focus is on tax.
Yeah.
Naveen, I'm going to ask you to take some questions. Our next caller is B.N. Kumar Swamy from Bengaluru. Mr. Swamy?
Yes, sir, I am here.
Yeah, go on. Ask your questions, sir. We have all our experts lined up for you.
Sir, I would like to convey my happiness over the budget announced.
Yep.
And the one thing I want to make it clear.
Quite.
Suppose my income is 20 lakhs per annum. Are you hearing?
Yes,
sir?
Go ahead.
Suppose my income is 20 lakhs per annum. Which plan I have to adopt? Whether I have to go for old plan or new plan, sir? Please clarify me.
Okay, I'll ask Vivek to answer that question. The question is very simple, Vivek. I'd like to put you on air. I can be on a two-window there on the left-hand side. And the question is, Vivek, the gentleman calling in right now is saying, I have an income of 20 lakhs per annum. What should I opt for? New tax regime or old tax regime?
Definitely.
Vivek.
Now, old tax regime is out of question. The gap in the tax payable in the old tax regime and the new tax regime is now so wide. The old tax regime is
I need to see the guest on air for the vision mixer. I'm saying put the guest on air. Thank you very much. Yeah, quicker. Yeah, go on.
So what I'm saying, the gap in the tax payable and the old tax regime and the new tax regime is now so wide that the old tax regime is virtually not valid for anyone. And in your case, I don't remember the name of the speaker. In your case, the tax payable you can save 85,800 rupees if you opt for the new tax regime. So by default, you should go in the new tax regime. Old tax regime is out of question for you, sir.
Thank you very much. Tanuja is calling from Mumbai. Tanuja, please stay on, please. Tanuja from Mumbai.
Arnab, sir. Thank you for the question.
So basically, I have one question regarding, first of all, as per the budget, I could understand that new old tax regime will be scrapped out completely in the next coming years. Secondly, I just want to mention that rationale behind, neutralizing this new tax regime, is there any move a government is making sure to keep it for the next 2 years, and maybe they are in the process of bringing a new direct tax code. So in that new direct tax code, maybe these budget, which is looking fancy for us right now, will definitely come out as a drawback for the next 2 years if the new direct tax code is out there. I mean, I just want to understand the rationale behind introducing this big exemption tax rebate.
Vivek.
Okay, so the rationale behind going for the new tax regime over the old tax regime is clear. The deduction and exemptions in the current income tax act, that they're so confusing, and it creates a lot of scope for tax exemption, and eventually the department can harass the taxpayers. And you can see that recently the salary taxpayers have been claiming the political deduction for the political donation, and all these are the fake donations and the fake deductions. So to make the thing simple, to make the tax regime simple, the income tax department has taken this move, and I do agree with your point of view. Eventually, in another 1 or 2 years, this old tax regime will be out of the Income Tax Act. Possibly, they can take even that step in the new income tax bill, which is going to be tabled in next 1 week. So I do agree, yes, it can be completely ruled out of the Income Tax Act.
Rajesh is calling from Chennai. Rajesh, hi. Rajesh, hi.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, perfect. So I was looking at the tax slabs. My question is, like, a person getting 12 lakhs and a person getting 12 lakh 1,000 rupees, right? So the net take home after taxes for a person getting 12 lakh 1,000 will be far less than a person getting 12 lakhs. Is my understanding correct?
Sanjeeva, you want to take that?
I think your apprehensions are somewhat misplaced. This is not the case. Taking into account the overall scenario, your tax liability for a person who's marginally over 12 lakhs, he would get a marginal rebate, and so he will not be in a worse off situation than the person getting less than 12 lakhs. So yeah. I think you are somehow not warranted on that account. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think that should be 100% where you write rebate. Otherwise, people will think of that as 100 rupees. Graphics team, please note. Shailesh Haribhakti is joining us right now. Please take that off, correct it, and bring it back. Shailesh Haribhakti is with us right now. Shailesh Haribhakti ji, we spoke pre-budget, now post-budget. What's the headline?
The headline is that this is
louder, please.
This is a hugely investment-provoking budget. The money that is going to be left in the hands of people on account of tax reduction, coupled with the amazing amount of institutional support for funding and financing, the absolutely out-of-the-box way in which tariffs have been reduced for things which will be used for value-added export. I think this is an incredible budget which will boost the whole climate, the whole sense regarding investing in India, and I see massive investment coming in. Look at the investment in insurance going from 74 to 100% FDI.
Yeah,
I think that is such a significant move. It will bring in huge long-term resources into our country.
I agree.
Coupled with all the other enablers that have been put in place, India is really signaling that we have arrived, we are confident, and we will be Viksit. And I think this 7% syndrome that has captured us, we will have to get out of it and start thinking about 10% compounded annual.
I think this budget can do that. But what I'm happy about this budget can do that, Shailesh.
Booster rocket which can take us to 10%.
Yeah.
I have actually created a whole game plan to do that. and I'll make it available to you, Arnab. So if you like it, you can do what you like with it.
Yeah, share it with us. I'll put it on Republic World. We'll make it a talking point. You know, our job is to start conversations here, to steer conversations in the right direction. And I'm very happy because this is the highest exemption in 20 years for the middle class.
And you know what
Shailesh
said about
and they'll be happy. You know.
No, but Arnab, what he said about insurance is very important. Increasing FDI in insurance actually helps recapitalize these insurance companies, which were earlier hemmed and hawed in. A. B. IRDA now needs to be more responsible in its ombudsman role. Because one thing is opening the sector, the second is to make sure that premia and settlements and claim settlements are done with efficiency and alacrity. I will only say one thing before I leave, that Arnab, we are at a great inflection point in our country's history.
Oh, yeah.
Both globally as well as domestically. And I think what Nirmala Sitharaman has done is she has shown that the government is willing to be an enabler, provided we as citizens and corporates are playing and going to play our roles responsibly and respectfully.
But government's also shown it's listening.
Absolutely.
It's beginning to listen, you know, Sushil. And maybe that is an impact of the election result also. They're listening right now.
And the elections that are about to happen.
And they're listening. And it's the middle class which bears the most tax burden. I don't think you can win or lose Delhi based on this, but this is going to be a fillip for Delhi for sure.
Absolutely.
This is going to be a fillip for Delhi for sure. I think for the middle classes in Delhi. What do you think, Mr. Sardana?
That is fine, but one point in the budget, if you go into detailing, total revenue collection is about 42 lakh crore. In the whole calculation, service tax is only 100 crore. Why don't you abolish it? Unnecessary, a compliance burden of service tax and only collection is 100 crore. That is one. Second area which government should look at is commodity transaction tax. They even don't know. 4 years ago, it was only 500 crores. One side you are giving away 1 lakh crore, keeping an account of 100 crore makes no sense.
But we'll have to wait for the income tax bill, which the government has said. So I expect, good point, but I expect a follow-up on the basis of this. I expect a follow-up, and I'm sure there is some room the government has kept for the budget discussion. They would have kept some room for leveraging things where things can go. Okay, now we also have our next guest. Maybe you can go across straight to our next guest, Abhishek.
Yes.
And our next guest is Mr. Atul Lal, co-chair of the FICCI Committee on Mobile and Manufacturing. He's managing director of Dixon. A manufacturing sector response would be excellent from him. Atul, what do you think? Wait.
We belong to the electronics manufacturing sector. And in the last 10 years, the policy framework for electronics sector has been extremely positive. The sector has grown from $25 billion to $150 billion. Now, the next target of the government is to take it up to $500 billion.
It's Sanjeev Narayan on it.
Significant initiatives have been taken in this budget. One is the rationalization of the inverted duty structure. For mobile components, the duties have been brought down from 2.5 to 0%. Which is going to make our mobile industry much more cost effective. Second, there has been rationalization of duty on the IFPD, that is the flat panel televisions, which is going to promote the manufacturing of this particular SKU in the country. Third, the inputs of the open cell, the duty has been reduced from 2.5 to 0%, which is further going to give a flip to the manufacturing. Now, these are significant steps forward. Further, on a larger basis, I think what the Honorable Minister mentioned of a light regulatory touch, that is most welcome. And she has already announced, just to give you an illustration, she has announced that for IGCR, which was a point of contention for whole industry, she has extended the end-use period from 6 months to 1 year. The filing of returns, which was every month, has been extended to a quarter. Now, these are very, very positive steps for enhancing the ease of doing business. From FICCI, what we had asked for in certain electronic products has been accepted. That means the government is listening. So we really want to thank the Honorable Finance Minister for these positive steps for our sector.
Yeah, I'm just telling, I've sent a message to my my directors that I need the personal finance guests back on air because we got too many callers right now calling on personal finance, and I need to see them on the windows to make sure they're there. So I'm extremely sorry to all the callers who are lining up right now. I'm just fixing that bit and coming back to you. Vinayak Chatterjee is founder of the Infra Vision Foundation and chairman of the CI Infra Council. Vinod Sharma is MD of Deki Electronics, and both are joining us from CII. First to you, Vinayak. Vinayak, what do you make of this budget in terms of capex, in terms of,
Yes.
where it's moved on from last year to now? Is it more or less in the same direction, or what's the directional move you think the government has taken regarding infra and man? Yeah.
Well, wonder of wonders. This is probably the first year in my living memory that the infra allocation is flat. The allocation last year was 11.1 lakh crores for infra sector, and the allocation this year is 11.2 lakh crores. So it's practically flat.
We have
Sorry,
three experts.
Is there a disturbance at your
No, I
end
can
or
hear
my
you
end?
loud and clear. Yeah.
Sorry? Okay. So what I was saying is that this is probably the first year in my living memory as a budget analyst to find that the allocation is practically flat. It's almost zero. From 11.1 lakh crores last year to 11.2. And that raises the larger question that till now, the governing mantra of the government for the last 10 or more years has been that infra outlays would be the vehicle for pump priming the economy. That 1 rupee spent on infra would result in 3 rupees of GDP. And that would lead to employment, multiplier demand, lifting people out of poverty. So the $1 million question is, or the billion rupee question is, has that economic mantra now changed? Because on the one hand, there is a call for private capital, which is there littered across the budget speech. And there is a very serious issue that the allocation, it is said, has not been increased because last year's budget has not been utilized. So now that's a very serious challenge facing the country, that if infrastructure and public sector outlays on building the country were supposed to take this country millions out of poverty, then this lack of project execution capacity is probably a very, very difficult challenge that we must now rise to address. You have the money and you haven't spent it. And because you haven't spent it, you're cutting the allocation. This could potentially be a vicious cycle. But let me stop here.
Yeah. I think you've said it absolutely clearly out there, Vinayak, but I think the government is doing a very fine balancing act out here. If you see the way they are looking at the fiscal deficit target for next year at 4.4%, despite the capex allocation, despite foregoing a significant amount of personal tax collections, I think they are walking a very, 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 very sort of, I would say, fine path on this. Vinod Sharma, how do you view it from the electronics industry sector, from the point of view of manufacturing capacity? Over to you.
Yeah, so I think the 3% GDP, that 3% multiple that Vinayak mentioned, which will now not be there from the infra, government hopes will come from manufacturing, and we are very, very positive about it. So at CII, we had spoken about manufacturing at great length as also an employment generation and export potential. So from all three fronts, I think, we find that Madam FM has ticked the boxes. Let me go into a little detail if you look at it from electronic manufacturing perspective. Starting with investment and the fact that NRIs, for example, have been given that special privilege to be able to invest into the electronic sector. That is one positive. On a customs duty, there's a lot of rationalization. A lot of duties have been brought down, for example, on open cell, on connectors for mobile phones, etc. The idea is that we begin to do more value-added electronics manufacturing in India rather than pure assembly that we've so far gotten to. But there are also 2 points that really got my attention, which I think will have a deep impact. One is the National Manufacturing Mission that Madam announced.
Don't share names.
Where we believe that a GST kind of council, kind of consultative committee will happen, where center and state together can talk about contentious issues for manufacturing like labor, land and electricity. And I think that will have. Similarly on exports, and especially again electronics got a very big mention there. there is a sectoral discussion on how, because mobile phones has become the second largest merchandise export out of India now after oil. And we do hope that the entire electronic sector and the manufacturing sector will certainly not only be a factory to India, but factory to the world.
Absolutely. Vinayak and Vinod, thank you for joining us from CII there. Thank you very much, Vinayak, as well. Your experience does count very much for us. Vineet Agarwal, past president of ASSOCHAM, also joining us live on Republic Business. Vineet, your reactions, industry reactions overall to the budget.
It's excellent to see the budget again, looking at all the positive steps. Irrespective, the 11.2 lakhs crore spend on infrastructure is still massive. I think we have execution challenges, but still, if that happens, we see a massive trickle-down effect onto the economy. It has an impact of on almost 15 industries across the board.
Yeah.
The second aspect around infrastructure is that infrastructure helps to ultimately bring down logistics cost, which makes our country competitive, whether it is domestic movement or whether it is exports.
Yeah.
So logistics costs will come down when there is when you're moving things from road to rail or to sea or to coastal shipping. Those are areas where the government has focused on. There's a 25,000 crore budget on the maritime side, which is shipbuilding, etc. Today, almost all the ships in India that are being utilized are being built overseas. So this is another aspect where we will see ships getting built in India, repairs being done here, and subsequently that would help in ultimately more capacity being added to the coastal shipping and ultimately bringing down logistics cost. So there is a large allocation towards infrastructure. I think that it helps. MSME has been wonderful. I think the impact is again multifold, and the areas with credit, increasing credit and the credit card scheme, etc., are all going to be very useful, because MSME in the last 9 months to a year have been struggling. And right now with this Philip will help in the PLI sectors also, because the PLI sectors are only focusing on the big companies. But the MSME focus will help to create the ecosystem of the next level of manufacturing. So overall, a great budget as we see from ASSOCHAM's perspective.
Well, that's great. Vineet, thank you very much for joining us and giving us the ASSOCHAM reaction, ASSOCHAM side reaction as well. We're going now purely to tax, because now the calls are going to be fired in a lot. And Mehul from Mumbai is our first next caller. Mehul? Hi, Mehul. Thanks for holding on for a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, hi. I'm Mehul Gala. I'm from Mumbai.
Yeah.
See, just something, I think I was just listening to your conversation and the people are giving the good feedback. See, now just for a simple thing which I want to know. In India, there are, for a salaried person, there are various incomes are there. One is a salaried income, there is a rent income, there is a capital income. So I just want to know, this 10 lakh slab, it generally cover only the salaried income or only the rental income, excluding the stock market income? That was one question to it.
Okay, fine. I'll Sanjeeva, take that, please. Sanjeeva, only salaried income or other income or total income when you're calculating a slab? Can't hear you. Unmute yourself. Unmute.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So now the FM clarified in a couple of times in the speech that this slab rate of 12 lakhs does not apply to special rate income, which are capital gains, etc. So it will not apply to capital gains, but it will apply to other kind of income such as rental and salaries and interest. So the special rate incomes for which a special rate is prescribed, they will not be eligible for this 12 lakh slab. Yeah.
Okay. Ramakrishnan from Chennai. Ramakrishnan is calling from Chennai. Ramakrishnan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah. Go on, ask your question. Shoot.
No, I just want to make one small comment with respect to the what we have been showing on the TV. See, it's a bit confusing when you say tax is zero. See, tax as per the new regime is zero only up to 4 lakhs. After 4 lakhs, till whatever the slabs are there, the tax is going to be assessed. Every assessee is going to be assessed for the tax. For example, somebody drawing 20 lakhs, he will be assessed a tax of 2,20,000. He will not get the 12 lakhs limit. What happens is, up to 12 lakhs, there is 71,250, including that 75,000 of your standard deduction. The tax will be up to 12,75,000, it is 71,250. which will be given as a rebate. So you will get the rebate only when you file your return. So the catch is on that point. So you should change your headline as tax rebate increase from 5 to 12 lakhs.
Yeah, but you can put it like this also, Ramakrishna. I was also confused on that. That was the first point I was making. So what happens is I think net tax will be 0 up to 12 lakhs. You file your tax, you'll get a rebate.
You will be assessed for your tax.
You'll be assessed for your tax and
up to 12 lakhs, you are liable to pay 60,000. But since there is a provision which has been given, they are saying up to 12 lakhs, whatever is your tax, you need not pay. I give you as a rebate. Simple.
Yeah, but you are under my scrutiny. But you are under my scrutiny.
Yes, you are always. So only if you file your return can you claim your the benefit of the rebate. So it is a very good catch that they bring all into the bracket. And the higher, for example, 20 lakh person will have to pay 2,20,000.
So are you saying it's like one of those, one of these cellular companies which say we'll give you 0 gigabytes, 0 money for gigabytes till we start?
Yes, up to the slab rate you are fine. After the slab rate you are chargeable to tax from 4 lakh.
Yeah, but it's good. Are you a chartered accountant, Rama?
I am a practicing chartered accountant.
I can make out now.
And my mobile number is 405-89604.
Very nice. What did he say?
He said his mobile number for people.
Okay. No. Don't put your mobile number. I'll charge you for advertising there.
Yeah.
And I'll charge you 100% on that. Ramakrishnan, thank you for calling me. Kunjan from Ahmedabad. Kunjan.
Hello, Arnab and Big Public team. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you.
I would like to make a comment here. Again, I feel it again as a salaried class. And this 12 lakh income tax completely looks like a PR stunt coming into going next election. Why I am saying this? Old regime had deductions like HRA, NPS, ADC, interest on house loans and whatnot. I mean, living in a rented apartment across metros, and we have seen how impossible it is for, salaried class to pay rents, pay education fees, pay health insurance. And
but there's a rental concession also, no?
Only for new tax is something fooling.
But there's a rental concession which has been added here also, isn't it?
Increase from 2.4 to 6 lakh.
From 2.4 to 6 lakhs, it's gone up, Kunjan.
That is for TDS. But will the salary class be applicable to apply that? I mean, there is no clarity.
You get clarity.
Okay. By the way, Prime Minister Modi met Nirmala Sitharaman and congratulated her, saying you present a very good budget. On the point that was made there, Mayank, you want to respond. Is it really a PR stunt? I don't think so. I think it's a transition, but I think it would be unfair to say that. Can you unmute yourself? Unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me now? Is this better?
Yeah, loud and clear, yeah.
Right. So I would digress with the comment made by the guest. I mean, see, ultimately, the fact of the matter is that in the long term, there has to be a rationalization. Right? To simply say that deductions are being reduced and not being given by way of different nomenclatures may not be the right approach. And it's also the fact that being the citizens of this country, we are under a responsibility to pay due taxes to the overall benefit of the country as well. So a PR stunt, I believe, would be overkill. Yes, in the short term and in the medium term, there might be some minor pulls on the middle class as well. Although that also, I believe, by virtue of the significant portion between the 5 lakh income bracket to the 12 lakh income bracket will be neutralized. So if I look at it from an overall perspective, I would say that this is not akin to a stunt in that sense. This is much more of a balancing act. And they've just been tried to be fair to everybody to the extent that's possible.
Yes, I think that's true. Rohan is calling in from Gurugram. Rohan, are you there?
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah,
if I can take it to Sanjeevan Narayan.
Yeah, please.
Can we say, Mr. Narayan, that now the effective rate of highest tax slab is not 33%, but 21%. Like, does it really affect me if I'm in the top income bracket?
Considering that the rates have been although we have now multiple rates, but yes, considering the rationalization that has happened, things would look much better and rosy for the taxpayers, especially in the lower income groups. What really may be a point to be discussed is the tax administration and the working of the internal department. But I hope that the new tax laws, the income tax law that's likely to come in, will help in rationalizing the tax administration and making it more user friendly. Yeah, that's my take.
Okay, we have Sunil Sanghai, chair of the FICCI Committee on Capital Markets and founder and CVO of Nova One, who's joining us right now from FICCI. Sunil, hi. How do you look upon this budget? How are the capital markets reacting to this?
Hi.
What have been the expectations and anything on the tax issue?
Yeah. So Arnab, I would say that this is a very creative budget. It's actually a sum of three things.
Nirmala Sitharaman is
consumption, capex, and at the same time consolidation.
Yeah.
Are you able to hear me? Okay. So on one hand, consumption, we all know that the way the tax rates have been reduced, almost 1 lakh crore, and that will increase the consumption. On capex, there was a bit of confusion as to what the capex numbers are going to be. The capex numbers are maintained. Plus, there is a very creative announcement to say the asset monetization will be recycled back into the asset creation. So that's around another 10 lakhs crore in the next 5 years. So on an average, 2 lakhs crore of additional capex which will come in. And that will actually support the private sector capex investment. And the fiscal consolidation, which is more than what the market was expecting. So this combination is very creative, and I think this is going to go a long way.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sunil, for joining us there from FICCI. I'll go back on the tax issue. Murali Hariharan is calling in from Chennai. Then I'll take a short break. I'll continue till 2. Then I'll come back in the evening. Yes, Murali. Murali, are you there?
Yeah. Good afternoon, Arnab, and good afternoon to all the panelists. And it's really a welcome move by the finance minister for the tax exemption and everything. I think it is in the new tax regime. You will get a rebate of around 20,000 or whatever it is. But it would have been much more sweeter if the finance ministry would have removed that 4 to 8 lakh 5% tax. Because in our country, 1 lakh per month earning a middle class are very less in percentage.
Yeah.
So I think that 4 to 8 lakh 5%, if it would have.
No, but you'll get a rebate on that.
Yeah. Rebate, even in 12 lakhs, you have to pay, first pay the tax and then you claim for the rebate. It is there, I understand.
You're saying there should not have been a tax at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
That 5%, if it would have been removed and then started from 8 to 12 lakhs, 5, 10, 15, 20, and then it goes on to 25.
Yeah, that's an observation, not a question, but thank you very much, Murali, for that. And Chandar is calling in from Bengaluru right now. Chandar?
Yeah, hello, sir. Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Hi, sir. Yeah, I'm good, sir. I'm a big fan of you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. I have 2 questions here, sir. I still have a doubt, they say that, till 12 lakhs there is no tax, but still I see the slab as a 10% and 15%. And I have another question also. One of my brother is an NRI, and he wants to, invest on a property here. So in case if he buys a property, how much tax he will be paying, sir?
Sanjeeva.
You want to take that or no?
Yeah.
You see, this we've clarified a couple of times earlier. The new regime, let me just clarify the difference broadly between the new regime and the old regime. Old regime, the slab rate is tax exemption is 4 lakhs, and you are entitled to certain deductions on account of various exemptions, contribution to provident fund, LIC, insurance, etc. So, if you want to take advantage of that, you have to perforce opt for the old regime. Under the new regime, you get a exemption of 12 lakhs by way of a rebate to the amount of tax payable from 4 to 8 lakhs. So you forego of the exemptions, but you get a rebate of tax which is about 70,000. Now, so that is the difference between the old and the new regime.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, as regards NRI taxation, it will all depend on the amount of rent that he receives. He'll get a rebate for certain expenses they can cut their against. And what is his other income? It's very, very person-centric and assessee specific.
Changes, yeah.
So
yeah,
one
from,
can't. Yeah,
from,
yeah.
from assessee to assessee. Okay, I'll take a break, ladies and gentlemen. I'll continue the calls after the break.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
When the Prime Minister said today that this is one of the first sessions of Parliament, and he said this on the first day of the budget session, where the foreign hand is not visible in terms of setting the Parliament agenda for the first time after many sessions. He said 2014 से लेकर अब तक शायद ये पहला पार्लियामेंट का सत्र है जिसके 2 दिन पहले कोई विदेशी चिंगारी नहीं प्रकट हुई, विदेश में से आग लगाने की कोशिश नहीं हुई है. In other words, he said, literal translations from 2014, this is probably the first time that you have a session of Parliament where foreign agents and foreign organizations and foreign governments and foreign interests are not working through certain political parties in India to light a fire in our Parliament. Now, it's a big statement to make, and the Prime Minister had said after the last round of the Lok Sabha elections, and after that he also spoke after the last round of the Haryana elections, Maharashtra elections, he openly spoke about a foreign hand. Is there a foreign hand which tries to determine the agenda of the session of Parliament? Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you some examples. I believe the foreign hand is very much visible in our Parliament sessions. Otherwise, how is it that coincidentally before every session of Parliament, just 1 or 2 days before any session of Parliament, you have a foreign linked issue brought up by a party which seems obsessively in love with foreign countries, which is the Congress party. Ladies and gentlemen, to give you examples, 2017, winter session of Parliament is about to start on December 15th, and right before this, the Rafale issue is brought up. The entire 2018 monsoon session is based on Rafale allegations. Rahul Gandhi even calls a no-confidence motion despite not having the numbers. It seems like some foreign hand was guiding him on what to do. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hindenburg report, just before the budget session of 2023, Hindenburg, which is now closed down, announced its report on Adani 1 week and a few days before the budget session on January 2023. Then, let me go back to 26 January 2021, just before the budget session of Parliament. How can anybody forget the day when the so-called farmers rushed to the Red Fort, created an absolute mayhem supported by Rahul Gandhi, just when the budget session was going to start, and Rihanna, some singer I'm told, who came out in support of Rahul Gandhi, saying, why aren't we talking about the farmers' protests in India? Rihanna, you know nothing about India. The only thing common between you and Rahul Gandhi is that even he knows nothing about India, but she put out this tweet. It was also right on the eve of a Parliament session. So you see, viewers, before every Parliament session, there's a foreign hand, a foreign issue and a foreign interest which comes in. 2021, now mark the chronology in all of this. 2021, just before the winter session of Parliament, right on the eve of the monsoon session of Parliament, I correct myself, which was supposed to kick in from July 19th, Amnesty International foreign company, Forbidden Stories foreign hand, claimed that numerous politicians, journalists and civilians are targeted using Pegasus spyware, which was later to be proven to be wrong, but Rahul Gandhi picked up the issue in a big way. Rahul Gandhi is in love with anything foreign. Anything foreign he likes, foreign holidays, foreign trips, foreign agents, foreign interests, foreign countries, foreign sovereign interests. I mean, if it were left to Rahul Gandhi, he would make India a foreign country. Maybe it is a foreign country for him. Ladies and gentlemen, the indictment of Adani came 4 days before the winter session, and opposition was quick to capture and jeopardize the entire winter session on the basis of this issue, and Rahul Gandhi said Adani should be arrested. Now, viewers, The fact is, things are going bad for Rahul Gandhi. Terrible for Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Vadra Gandhi family, Robert Vadra and all that, because their favorite Joe Biden is out of power. Trudeau, who's very much like Rahul Gandhi-esque figure, has resigned. The favorite propaganda tool.
With their quality products, these MSMEs are responsible for 45% of our exports. To help them achieve higher efficiencies of scale, technological upgradation, and better access to capital, the investment and turnover limits for classification of all MSMEs will be enhanced to 2.5 and 2 times respectively. Daycare and cancer centers in all district hospitals. Our government will facilitate setting up of daycare cancer centers in all district hospitals in the next 3 years. In the next year, 10,000 additional seats will be added in medical colleges and hospitals towards the goal of adding 75,000 seats in the next 5 years.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
When the Prime Minister said today that this is one of the first sessions of Parliament, and he said this on the first day of the budget session, where the foreign hand is not visible in terms of setting the Parliament agenda for the first time after many sessions. He said 2014 से लेकर अब तक शायद ये पहला पार्लियामेंट का सत्र है जिसके 2 दिन पहले कोई विदेशी चिंगारी नहीं प्रकट हुई, विदेश में से आग लगाने की कोशिश नहीं हुई है. In other words, he said, literal translations from 2014, this is probably the first time that you have a session of Parliament where foreign agents and foreign organizations and foreign governments and foreign interests are not working through certain political parties in India to light a fire in our Parliament. Now, it's a big statement to make, and the Prime Minister had said after the last round of the Lok Sabha elections, and after that he also spoke after the last round of the Haryana elections, Maharashtra elections, he openly spoke about a foreign hand. Is there a foreign hand which tries to determine the agenda of the session of Parliament? Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you some examples. I believe the foreign hand is very much visible in our Parliament sessions. Otherwise, how is it that coincidentally before every session of Parliament, just 1 or 2 days before any session of Parliament, you have a foreign linked issue brought up by a party which seems obsessively in love with foreign countries, which is the Congress party. Ladies and gentlemen, to give you examples, 2017, winter session of Parliament is about to start on December 15th, and right before this, the Rafale issue is brought up. The entire 2018 monsoon session is based on Rafale allegations. Rahul Gandhi even calls a no-confidence motion despite not having the numbers. It seems like some foreign hand was guiding him on what to do. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hindenburg report, just before the budget session of 2023, Hindenburg, which is now closed down, announced its report on Adani 1 week and a few days before the budget session on January 2023. Then, let me go back to 26 January 2021, just before the budget session of Parliament. How can anybody forget the day when the so-called farmers rushed to the Red Fort, created an absolute mayhem supported by Rahul Gandhi, just when the budget session was going to start, and Rihanna, some singer I'm told, who came out in support of Rahul Gandhi, saying, why aren't we talking about the farmers' protests in India? Rihanna, you know nothing about India. The only thing common between you and Rahul Gandhi is that even he knows nothing about India, but she put out this tweet. It was also right on the eve of a Parliament session. So you see, viewers, before every Parliament session, there's a foreign hand, a foreign issue and a foreign interest which comes in. 2021. Now mark the chronology in all of this. 2021, just before the winter session of
Additional infrastructure will be created in the 5 IITs started after 2014 to facilitate education for 6,500 more students. Hostel and other infrastructure capacity at IIT Patna will also be expanded. In the next 5 years, under the PM Research Fellowship Scheme, we will provide 10,000 fellowships for technological research in IITs and IISc with enhanced financial support.
यदि यह कहा जाए कि अपने में अभूतपूर्व है तो यह कहना अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी। वित्तीय वर्ष 2025-26 के बजट में डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री को 6,81,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का एलोकेशन किया गया है, जो पिछले साल के बजट एलोकेशन से 9.5% अधिक है। और मुझे बताते हुए प्रसन्नता हो रही है कि डिफेंस बजट यूनियन बजट का लगभग 13.44% है। डिफेंस फोर्सेस का मॉडर्नाइजेशन हमारी सरकार की यह प्राथमिकता रही है और हम इसके लिए निरंतर कार्यरत हैं। इसके लिए 2025-26 में 1,80,000 करोड़ रुपए का कैपिटल एलोकेशन किया गया है, जो हमारी सेनाओं की कैपेबिलिटी को और अधिक बढ़ाएगा। और इस बजट में हमारे डिफेंस फोर्सेस के रेवेन्यू बजट के अंतर्गत 3,11,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का एलोकेशन किया गया है, जो पिछले फाइनेंशियल ईयर के एलोकेशन से 10% अधिक है। और पिछले वर्ष के तरह ही डिफेंस मॉडर्नाइजेशन बजट का 75% हिस्सा डोमेस्टिक इंडस्ट्री से प्रोक्योरमेंट में खर्च किया जाएगा। इससे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो डिफेंस में आत्मनिर्भरता का लक्ष्य रखा है उसको पूरा करने में मदद मिलेगी और डोमेस्टिक डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रीज को भी बढ़ावा मिलेगा। भूतपूर्व सैनिकों और उनकी फैमिलीज को बेहतर स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं प्रदान करने के लिए यंग सर्विसमैन कंट्रीब्यूटरी हेल्थ स्कीम यानी ECHS को 8,300 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का एलोकेशन किया गया है। यह पिछले साल के बजटरी एलोकेशन से लगभग 19% अधिक है।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
Director, the taste of success.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Creating a world using sapphire to power change. Manufacturing semiconductors by resident Indians. India, pushing boundaries of possibility and innovating a brighter tomorrow. Semiconductors from India, now from Polymatic.
Mismanagement failure, we couldn't even enter the ground. There was a lot of crowd and people were just rushing around. People were just entering the ground without checkup.
Long queues, chaos and a lot of mismanagement.
That is exactly what we got to see when we came to cover the Ranji Trophy match between Delhi and Railways, where Virat Kohli is making a return to domestic cricket after 13 long years. The conditions inside the DDCA stadium is shabby. There was a lot of mismanagement. The security was beefed up, but the security could not manage the overflow of crowd at the Arun Jaitley Stadium over here. I've got a Virat Kohli fan over here with me who's travelled all the way from Odisha just to come and watch Virat Kohli play this match. So I'll just introduce him to you. Hello. What's your name?
My name is Manoj.
Hello Manoj. So where are you from?
I'm from Odisha, and I came all the way from Odisha just to watch the Ranji Trophy match against Railways. So Virat Kohli is coming back after 13 years. So we have came with my friends all along from the Odisha.
So you came to Delhi today?
Yeah, no, 2 days before I have been here, and just for the match.
Just for the match. So today that you come to the Arun Jaitley Stadium, I'm sure you came in with a lot of expectations and you were looking for an entry from gate number 16 and 17, right?
Yes, so we were expecting 16 and 17 to be for the entrance, but total mismanagement failure. We couldn't even enter the ground. There was a lot of crowd and people were just rushing around, pushing, and management failure. I don't want to give a statement that can spoil anything, but it was a total mismanagement failure. People were just entering the ground without checkup and nothing was happening, and it's coming to the safety of the players. It's really risky.
Safety of the fans, of course. Also, we found out that you told us that a few fans were also injured, right? You saw that.
I saw some jumping around, pushing each other. So it's a total failure, mismanagement failure.
Can you just take off your shirt if you don't have a problem? You're a Virat Kohli fan, so that shouldn't be bothering you. Just take off your shirt. See, it's cold in Delhi. He's still willing to, brave the cold, take off his shirt just for everybody to see how big a fan he is. Yeah, you can just take it off. You just take it off. Close up, le lena. So this is the 2011 World Cup squad. He has got all the names of the players, the squad over here. This is the 2024 T20 champions that India became. We became the world champions. This is the squad for that. And can you just turn around? And then you see Virat Kohli's portrait over here, a sketch. How beautiful it is.
You can call me a die-hard Virat Kohli fan.
Of course, you're a die-hard Virat Kohli fan. And thank you so much for speaking to us on Republic World. For such interesting videos, please subscribe to Republic World, the YouTube channel. Thank you so much.
Mismanagement failure. We couldn't even enter the ground. There was a lot of crowd and people were just rushing around. People were just entering the ground without checkup.
Long queues, chaos and a lot of mismanagement. That is exactly what we got to see when we came to cover the Ranji Trophy match between Delhi and Railways, where Virat Kohli is making a return to domestic cricket after 13 long years. The conditions inside the DDCA stadium is shabby. There was a lot of mismanagement. The security was beefed up, but the security could not manage the overflow of crowd at the Arun Jaitley Stadium over here. I've got a Virat Kohli fan over here with me who's traveled.
All right, welcome back, friends. We have Keshav Bhajanka, CEO of Century Plywood, joining us. Very good afternoon, Mr. Bhajanka. Your first reaction, does it help your industry, your sector, and how?
Good afternoon. I think it's a great budget. I think it's going to help the entire country as a whole. As you know, in the past few months, consumption has been a bit of an issue as far as the economy is concerned, and the rationalization of tax slabs the increase in exemptions, I think this is going to go a long way towards promoting consumption, and it will benefit everyone, not just us, but all industry.
All right, not just you, but all industry. And then do you see consumption economy picking up, Mr. Bhajanka?
100%. I think that is the objective which Honorable Finance Minister has made this change with. And I think going forward in the next few months, you will see a spike in consumption levels in the economy. As disposable income goes up, you will definitely see a recovery, and this should help boost or increase economic growth even further.
All right, I'm told Adit Palicha, CEO of and co-founder of Zepto, is also joining us. Adit, are you enthused, excited with this budget, with the kind of disposable income middle classes, maybe lower middle classes, those earning below 12 lakh rupees would have? It's going to sort of spur the e-commerce sector, e-commerce economy?
We're incredibly excited about it. I think the theme of the budget was quite clear, and this tax break for the middle class, we're already seeing like early reactions pouring out. But as a consumer tech company, I think this is going to be a big tailwind for us. But more importantly, I think what's most impressive about this budget is that the government now for almost a decade has been consistently moving this country towards a free enterprise thinking, the thinking that innovation and building technology companies and building industry is what will grow the economy and lift people out of poverty. And that consistent free enterprise, innovation backward, entrepreneurship backward thinking is what I'm most impressed by. And this was one other big step in that direction of changing this country.
Yeah, Adit, also, the finance minister announced some social security measures for the gig workers, and gig workers essentially contribute a lot to the infrastructure, superstructure of e-commerce. Actually, do you see this adding to your costs in any manner, or you think this is a good measure?
No, overall, I think it's a good measure. I mean, our first instinct as a company is to always do best for our delivery partners and our gig workers. And I think the best part about this budget is that in a big way, the government has realized the employment value and livelihood value of gig work and these internet companies. I think historically people have demonized this for some reason, but the reality is when you speak to our delivery drivers on the ground, like as I speak to them, you'll find a 21-year-old that's trying to get through his BCom that needs the 20,000 rupees and is able to work flexibly on Zepto and make 20,000 rupees a month, and it's a life changer for him. Or the industrial worker that's moved from Hoskote back to Bangalore and doing a much safer job, making more money from before what he was doing informal work below minimum wage. So it is actually an uplifter, and the government's recognition of that in the budget is very, very encouraging.
Yeah, Adit, just stay with us. I have a couple of more questions for you, but I want to get Mr. Bhajanka also involved again in this conversation. Mr. Bhajanka, you spoke about your sector and overall economy getting a boost. There is a consumption boost really built into many of these measures. But for example, specifics. Let's get into specifics. The announcement of National Manufacturing Mission, focus on shipbuilding. You think there are going to be tailwinds specifically to your industry, your sector with this, and to what scale?
100%. I think, a lot of the initiatives, for instance, 1.5 lakh crores to states, interest-free, towards infrastructure, towards capex. All of these initiatives are definitely going to help us. The focus on tourism, our products go into all sorts of real estate, whether it's residential, commercial, so on and so forth. The focus on manufacturing is clearly there for everyone to see. The finance minister has also mentioned that there is going to be a huge push towards exports, which has been happening, but I think it is going to be further reinforced now. So I think all of these are definitely going to act as tailwind in both the short and the long term.
All right, stay with us, Mr. Bhajanka. Adit, coming back to you, do you see a fillip coming in for a tier 2, tier 3 town, a push coming in for e-commerce to create space for itself in tier 2, tier 3 towns? Because as of now, it seems to be limited to, those bigger metros, 10 lakh plus geographies. You think this is going to create newer markets for you, for e-commerce?
100%. I think, for us, we've already expanded pretty aggressively over the past 6 months into dozens more cities, right? We've launched everyone from Nasik to Vizag to Kozhikode to Kota, right? Dozens of cities over the past couple of months. And actually, counterintuitively, the reaction we've gotten has actually been better than the early signs we had when we launched our metro cities, right? The counterintuitive reality is that the tier 2, tier 3 consumer in India is actively looking for better options, looking for better service, better pricing, better selection, right? And when you give them that service, similar to what you'd expect in a Bombay, Bangalore, with a lot less competition, right? At least in our space in e-commerce, right? And the offline players that exist, we actually just get better adoption rates. And I think this is just going to add buoyancy to that. I mean, they're already, tier 2 India is already growing faster for Zepto than Metro India. And I think this is just going to accelerate it.
Okay, Adit, last question before I let you go. You are yourself a wonder kid, tech wonder. The manner in which you have, at such a young age, really shepherded this SaaS ecosystem and created a niche market for yourself. Do you see a fillip coming in for tech in the budget in terms of a push for a greater talent pool in the STEM sector, and then perhaps that creating a better ecosystem for your kind of enterprise?
100%. Look, I think the thousands of crores of capital has been allocated by the government to support entrepreneurship, right? When Indian talent around the world, right? I dropped out of Stanford, came back to India to build this company, right? And I know there are dozens of Indians that I know personally that are actually some of the best talent that we have that are excited about coming back to India and building interesting things, right? And when they hear the government talk about entrepreneurship, invest in entrepreneurship, right? It just gets people more and more confident about the long-term India story and dedicating their lives to building this country. And so we definitely saw that tone. But what I'll say is that, what's becoming clearer and clearer in Indian tech is that we need to have great internet and technology companies in India. If you look at the US and China, the people that are, most of the companies building these foundational language models are tech companies, consumer internet companies like Facebook, like Amazon, like Alibaba, right? Or Google, right? These started as consumer internet companies and then became more and more evolved and are now building foundational tech and infrastructure. We don't have large internet companies in India that are generating, thousands of crores of capital.
Yeah.
I think if we create that next 5 years, then you'll start seeing these, interesting technology infrastructure coming out of India as well.
All right. Thank you so much, Adit, with those insights. And I would request Mr. Bhajanka to stay. We are joined in by Mr. Nilesh Shah, MD of Kotak Mutual Fund, as also Mr. Santosh Iyer, MD and CEO of Mercedes-Benz India. And let me begin with Mr. Iyer. Mr. Iyer, do you see this budget meeting your expectations for your segment of the economy?
So traditionally, luxury is always a sentiment-driven demand. So in that sense, if the sentiments goes up, and that we have seen today's budget, I think it's quite positive with a consumption-driven approach. We clearly feel that should drive sentiments, and we should also be able to participate in the growth. So in general, yes, to answer to your question, but for us, significantly, we have always been saying India believed in small garden, niche, or I would say niche garden, high fences. The budget has tried to answer both the spectrum. One, they have increased the garden now by putting more money on people's pocket to spend and consume. And on the other side, there is a lot of announcement on reducing tariffs. I think that's the way to integrate ourselves into the global supply chain and also become more global. So I think it addresses both in a very pragmatic manner.
Okay, one more question, Mr. Iyer. There has been this talk that there are headwinds insofar as the auto sector is concerned. You see some of those concerns getting addressed insofar as, for example, overcapacity is concerned?
No, absolutely. I think the headwinds was because of high interest rate and inflation also to a bit with a lesser disposable income, and car is a discretionary purchase or even two-wheelers for that matter in that segment, because consumers would not shift from public transport to two-wheelers and two-wheelers to cars and later on to luxury cars. So in that sense, I think the budget with more money available for consumption, definitely consumers will now be able to shift, and auto sector should be positively also benefited from this.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Iyer, with those insights. Let me introduce Mr. K.K. Mistry, is non-executive director of HDFC. He's also joined in. But I want to go to Mr. Nilesh Shah. He joined before. Mr. Shah, everyone would be wanting to hear from you, your insights. The economic survey yesterday talked about overbought markets, not just in India, around the world, sort of suggested that there is already an element of heating happening, and yet the Sensex was up 600 points. Today it does not seem that enthused. How do you read that?
I don't think so. We should waste time in analyzing day-to-day movement of market. That's futile exercise. I haven't met anyone who can predict tomorrow.
That's, as always, pithy and beautiful, Mr. Shah, but then your takeaways from the budget.
I think the budget has delivered Triveni Sangam as expected by the market. The first was fiscal prudence. Not only we have decided 4.8% lower than budgeted estimate this year, 4.4 next year is also lower than expectation.
Yes.
And the 6-year guidance map to reduce debt to GDP ratio will ensure that we'll leave more assets for our kids than the debt burden on them. The second thing was to support urban consumption, and Keshav Bhai will agree that this budget has provided boost to urban consumption through tax concession, especially at the middle class. The third was continue focus on capex, as private capex is on the back foot. Collectively, between state, central and PSUs, the capex will be revised, will be up by about 17%. So higher capex, boost to urban consumption, and yet path of fiscal prudence. That's the magical Triveni Sangam achieved in the budget. I'm sure economy will benefit out of it and market will recognize the same.
Even if a little late, but you say this is the hits of the Triveni Sangam. Any misses according to you, Mr. Shah?
So one big miss according to me is India has about $1,100 billion, $1.1 trillion in FX reserves and market cap. Now, we don't know what is the actual book value, what is the actual investment in PSUs, but I'm saying that PSU bank trades at 1-time price to book and PSU trade at 2 times price to book. So let's just take, for a simplification, market cap as the total investment of government. On about $1.1 trillion of investments, the dividend income is just about 3%. That's a fairly low number. We don't want to compete with hedge funds who will generate 10-11%, but there are many sovereign wealth funds which generate 8, 9, 10%. If we can move this 3% dividend yield or return on sovereign assets to, let's say, 6, 7, 8%, imagine the money which will be available to the government. I think government should seriously consider launch of Bharat Wealth Fund on the lines of GIC, Temasek, ADIA and Norges, so that this 3% return on investment can double.
All right. I had a couple of more questions with you, Mr. Nilesh Shah, if you could stay, because I have to get in Mr. K.K. Mistry also on this. Mr. Mistry, are you sort of disappointed that there is not much focus or as much as you would have wanted on the housing sector, for example? Though, of course, it's a big plus, I believe, for insurance coming in with 100% FDI.
No, I think we have to look at this as a very, very comprehensive budget, which looks at every segment of the economy, whether you are looking at agriculture, you are looking at MSME, you are looking at education, tourism, energy, exports. So every segment of the economy has been looked at. Now, what was it that we were really, what at least I was looking for from the budget? There were maybe 4 or 5 things. First, I was looking for a boost to consumption, which I thought was extremely critical in the current environment, because ours is a domestic consumption-driven economy. And by leaving more money in the hands of people, by increasing the exemption limit for taxation, clearly money has been left in the hands of people. And this will boost consumption, and consumption will boost growth. So one way to look at growth is government continuously spending money, which they are, which there is an increase in the amount that they are going to spend on infra. But more importantly, by boosting consumption, by increasing demand for goods and services will increase. And if demand increases, then with a lag, companies will be required to put in more capacity, put in more capex to be able to satisfy the demand. So we meet the growth criteria, we meet the consumption criteria. Thirdly, we meet the job creation criteria, because all the reforms that have been brought about will create more and more jobs.
Right. Mr. Mistry, there was this overhang that credit offtake is going down. The finance minister more than a couple of times mentioned how she intends to, focus on this. So be it through personal loans, be it through MSME credit offtake. Do you see that whatever has been announced by the finance minister is actually going to help the banking sector in terms of better credit offtake?
Yeah, I'm sure it will help the banking sector also. I think the most important thing as far as the banking sector is concerned is liquidity. We have seen a period of relatively tight liquidity for a variety of reasons. One is, the fact that the dollar had become extremely strong, and to support the rupee so that we don't see a very sharp drop in the rupee, RBI has been rightly intervening in the forex market, selling dollars, and because they've been selling dollars, they've been sucking out some amount of liquidity. And we saw that on Monday. There was a boost of or a variety of measures which have been announced by the RBI, which will clearly infuse 2.5 to 3 trillion rupees of money into the system. And I think when we see the credit policy next week, we will probably see more measures towards injecting liquidity into the system. So I think with liquidity coming back into the system, with consumption increasing, clearly demand for bank loans will also go up.
Right. You see better financialization as a product of all these measures?
Yes, I do.
All right. Santosh Iyer, going back to Santosh Iyer. Santosh Iyer, you said that this rising tide raises all boats. You harped on sentiment, and because of which maybe it will help your sector also. I want to focus on this national manufacturing mission. And the focus on strengthening the PLI wherever it can. Do you see some spin-offs for you in those announcements?
No, for sure. I think there has been a lot of discussion, and in fact, I think we are still studying the fine print. One, there has been a prima facie seems to be tariff on some of the imported cars seems to come down, but we need to study the fine print there. But on the local manufacturing side, machinery, for example, used for EVs, there are separate subsidies and capital, I would say, support for some of them. So we need to read the fine print really to see what does it help. But for us, actually, as a multinational, being in India for 30 years, the biggest announcement was also the setup of a high-level committee on regulatory reforms. This is something, if you have an ambition to now start exporting, trying to do something out of India, then definitely this participation in the global trade ecosystem, which was always a challenge with a different type of tariffs, which there is a clear signal and intent. One is reduction of tariff slabs from 15 to 7. And then, of course, simplification is the key. And then participating and trying to normalize tariffs. This will help in the long run for India as well to not only manufacture cars or bikes or automotive for India, but then also for the rest of the world.
Right. Nilesh bhai, I want to come back to you. You were mentioning about whether the dividend kitty of the government can be increased. I was going through numbers. This year, for example, the government got about 55,000 crore rupees from dividend from the PSUs that it owns, vis-a-vis just about 8,000 crore rupees by way of divestment. So the government already treats the public sector as a family silver. It's not wanting to now give it up. So you're saying that the government can actually, there is a scope to increase the dividend income even further?
I'm talking about return on those investments where dividend is just one portion. If you look at GIC, Temasek, Norgis, they'll all be making high single digit in dollar terms from a return point of view. If I include even RBI's kitty in the total PSU investment, we are generating roughly about $38 billion as return, including dividend and some of the divestment. I mean, that number could be substantially higher if we manage them well. For example, let's look at our oil marketing companies. They all trade in mid-single digit PE valuation because there's no clarity on whether they will be allowed to price their product professionally. Sometimes when crude prices are higher globally, they still keep on selling at losses. Now, if that comfort is given to market that they will be pricing their products commercially, then certainly those PE ratios can go up, and on the divestment of those OMCs, we'll get better revenue. So it's all about giving professional freedom to PSUs to manage their businesses well, and in turn get better valuation from the market and move this 3.5% return on government's investment to probably somewhere around double of that, in line with global sovereign funds.
Right. One more question to you, Mr. Shah. Mr. Mistry was mentioning about the tight liquidity situation that existed, though RBI sort of has tried to address that. On the side of the North Bloc, you think the finance minister, through her statement today, has shown herself to be aware of the liquidity situation and then has done something about it?
So as Kekiji mentioned, undoubtedly there is a squeeze on durable liquidity driven by a couple of things. One, government balances earlier were kept with PSU banks. Now it is parked with the RBI. That takes away about 2 to 2.5 lakh crore on an average from the banking system. Second is the FX intervention, which is running into lakhs of crore. And third is the currency in circulation increase, which leaks away liquidity. RBI did wonderful work by giving OMOs, buy-sell swaps and VRR to provide liquidity to the market, but still they need to do a little bit more to increase durable liquidity. Liquidity is like oxygen. If it's not there, it's not there. So we believe between this budget, which is on the path of fiscal prudence, RBI will get more confidence to provide durable liquidity and also cut rates on February 7th, which should be growth supportive.
All right. You think it's not going to be inflationary?
Inflation, if we see, our core inflation is about 3% in line with our trade partners. It is the food inflation which remains on the higher side. Now, in the CPI basket, food inflation is about 45% weight. But if we see household surveys, food spending is about 35%. There is a 10% higher representation of food in the CPI basket, which increases headline inflation by 50 basis points. If you make that adjustment, our inflation is lower and within the RBI's target range. Yeah. And with this kind of fiscal prudence, I think inflation should remain under control. Obviously, we need divine intervention. The rain god has to be kind enough for our food inflation to remain under check.
Yeah. Okay. I have one more question to you, Mr. Nilisha, but let me get Mr. Mistry also. On the insurance bit, I think he left unanswered. Mr. Mistry, this announcement on 100% FDI in the insurance sector, what are the spin-off benefits you see of that coming in, like in terms of more funds, more insurance funds coming in, more FII, FDI, more money coming in and having benefits for the infrastructure sector, among others? What are the spin-offs you see of this decision?
I think it is a signaling more than actual money coming in at this moment. Over a period of time, more money will come in, but immediately it is a signaling to the Western world, signaling to the rest of the world. India's economy is opening up even further. Now, one other thought could have been if they had increased the foreign ownership limit to 100% for the banking sector. And the reason is that the banking sector has a very large weightage in various indexes. If you look at, and Nilesh would probably be the best person to talk about it, but if you look at the MSCI index, the weightage of Indian banks in the MSCI index is curtailed by the fact that the foreign ownership limit is capped at 74%. If you were to increase that to 100%, you could get a lot more money coming in almost immediately, because weightage in the MSCI would go away straight away, and there were enough checks and balances to make sure that the banking sector does not fall into wrong hands.
Yeah, Nilesh bhai, you agree that that's a miss, because the kind of fantastic capitalization of banks we are seeing, fantastic health insofar as their margins, their NPAs are concerned, it's a bet that the government missed, like the finance minister missed taking?
So undoubtedly we should ensure that India's weightage in the MSCI index or FTSE index is fairly represented. And what Kekichi mentioned is one trick through which our weight in the index can increase. Moment our weight increases, passive flows increases, and the active money becomes underweight India, and then they start looking to invest in India. Now, this was one low-hanging fruit, whereby one can increase FDI limit in banking to 100%, and you can still control that through that 10% cap on voting. So there are ways and means in which you can convince index agencies that we are talking right, and actually we will be walking left.
Right. Fair enough. So maybe I think the finance minister is keeping the powder dry for later. Thank you so much, Mr. Nilesh Shah, Mr. K.K. Mistry, and of course, Mr. Santosh Iyer and Keshav Bhajanka for joining us. We're still in a short break. Coming back on the other side. The conversation on the budget continues.
Thank you.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Creating a world using sapphire to power change. Manufacturing semiconductors by resident Indians. India, pushing boundaries of possibility and innovating a brighter tomorrow. Semiconductors from India, now from Polymatic.
It means the world that you guys are here. Jai Shri Krishna. Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna.
Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I must start with a word of prayer for the tragic accident that befell our nation last night, where we lost civilians and service members. I pray for their families. I pray for law enforcement and military personnel, and I pray for their souls, and hopefully God will find them peace in the near future. I'd like to welcome my father, Pramod, and my mother, Anjana, who are sitting here today. They traveled here to get here from India. My sister's also here, Nisha. She also traversed the oceans just to be with me here today. It means the world that you guys are here. Jai Shri Krishna. I wouldn't be here today without their guidance, their unwavering support, and their relentless love. When President Trump informed me of his intention to nominate me as the director of the FBI, I was deeply honored. Sitting here today, I carry not only the dreams of my parents, but also the hopes of millions of Americans who stand for justice, fairness, and the rule of law. My commitment to these principles is deeply rooted in my family's history, which has profoundly shaped my worldview. My father fled Idi Amin's genocidal dictatorship.
All right, welcome back. Our conversation on the union budget continues, giving a fillip to consumption economy, and with a cherry on the cake of tax rebate, nil tax in personal income up to 12 lakh rupees, announced by Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. And let's understand the implications for the larger economy. We are joined in by Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee. He's DG CII, He's joining us live from Delhi, as also Bhaskar Majumdar. He's a founder and managing partner of Unicorn India Ventures and Entrepreneurship Fund. Let me begin with you, Mr. Banerjee. You are an old hand. You've seen so many budgets for decades. What's your first impression, your takeaway from today's union budget?
Thank you very much. The way I see this particular budget is there has been a lot of stakeholder consultation and thoughts for every sections of the society, which has got well translated into a very meaningful budget. As you rightly said, that one of the biggest highlights has been how consumption demand is bolstered through relief in income tax, through to all sections, especially the middle class as well as the lower income bracket, and that was so much necessary, and that has a strong effect not only on consumption but on savings, and consumption being a strong part of our economy basket, that really also propels growth in a very strong way. And one second area which I see the budget vis-a-vis the economy, which is unique, has been the focus on growth. Fiscal prudence has been something which is the government has done over the last many years, but now to see the balance in growth, pushing growth through reforms, pushing growth by the usage of the word trust on industry, and really making opportunities through areas like the national monetization plan 2.0, and also the Janviswas bill 2.0. All of these are a show of facilitation, ease of doing business, decriminalization, a very wholesome budget. And lastly, the third segment I must talk about is agriculture and rural India. This is a huge area of focus. So balancing all of these sectors into one is something which is a uniqueness of this budget, and it comes very timely as we move towards having a very stronger economy, which is which increases consumption plus employment.
Yeah, yesterday the economic survey spoke about trust deficit. And today the finance minister actually used the word trust at least 3 times. So you think some of the concerns of the corporate India have been addressed insofar as trust deficit vis-a-vis the government, or specifically the agencies are concerned, the income tax and other agencies?
ये हर भारतीय के सपनों को पूरा करने वाला बजट है, एक महत्वपूर्ण पड़ाव है। ये 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की आकांक्षाओं का बजट है। ये हर भारतीय के सपनों को पूरा करने वाला बजट है। हमने कई सेक्टर्स युवाओं के लिए खोल दिए हैं। सामान्य नागरिक विकसित भारत के मिशन को ड्राइव करने वाला है। ये बजट एक फोर्स मल्टीप्लायर है। ये बजट सेविंग्स को बढ़ाएगा, इन्वेस्टमेंट को बढ़ाएगा, कंजम्पशन को बढ़ाएगा और ग्रोथ को भी तेजी से बढ़ाएगा। मैं वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस जनता जनार्दन का बजट, पीपल्स का बजट, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आमतौर पर बजट का फोकस इस बात पर रहता है कि सरकार का खजाना कैसे भरेगा, लेकिन ये बजट उससे बिल्कुल उल्टा है। लेकिन ये बजट देश के नागरिकों की जेब कैसे भरेगी, देश के नागरिकों की बचत कैसे बढ़ेगी और देश के नागरिक विकास के भागीदार कैसे बनेंगे, ये बजट इसकी एक बहुत मजबूत नींव रखता है। साथियों, इस बजट में रिफॉर्म की दिशा में महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए गए हैं। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी में प्राइवेट सेक्टर को बढ़ावा देने का निर्णय बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है। ये आने वाले समय में सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी का बड़ा योगदान देश के विकास में सुनिश्चित करेगा। बजट में रोजगार के सभी क्षेत्रों को हर प्रकार से प्राथमिकता दी गई है। लेकिन मैं दो चीजों पर ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूंगा। उन रिफॉर्म्स की मैं चर्चा करना चाहूंगा जो आने वाले समय में बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन लाने वाले हैं। एक, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्टेटस देने के कारण भारत में बड़े शिप्स के निर्माण को बढ़ावा मिलेगा। आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को गति मिलेगी। और हम सब जानते हैं कि शिप बिल्डिंग ये सर्वाधिक रोजगार देने वाला क्षेत्र है। उसी प्रकार से देश में टूरिज्म के लिए बहुत संभावना है। महत्वपूर्ण 50 टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन, वहां पर जो होटल्स बनाएंगे, उस होटल को पहली बार इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के दायरे में लाकर टूरिज्म पर बहुत बल दिया है। इससे हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर को, जो रोजगार का बहुत बड़ा क्षेत्र है, और टूरिज्म जो रोजगार का सबसे बड़ा क्षेत्र है, एक प्रकार से चारों तरफ रोजगार के अवसर पैदा करने वाला एक क्षेत्र को ऊर्जा देने वाला काम करेगा। आज देश विकास भी विरासत भी इस मंत्र को लेकर चल रहा है। इस बजट में भी इसके लिए भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण और ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। 1 करोड़ पांडुलिपियों के लिए संरक्षण के लिए, मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट के लिए ज्ञान भारतम मिशन लॉन्च किया गया है। साथ ही भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा से प्रेरित एक नेशनल डिजिटल रिपोजिटरी बनाई जाएगी। यानी टेक्नोलॉजी का भरपूर उपयोग किया जाएगा और हमारा जो परंपरागत ज्ञान है उसमें से अमृत निचोड़ने का भी काम होगा। साथियों, बजट में किसानों के लिए जो घोषणा हुई है वो कृषि क्षेत्र और समूची ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था में नई क्रांति का आधार बनेगी। पीएम धन धान्य कृषि योजना के तहत 100 जिलों में सिंचाई और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का डेवलपमेंट होगा। किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड की लिमिट 5 लाख तक होने से उन्हें ज्यादा मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, अब इस बजट में 12 लाख रुपए तक की आय को टैक्स से मुक्त कर दिया गया है। सभी आय वर्ग के लोगों के लिए टैक्स में भी कमी की गई है। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे मिडिल क्लास को, नौकरी पेशे करने वाले जिनकी आय बंधी हुई है, ऐसे लोगों को, मिडिल क्लास को इससे बहुत बड़ा लाभ होने वाला है। उसी प्रकार से जो नए नए प्रोफेशन में आए हैं, जिनको नए नए जॉब मिले हैं, इनकम टैक्स की ये मुक्ति उनके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा अवसर बन जाएगी। साथियों, इस बजट में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर 360 डिग्री फोकस है ताकि एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को, एमएसएमईज को, छोटे उद्यमियों को मजबूती मिले और नई जॉब पैदा हो। नेशनल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग मिशन से लेकर क्लीन टेक, लेदर, फुटवियर, टॉय इंडस्ट्री जैसे अनेक सेक्टर्स को विशेष समर्थन दिया गया है। लक्ष्य साफ है कि भारतीय प्रोडक्ट्स ग्लोबल मार्केट में अपनी चमक बिखेर सके। साथियों, राज्यों में इन्वेस्टमेंट का एक वाइब्रेंट कॉम्पिटिटिव माहौल बने, इस पर बजट में विशेष जोर दिया गया है। एमएसएमईज और स्टार्टअप के लिए क्रेडिट गारंटी को दोगुना करने की घोषणा भी हुई है। देश के एससी, एसटी और महिला जो नए उद्यमी बनना चाहते हैं, उनको 2 करोड़ रुपए तक के लोन की योजना भी लाई गई है, और वो भी बिना गारंटी। इस बजट में न्यू एज इकोनॉमी को ध्यान में रखते हुए गीग वर्कर्स के लिए बहुत बड़ी घोषणा की गई है। पहली बार गीग वर्कर्स का ई श्रम पोर्टल पर रजिस्ट्रेशन किया जाएगा। इसके बाद इन साथियों को स्वास्थ्य सेवा और दूसरी सोशल सिक्योरिटी स्कीम्स का लाभ मिलेगा। ये डिग्निटी ऑफ लेबर, इसके प्रति श्रम एव जयते के प्रति सरकार के कमिटमेंट को दर्शाता है। रेगुलेटरी रिफॉर्म से लेकर फाइनेंशियल रिफॉर्म्स, जन विश्वास 2.0 जैसे कदमों से मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट और ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस के हमारे कमिटमेंट को और बल मिलेगा। साथियों, ये बजट न केवल देश की वर्तमान आवश्यकताओं को ध्यान में रखता है, बल्कि हमें भविष्य की तैयारी करने में भी मदद करता है। स्टार्टअप के लिए डीप टेक फंड, जियोस्पेशल मिशन और न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी मिशन ऐसे ही महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को एक बार फिर इस ऐतिहासिक पीपल्स बजट की बधाई देता हूं, और फिर एक बार वित्त मंत्री जी को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, those were Prime Minister's first comments on the union budget. He has called it people's budget. He has called it a force multiplier budget. He has said that this budget is going to bring in crowd in investment, consumption and growth. It's going to push growth further. He has called it a Janata Janardhan budget, and he has said that with focus on manufacturing through the National Manufacturing Mission, with focus on shipbuilding, with a focus on tourism, with a focus on new airports, and the announcement of hotels as infrastructure in 50 tourism towns. This is going to give a big push to jobs across the country. Then Prime Minister focused on the softer aspects of the budget in terms of giving a push to culture and heritage, the manner in which 100,000 manuscripts are going to be protected. And in sum, Prime Minister there calling it people's budget and congratulating the Finance Minister and her team to have created this document which is going to act as a force multiplier for the economy. And these are the first comments of the Prime Minister. We are going to get in a bit. In fact, Finance Minister herself is going to be addressing a press conference. The official time is 3 p.m., which is 15 minutes from now. Till that time, we have guests back in the studios with me. And of course, Mr. Bhaskar Majumdar continues to be with us. Mr. Majumdar, you heard the Prime Minister there. And I am going through a post by Krishnamurthy KV Subramaniam, the former CEA, is saying that the cut in the personal income tax that the Finance Minister has announced, it's going to have a huge consumption push According to his calculation, while a direct hit for the government is about 1 lakh crore rupees, the consumption push could be to the tune of about 2.5 lakh crore rupees or more, actually. You think that this is exactly what was needed for the economy and the finance minister has delivered?
I totally agree with what the former CA has said, and this is definitely was very needed to put money into the pockets of the consumers. This was a crying need, and for the last 2-3 budgets, this has been the need of the hour, and I think finally the demand for the middle class has been addressed. I think this will have a natural impact on the consumption. This, alongside the fact that hotels now are being registered as a part of the infrastructure, these are going to lead to domestic consumption, domestic travel to a very great extent. I think one aspect, if I may, speak, which has not been spoken to that extent, is there is technology and innovation at the heart of this budget. Whether it is creating of 500 Atal tinkering labs in the schools, whether it is the incentives given to the various clean tech missions, whether it is creation of a gene bank, which is quite revolutionary from that aspect, the geospatial aspect, which the Prime Minister himself spoke about, and the increased spending by about 13% from last year in the defense technology. So all of these keeps the futuristic areas very much at the heart of the budget.
Okay, and Mr. Majumdar, since you are a serial entrepreneur also, with all this good vibe that's been created today by the budget, do you see those animal spirits really coming back? Because, this has been a bit of a soft underbelly of the economy, that the private capital push is not coming, private capex is not coming. It's the government that has been doing the heavy lifting. You think with these changed vibes, that could change?
Yes, I definitely think so. I think, again, I'd like to speak the point that the Prime Minister touched upon about the startups. Last time during the budget, the government had played some active role by reducing the capital gains tax for private companies, by doing away with the angel tax. But this budget, they have really gone ahead. Just to recollect, in 2016, when the startup mission of the Prime Minister came into fray, the government had created 10,000 crore of a fund of fund. And as the Honorable Finance Minister said, that 10,000 crore had led to creation of 92,000 crores in the AIFs, which is like funds like us. Again, today, there's a fresh creation of another 10,000 crore. So this, again, is going to spiral the next wave of the startups getting investment from funds like us.
Right.
The deep tech is an area which the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister constantly spoke about. And we all know that the next fight in the geopolitical space is going to be on AI and semiconductor. And I guess India is getting poised for that area.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Majumdar, with that perspective. I've been asked to take a short break. In the studio with me, Sushil Kedia, he's back. And we have Ms. Nirupama Soundarajan. She's CEO and co-founder of Policy Consensus Group. And we are going to continue this conversation on the other side of a short break. Be right back.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, और घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
It means the world that you guys are here. Jai Shri Krishna. Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna.
Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I must start with a word of prayer for the tragic accident that befell our nation last night, where we lost civilians and service members. I pray for their families. I pray for law enforcement and military personnel, and I pray for their souls, and hopefully God will find them peace in the near future. I'd like to welcome my father, Pramod, and my mother, Anjana, who are sitting here today. They traveled here to get here from India. My sister's also here, Nisha. She also traversed the oceans just to be with me here today. It means the world that you guys are here. Jai Shri Krishna. I wouldn't be here today without their guidance, their unwavering support, and their relentless love. When President Trump informed me of his intention to nominate me as the director of the FBI, I was deeply honored. Sitting here today, I carry not only the dreams of my parents, but also the hopes of millions of Americans who stand for justice, fairness, and the rule of law. My commitment to these principles is deeply rooted in my family's history, which has profoundly shaped my worldview. My father fled Idi Amin's genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where 300,000 men, women, and children were killed based on their ethnicity, just because they happen to look like me. My mother is originally from Tanzania. She studied in India, as did my dad, and they were married there. They would later emigrate to New York, as the senator pointed out, where I was born, and we were raised in a household of my father's 7 siblings, their spouses, and at least half a dozen children. That's the only way we knew how to do things at the time, in the 70s and 80s, the Indian way. But we would soon learn the American way.
When the Prime Minister said today that this is one of the first sessions of Parliament, and he said this on the first day of the budget session, where the foreign hand is not visible in terms of setting the Parliament agenda for the first time after many sessions. He said 2014 से लेकर अब तक शायद ये पहला पार्लियामेंट का सत्र है जिसके 2 दिन पहले कोई विदेशी चिंगारी नहीं प्रकट हुई, विदेश में से आग लगाने की कोशिश नहीं हुई है. In other words, he said, literal translations from 2014, this is probably the first time that you have a session of Parliament where foreign agents and foreign organizations and foreign governments and foreign interests are not working through certain political parties in India to light a fire in our Parliament. Now, it's a big statement to make, and the Prime Minister had said after the last round of the Lok Sabha elections, and after that he also spoke after the last round of the Haryana elections, Maharashtra elections, he openly spoke about a foreign hand. Is there a foreign hand which tries to determine the agenda of the session of Parliament? Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you some examples.
Mismanagement failure, we couldn't even enter the ground. There was a lot of crowd and people were just rushing around. People were just entering the ground without checkup.
Long queues, chaos and a lot of mismanagement. That is exactly what we got to see when we came to cover the Ranji Trophy match between Delhi and Railways, where Virat Kohli is making a return to domestic cricket after 13 long years. The conditions inside the DDCA stadium is shabby. There was a lot of mismanagement. The security was beefed up, but the security could not manage the overflow of crowd at the Arun Jaitley Stadium. Stadium over here. I've got a Virat Kohli fan over here with me who's travelled all the way from Odisha just to come and watch Virat Kohli play this match. So I'll just introduce him to you. Hello. What's your name?
My name is Manoj.
Hello Manoj. So where are you from?
I'm from Odisha, and I came all the way from Odisha just to watch the Ranji Trophy match against Railways. So Virat Kohli is coming back after 13 years. So we have came with my friends all along from the Odisha.
So you came to Delhi today?
Yeah, no, 2 days before I have been here, and just for the match.
Just for the match. So today that you come to the Arun Jaitley Stadium, I'm sure you came in with a lot of expectations and you were looking for an entry from gate number 16 and 17, right?
Yes, so we were expecting 16 and 17 to be for the entrance, but total mismanagement failure. We couldn't even enter the ground. There was a lot of crowd and people were just rushing around, pushing, and management failure. I don't want to give a statement that can spoil anything, but it was a total mismanagement failure. People were just entering the ground without checkup and nothing was happening, and it's coming to the safety of the players. It's really risky.
Safety of the fans, of course. Also, we found out that you told us that a few fans were also injured, right? You saw that.
I saw some jumping around, pushing each other. So it's a total failure, mismanagement failure.
Can you just take off your shirt if you don't have a problem? You're a Virat Kohli fan, so that shouldn't be bothering you. Just take off your shirt. See, it's cold in Delhi. He's still willing to, brave the cold, take off his shirt just for everybody to see how big a fan he is. Yeah, you can just take it off. You just take it off. Close up, le lena. So this is the 2011 World Cup squad. He has got all the names of the players, the squad over here. This is the 2020 2024 T20 champions that India became. We became the world champions. This is the squad for that. And can you just turn around? And then you see Virat Kohli's portrait over here, a sketch. How beautiful it is.
You can call me a die-hard Virat Kohli fan.
Of course, you're a die-hard Virat Kohli fan. And thank you so much for speaking to us on Republic World.
Right, welcome back, friends. We are continuing our conversation on Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's budget. Not the longest speech, Sushil Kedia, right? She holds the record, by the way, of the longest budget speech by any finance minister, perhaps at 2 hours, 24 minutes.
But she maybe today knew that what matters is the money in the pockets of the people. And she knew she had already, she already knew that she has got some great news. So maybe she saved on words and spent more on the money.
But tell us then, why are the markets not enthused? You are a markets guy. The markets are not showing the kind of spike that should have come.
So, see, I'll put it very simply. Market and romance, they don't work on the usual algebra. 2 plus 2 is never equal to 4. The mood and the mind of the market works on anticipation. Those who matter, the way markets moved in the last 5 days, they anticipated what's going to come in the budget, right?
So you say it's already factored in.
So those who are merely intelligent for the stock market and those who will, out of mere intellect, go and commit their money after the things have got confirmed. So if they're going to get the luxury of a confirmed bet, they will have to pay to those who took an unconfirmed bet. That's fair economics, right?
Right.
So those who speculated like me ahead of the budget that we are going to have a roaring bull market, we took greater risk. So those who took lesser risk today, they have to compensate us. So market will correct a bit.
So are you suggesting a bit of element of profit booking today?
A little bit of profit booking today. And if you are going to read too much into the mood of your Leela or of the market, we should not read too much. We should accept our loved ones.
Right.
A good marriage works on acceptance, right?
Right.
You have to accept the market.
Okay, fair enough.
You don't analyze it too much.
Okay. Ms. Soundarajan, you see, one aspect of the budget which I think we need to discuss, which is the broad sweep with which Nirmala Sitharaman has addressed constituencies. so be it the Kisan credit card limit increase from 3 to 5 lakh rupees, addressing the gig workers, getting them in the social security net, addressing medical seats, increasing them by 10,000, taking the total to 75,000, infrastructure upgrade to IITs, skilling centers, manufacturing mission, shipbuilding, nuclear energy mission. Now, she has taken care of every part of the economy, every segment of population. What's left?
So I think the fundamental question that we need to ask ourselves is, what was this budget expected to do this year? So you have growth rates which have not been really as anticipated. We're sitting at 6.4, 6.5% or so. With the state of the economy having slowed down, we wanted, or at least I wanted, a budget which would focus on certainly middle class. Tax breaks was necessary because consumption has been falling. So you needed to put money back in the hands of the individual. But notwithstanding that, what you wanted was a growth budget. And I think somewhere there it's kind of missed the mark, because there's nothing that I see which will give that kind of catalyst effect as far as growth is concerned. So has she addressed different segments? Yes. Will it contribute to growth in all of these segments? Certainly. But will it actually move us from our current 6.5 to, let's say, an 8%, which is the number everyone's been talking about?
Yeah.
So I think somewhere there, that there's a miss there. Is the middle class happy? Absolutely, rightfully so. And I think that was a straight home run on her part, and fantastic. And it will help with consumption. But as far as the macro is concerned, in terms of getting to an 8% growth rate, I think somewhere it's been more of a wait and watch without knowing what we are waiting for and what we are watching out for.
Really? You think?
I get that feeling. I think this should have been...
This consumption spur that's going to come is not going to help?
It will. But is it going to be enough for just that consumption? Look at how much money it's actually going to effectively put in the hands of the individual. With
the former CEA, KV Subramaniam, calculated that it could be about 5 lakh crore rupees. Or multiply, like 1 lakh crore rupees, what the government, Nirmala Sitharaman herself announced, that they're going to forego.
I'm saying,
and the multiplier effect is about 5 lakh crore.
I'm saying bring it down to the individual. How much extra cash are you going to have in your hand because of this? Somewhere to the tune of 6 to 10 is, I think, the numbers that...
Oh, if you look at the national picture, overall economy, so 1 lakh crore is what the government is foregoing. That comes to the people.
Absolutely. But that's what, when you break it down into hands of whom, how, because there will be certain tax exemptions, etc. So you're looking at that amount of money. I'm not saying it will not help. Of course it is. That's the entire point. But is it enough to drive? Is this consumption alone enough to drive it to 8%?
No, at least you have it now. It was not there earlier.
Fair enough, which is what I'm saying. So as far as this is concerned, great, home run. But what about the rest?
Okay,
so
we'll discuss what about...
Where are we going to get our employment of 8 million jobs that need to come in?
I'm sure.
All of that. So all of it will add. It's not a bad budget by any stretch of imagination.
100%.
It's just a question of, is it enough for our 8%?
There is always a scope for improve, and it's an ongoing exercise. Sushil Kede, I'll come to you on this aspect of. Can we just look at some political reactions and come to continue the conversation? Because we have Union Finance Minister, I beg your pardon, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. Everyone has spoken on Nirmala Sitharaman's budget, as also some opposition voices. Let's listen to them and come back.
Economic growth and development. She has given a much needed big relief to the middle class. Everybody whose income is up to 12 lakhs or who's a salary earner up to 12 lakhs 75,000 is now exempt from all taxes. Up to 25 lakhs, there's a continuous reduction in income tax, and then beyond that also everybody saves a lakh of rupees. In a way, the Honorable Finance Minister has met the demand of large section of middle class, particularly as more and more poor are coming into the middle class with rising incomes. The last report was 25 crore poor have now come into the middle class, have been relieved from multidimensional poverty. I think it's a great relief to all those people. Delhi has the highest number of middle class people, with the government employees, salary earners, traders, small MSME industry, and they will all get a big relief from this budget. Simultaneously, it's a budget focused on the youth, provides a number of opportunities for jobs, whether it is through tourism development. 50 new destinations will be given a thrust for tourism. Udan, which will help 4 crore more passengers and new routes get concessional air travel and activate those airports. Whether it's the thrust to manufacturing through toys, leather, the textile sector, technical textile sector, cotton sector. It's a multi-dimensional budget.
यदि यह कहा जाए कि अपने में अभूतपूर्व है तो यह कहना अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी। वित्तीय वर्ष 2025-26 के बजट में डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री को 6,81,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का एलोकेशन किया गया है, जो पिछले साल के बजट एलोकेशन से 9.5% अधिक है। और मुझे बताते हुए प्रसन्नता हो रही है कि डिफेंस बजट यूनियन बजट का लगभग 13.44% है। डिफेंस फोर्सेस का मॉडर्नाइजेशन हमारी सरकार की यह प्राथमिकता रही है और हम इसके लिए निरंतर कार्यरत हैं। इसके लिए 2025-26 में 1,80,000 करोड़ रुपए का कैपिटल एलोकेशन किया गया है, जो हमारी सेनाओं की कैपेबिलिटी को और अधिक बढ़ाएगा। और इस बजट में हमारे डिफेंस फोर्सेस के रेवेन्यू बजट के अंतर्गत 3,11,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का एलोकेशन किया गया है, जो पिछले फाइनेंशियल ईयर के एलोकेशन से 10% अधिक है। और पिछले वर्ष के तरह ही डिफेंस मॉडर्नाइजेशन बजट का 75% हिस्सा डोमेस्टिक इंडस्ट्री से प्रोक्योरमेंट में खर्च किया जाएगा। इससे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो डिफेंस में आत्मनिर्भरता का लक्ष्य रखा है उसको पूरा करने में मदद मिलेगी और डोमेस्टिक डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रीज को भी बढ़ावा मिलेगा। भूतपूर्व सैनिकों और उनकी फैमिलीज को बेहतर स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं प्रदान करने के लिए यंग सर्विसमैन कंट्रीब्यूटरी हेल्थ स्कीम यानी ECHS को 8,300 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का एलोकेशन किया गया है। यह पिछले साल के बजटरी एलोकेशन से लगभग 19% अधिक है।
केंद्रीय वित्त मंत्री ने आज देश का बजट प्रस्तुत किया और जिसको लेकर के काफी अपोजिशन द्वारा भी ये बात कही जा रही है कि ये बजट बिहार के लिए ज्यादा बड़ी सौगात लेकर के हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए यूनियन मंत्री गिरिराज सिंह मौजूद है। गिरिराज जी, आप बिहार से आते हैं, लेकिन जो पूरा केंद्र रहा आज बजट का, काफी तमाम चीजें रही, लेकिन अब विपक्ष का कहना है कि बिहार के चुनावों को मद्देनजर रखते हुए बिहार के लिए तो मौज है इस बजट में।
क्या मैं उन लोगों से पूछना चाहता हूं जो लोग इसे बिहार के ऊपर मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं विपक्ष, क्या बिहार के लोगों का विकास नहीं होना चाहिए? प्रधानमंत्री ने शुरू से कहा जब सत्ता में आए थे कि देश के विकास को करना है तो पूर्वांचल का विकास करना है, पूर्वांचल का विकास करना है तो गेटवे ऑफ पूर्वांचल बिहार है। इसीलिए प्रधानमंत्री ने इस वादे को पूरा करते हैं कि देश का विकास करना है।
All right, those were reactions from the Treasury benches. I found it interesting that Piyush Goyal slipped in the fact that Delhi is going to benefit. Of course, it's in the midst of elections and the BJP has been facing the Kejriwal challenge of a middle class manifesto. We'll discuss that. Let's listen to some of the opposition voices also and come back.
अगर मेरी जानकारी सही है तो ये सरकार का 12वां बजट है। 12वां ही है? 11वां। क्यों 11वां है? अच्छा ठीक है, जो भी कुछ है। ये जो बजट है अगर हम इसको 12वां मान लें, 11वां मान लें, 12 साल बाद कुंभ आता है। जो सरकार को आंकड़े देने चाहिए थे, हमारे लिए आज बजट के आंकड़ों से ज्यादा जरूरी है कि जिन लोगों की जान गई है वो आंकड़े। जो सरकार मरने वालों का आंकड़ा न दे सके, जो सरकार खोए लोगों का आंकड़ा न दे सके, जो खोया पाया केंद्र है उसमें बड़ी संख्या में लोग भटक रहे हैं। कुंभ में लोग अपने मोबाइल पे अपने परिवार के सदस्यों की तस्वीर लेकर के, कोई अपनी मां की तस्वीर लेकर के, कोई अपने बेटे की तस्वीर लेकर के, कोई अपने परिवार के सदस्य की तस्वीर लेकर के कुंभ में लोग भटक रहे हैं, लेकिन सरकार उसकी जानकारी के लिए कोई इंतजाम नहीं किया है।
देखिए, ऐसा है कि 20 साल से वहाँ डबल इंजन की सरकार है। 11 साल से केंद्र में मोदी जी के प्रधानमंत्री
उनके लीडरशिप में सरकार है, तो ये काम पहले भी किया जा सकता था, लेकिन ये साफ जाहिर हो रहा है कि चूँकि चुनाव है आने वाले दिनों में, इसलिए जो भी कंसेशन या फोकस किया गया है बजट में बिहार को लेकर, हमको लगता है कि ये एक चुनावी घोषणा है। और अगर सही मानों में सरकार या मोदी जी गंभीर थे तो 11 साल से क्यों नहीं बिहार की तरफ ध्यान दिया गया। आज सबसे ज़्यादा बेरोज़गारी बिहार में है, सबसे ज़्यादा पलायन बिहार से है, गरीबी बिहार में है, तो ये तमाम इश्यूज़ को टेकअप किया जा सकता था। लेकिन ठीक चुनावी वर्ष में इन चीज़ों पर फोकस करना ये दर्शाता है कि इनको चुनाव ज़्यादा प्यारा है बिहार से।
Well, the tax proposals will have to be studied carefully. Right? The finance minister has made certain assertions. Those assertions would have to be looked at. The fine print would have to be looked at. And then only, would you come to a determination. But in nutshell, I would again like to reiterate, was this a budget of the government of India or was this a budget of the government of Bihar? Sir,
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Creating a world using sapphire to power change. Manufacturing semiconductors by resident Indians. India, pushing boundaries of possibility and innovating a brighter tomorrow. Semiconductors from India, now from Polymatic.
When the Prime Minister said today that this is one of the first sessions of Parliament, and he said this on the first day of the budget session, where the foreign hand is not visible in terms of setting the Parliament agenda for the first time after many sessions. He said 2014 से लेकर अब तक शायद ये पहला पार्लियामेंट का सत्र है जिसके 2 दिन पहले कोई विदेशी चिंगारी नहीं प्रकट हुई, विदेश में से आग लगाने की कोशिश नहीं हुई है. In other words, he said, literal translations from 2014, this is probably the first time that you have a session of Parliament where foreign agents and foreign organizations and foreign governments and foreign interests are not working through certain political parties in India to light a fire in our Parliament. Now, it's a big statement to make, and the Prime Minister had said after the last round of the Lok Sabha elections, and after that he also spoke after the last round of the Haryana elections, Maharashtra elections, he openly spoke about a foreign hand. Is there a foreign hand which tries to determine the agenda of the session of Parliament? Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you some examples. I believe the foreign hand is very much visible in our Parliament sessions. Otherwise, how is it that coincidentally before every session of Parliament, just 1 or 2 days before any session of Parliament, you have a foreign linked issue brought up by a party which seems obsessively in love with foreign countries, which is the Congress party. Ladies and gentlemen, to give you examples, 2017, winter session of Parliament is about to start on December 15th, and right before this, the Rafale issue is brought up. The entire 2018 monsoon session is based on Rafale allegations. Rahul Gandhi even calls a no-confidence motion despite not having the numbers. It seems like some foreign hand was guiding him on what to do. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hindenburg report, just before the budget session of 2023, Hindenburg, which is now closed down, announced its report on Adani 1 week and a few days before the budget session on January 2023. Then, let me go back to 26 January 2021, just before the budget session of Parliament. How can anybody forget the day when the so-called farmers rushed to the Red Fort, created an absolute mayhem supported by Rahul Gandhi, just when the budget session was going to start, and Rihanna, some singer I'm told, who came out in support of Rahul Gandhi, saying, why aren't we talking about the farmers' protests in India? Rihanna, you know nothing about India. The only thing common between you and Rahul Gandhi is that even he knows nothing about India, but she put out this tweet. It was also right on the eve of a parliament session. So you see, viewers, before every parliament session, there's a foreign hand, a foreign issue and a foreign interest which comes in. 2021.
All right, welcome back, friends. In the studios, Sushil Kedia continues to be with us, as also Nirupama Soundarajan. And let me take this to you, Sushil Kedia. The markets are closing, not very enthused, but there are other aspects of the budget which are going to really make the economy become of steel, in terms of the capital push, in terms of the reforms push, in terms of the mission mode push for sectors like manufacturing. What are the areas which you think are going to be first up and running after these good vibes that are created by the budget today?
See, if I think from the underlying economy point of view, my answer becomes different. If I'm thinking as an investor, my answer becomes different. So say, if a D-Mart as a stock today, for example, let me first debunk the stock market. If D-Mart as a stock went up 8% today, so I kept on getting amused.
Yeah, why?
कि इतना income tax का reduction होने से क्या लोग आटा ज़्यादा खाएगा, दाल ज़्यादा खाएगा, चावल ज़्यादा खाएगा.
Even if they did it on e-commerce.
And that also, suddenly income बढ़ जाएगा तो e-commerce से आटा खरीदेगा. So, adding things 1 + 1 is equal to 2. When it comes to human affairs like economics, politics, both are involved in a budgeting exercise. Or even in the stock market, that human mathematics is not algebra of A + B is equal to C.
Yeah.
Right? There are emotions and reactions. So same way for say one problem everybody was keeping on highlighting through the whole day was infrastructure के ऊपर में government ने allocation ज़्यादा नहीं दिया, last year से थोड़ा सा ही ज़्यादा दिया. How do we know that there is a lot of alternate finance?
I'm coming to you for this conversation. Infrastructure. JP Nadda, the BJP president, is speaking.
सिटीजन सेंट्रिक बजट है. ऐसे सर्वस्पर्शी और हर क्षेत्र के विकास को गति देने के लिए समर्पित बजट के लिए मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं. वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमन जी एवं उनकी पूरी टीम को अपने पार्टी के करोड़ों कार्यकर्ताओं की ओर से हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं. सशक्त नेतृत्व ही विकसित भारत को आकार दे रहा है. प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के कुशल नेतृत्व में देश विकसित भारत की यात्रा का साक्षी बन रहा है. पिछले 10 वर्षों में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अथक परिश्रम के साथ लगभग 25 करोड़ लोगों को गरीबी की रेखा से बाहर निकाला है. साथ ही देश के मध्यम वर्ग के परिवारों को बहुत बड़ी राहत प्रदान करते हुए टैक्स में के दायरे में छूट 12 लाख रुपए तक का बढ़ा दिया है. इस बजट में युवाओं के कौशल, कृषि में निवेश और ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में रोजगार के विकल्प सृजित करने पर खासा ध्यान दिया गया है. इस बजट में अध्यात्मवाद और आधुनिकता का अद्भुत संगम देखने को मिलता है. रामायण सर्किट और बुद्ध सर्किट के निर्माण की घोषणा के साथ साथ राज्यों के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर विकास के लिए 1.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान किया गया है. न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी मिशन के लिए 20,000 करोड़ रुपए की शुरुआत में भारत ऊर्जा क्षेत्र में आत्मनिर्भर बनने की दिशा में एक बड़ा कदम है. पर्यटन को बढ़ावा देने के लिए 50 प्रमुख स्थलों का राज्यों की भागीदारी से विकास किया जाएगा, जिससे न केवल सांस्कृतिक धरोहर को संरक्षित किया जाएगा बल्कि स्थानीय रोजगार के अवसर भी बढ़ेंगे. आईआईटी की क्षमता का विस्तार तकनीकी शिक्षा और नवाचार को सशक्त बनाएगा. स्वास्थ्य कल्याण की दृष्टि से बजट में लगभग 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान दिया गया है, जो 2014-15 के मुकाबले 191% अधिक है। कैंसर से पीड़ित मरीजों को राहत देने के लिए 36 लाइफ सेविंग ड्रग्स, 36 जीवन रक्षक दवाओं को कस्टम ड्यूटी से पूरी तरह छूट दे दी गई है। अगले वर्ष तक हमारे मेडिकल कॉलेजेस में 10,000 एक्स्ट्रा सीट जोड़ी जाएंगी। इस तरह हम प्रधानमंत्री जी के 5 सालों के 75,000 मेडिकल सीट्स जोड़ने के संकल्प को पूरा करने में अग्रसर है। बिहार के किसानों के लिए मखाना बोर्ड की स्थापना और देश में दालों के उत्पादन को बढ़ाने पर विशेष ध्यान दिया गया है, जिससे कृषि क्षेत्र में नई मजबूती मिलेगी। लघु उद्योगों को और स्टार्टअप को बढ़ावा देने के लिए स्टार्टअप लोन की सीमा को 10 करोड़ से बढ़ाकर 20 करोड़ रुपए तक कर दी गई है, जो नए उद्यमियों और युवाओं के लिए सुनहरे अवसर प्रदान करेगा। इस बजट में विकास भी और विरासत भी संरक्षित हुई है। बजट का फोकस आत्मनिर्भर भारत के संकल्प को साकार कर रहा है, भारत को वैश्विक आर्थिक स्थिति और आर्थिक शक्ति के रूप में स्थापित कर रहा है। दिस इज द गोल्डन एरा ऑफ डेवलपमेंट एंड ऑफ रिफॉर्म्स। विकास का गोल्डन एरा यानी स्वर्णिम युग है। मैं पुनः ऐसे कल्याणकारी बजट के लिए, सिटीजन सेंट्रिक बजट के लिए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को और वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमन जी को एवं उनकी पूरी टीम को कोटि कोटि साधुवाद देता हूं, बधाई देता हूं।
Creating a world using sapphire to power change. Manufacturing semiconductors by resident Indians. India, pushing boundaries of possibility and innovating a brighter tomorrow. Semiconductors from India, now from Polymatic.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
When the Prime Minister said today that this is one of the first sessions of Parliament, and he said this on the first day of the budget session, where the foreign hand is not visible in terms of setting the Parliament agenda for the first time after many sessions. He said 2014 से लेकर अब तक शायद ये पहला पार्लियामेंट का सत्र है जिसके 2 दिन पहले कोई विदेशी चिंगारी नहीं प्रकट हुई, विदेश में से आग लगाने की कोशिश नहीं हुई है। In other words, he said, literal translations from 2014, this is probably the first time that you have a session of Parliament where foreign agents and foreign organizations and foreign governments and foreign interests are not working through certain political parties in India to light a fire in our Parliament. Now, it's a big statement to make, and the Prime Minister had said after the last round of the Lok Sabha elections, and after that he also spoke after the last round of the Haryana elections, Maharashtra elections, he openly spoke about a foreign hand. Is there a foreign hand which tries to determine the agenda of the session of Parliament? Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you some examples. I believe the foreign hand is very much visible in our Parliament sessions. Otherwise, how is it that coincidentally before every session of Parliament, just 1 or 2 days before any session of Parliament, you have a foreign linked issue brought up by a party which seems obsessively in love with foreign countries, which is the Congress party. Ladies and gentlemen, to give you examples, 2017, winter session of Parliament is about to start on December 15th, and right before this, the Rafale issue is brought up. The entire 2018 monsoon session is based on Rafale allegations. Rahul Gandhi even calls a no-confidence motion despite not having the numbers. It seems like some foreign hand was guiding him on what to do. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hindenburg report just before the budget session of 2023, Hindenburg, which is now closed down, announced its report on Adani 1 week and a few days before the budget session on January 2023. Then, let me go back to 26 January 2021, just before the budget session of Parliament. How can anybody forget the day when the so-called farmers rushed to the Red Fort, created an absolute mayhem supported by Rahul Gandhi, just when the budget session was going to start, and Rihanna, some...
A for अन्नदाता और N for नारी शक्ति, यानी इन चार महत्वपूर्ण आयामों को ध्यान में रख करके एक विकसित भारत के लिए आत्मनिर्भर भारत का निर्माण करना है। प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में पिछले 10.5 वर्षों में भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था दुनिया की एक प्रमुख अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ी है। इस बजट से अर्थव्यवस्था को एक नई उड़ान मिलेगी। राज्यों के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर ध्यान देने के लिए जो ब्याज मुक्त लोन देने का प्रावधान किया गया है, मध्यम आय वर्ग के लिए राहत देते हुए टैक्स की रिबेट में छूट देने का जो कदम उठाया गया है, ये सभी स्वागत योग्य हैं।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Mismanagement failure, we couldn't even enter the ground. There's a lot of crowd and people were just rushing around. People were just entering the ground without checkup.
Long queues, chaos and a lot of mismanagement. That is exactly what we got to see when we came to cover the Ranji Trophy match between Delhi and Railways, where Virat Kohli is making a return to domestic cricket after 13 long years. The conditions inside the DDCA stadium is shabby. There was a lot of mismanagement. The security was beefed up, but the security could not manage the overflow of crowd at the Arun Jaitley Stadium over here. I've got a Virat Kohli fan over here with me who's travelled all the way from Odisha just to come and watch Virat Kohli play this match. So I'll just introduce him to you. Hello. What's your name?
My name is Manoj.
Hello Manoj. So where are you from?
I'm from Odisha and I came all the way from Odisha just to watch the Ranji Trophy match against Railways. So Virat Kohli is coming back after 13 years. So we have came with my friends all along from the Odisha.
So you came to Delhi today?
Yeah, no, 2 days before I have been here and just for the match.
Just for the match. So today that you come to the Arun Jaitley Stadium, I'm sure you came in with a lot of expectations and you were looking for an entry from gate number 16 and 17, right?
Yes, so we were expecting 16 and 17 to be for the entrance, but total mismanagement failure. We couldn't even enter the ground. There was a lot of crowd and people were just rushing around, pushing and management failure. I don't want to give a statement that can spoil anything, but it was a total mismanagement failure. People were just entering the ground without checkup and nothing was happening, and it's coming to the safety of the players. It's really risky.
Safety of the fans, of course. Also, we found out that you told us that a few fans were also injured, right? You saw that.
I saw some jumping around, pushing each other. So It's a total failure, mismanagement failure.
Can you just take off your shirt if you don't have a problem? You're a Virat Kohli fan, so that shouldn't be bothering you. Just take off your shirt. See, it's cold in Delhi. He's still willing to, brave the cold, take off his shirt just for everybody to see how big a fan he is. Yeah, you can just take it off. You just take it off. Close up, le lena. So this is the 2011 World Cup squad. He has got all the names of the players, the squad over here. This is the 2024 T20 champions that India became. We became the world champions. This is the squad for that. And can you just turn around?
All right, welcome back. Nirmala Sitharaman and Sushil Kedia continue to be with us. Sushil Kedia, you are a markets guy, but typically, if not always, markets are generally ahead of the real economy.
Yes.
But I can see tremendous amount of push for real economy in this budget, be it on the human resources side, be it on focusing on specific industries. Tourism is one, shipbuilding is another, and airports. So effectively 120 new destinations means typically 80 to 100 greenfield airports for Udan 2.0. I think this is going to be a long-term dividend-giving budget.
Absolutely. You forgot in the list to add the nuclear plants.
In the nuclear energy, yes. About 100 gigawatts by 2040 and 5 nuclear plants are of our own. And that also helps, by the way, in green transition. So tremendous amount of focus on real economy also.
Absolutely.
So then why you think these are ideas that have sort of not materialized, clicked earlier? And what makes you think that these would click now? Shipbuilding, for example, not a new idea. Traditionally, South Korea and China are seen as the powerhouses of shipbuilding. Why have we not been able to focus on shipbuilding?
So see, I'll tell you, to try and find an answer on why may involve a lot of poetry. I'll tell you simply. Udan 2 is nothing new. Udan 1, when it came, it sounded like poetry and we've achieved it.
Yeah.
Udan, we've achieved it, right? My household assistant. Now my household assistant flies to Darbhanga and comes back at Diwali, which was something unthinkable of. And he books his ticket in advance. Udan 1 happened. Udan 2 is not at all, beyond any ambit.
But it's going to give a push to real economy.
If we have made very big leaps and bounds in transition to solar energy, or the way India has been leading the thought and execution leadership in hydrogen. So to achieve, a replica of what the West did on nuclear energy is not at all going to be tough. What is there regarding shipping, and thinking on my toes, if prior governments were not so business thinking, or if shipbuilding industry is the most speculative, fluctuating industry in the world with the asset prices of ships fluctuating far more than anything else, and if that never entered into the mindset of any prior government, so I do not have that as a reasonable basis to doubt that this government may again not be able to translate.
Yeah. So
this government,
markets view is that it's a positive thing, and that whatever the government says can be achieved. What is the economist view on this real economy push, Nirupama?
See, I don't. I think there is a lot of good things that are there. As I said, let's for a second keep aside that we want an 8% growth rate. Let's also keep aside, the unarguably brilliant initiatives for the middle class. Let's keep that aside and let's look at some of the basic things. So if you look at tourism, I think there's been a great attention paid to tourism, because tourism is one of those sectors that also has a lot of ancillary connections. So spending there, encouraging tourism will also create, a lot of employment, and not just in tourism itself, but in a lot of associated industries.
Yeah.
So that's a great sector to focus on, and I think for a very long time, one has been wanting the government to focus more on tourism. Secondly, as far as MSMEs are concerned, whether it's a manufacturing mission that is focused towards building capacity, helping these MSMEs to build their scale capacity, that again is a great, incentive for them. Third, I think using the post office, India Post Office, and I think this has not been met. I don't know how many people mentioned it, but we have been one of the reasons why India's exports have always not been competitive compared to China has been the cost of transportation, because for us, logistics cost has been very, very high. So now that the Gati Shakti again comes into focus, and here they're looking to use the post office, India Post Office, for last mile connectivity, which I think will significantly bring down costs. So that was a great way to make our exports also competitive. So I think all of these will add a little bit of fillip to, growth in wherever it is. There may be a lag. On the nuclear bit that you spoke about, I think it's fantastic. Hopefully when we define green, in our in terms of terminology, nuclear will be part of green. There's always a little bit of confusion whether nuclear is considered green or not. But before that, amendments to the Civil Liabilities Act, I think that needs to come in before. And there are 1 or 2 acts. They said they will look at the Atomic Energy Act and the Civil Liabilities Act. So those will have to be amended. Now before that is amended, will this take off? It cannot. So I think these are some of the enabling regulations, enabling situations that need to kind of come into place before the real impact of these reforms are felt. As I said, there may be a little bit of a lag, but they will certainly add to the general growth. No doubt about that.
Yeah, so you're sort of, in a roundabout manner, you're agreeing with it.
No, I have
that there is a tremendous amount of real economy push in the budget.
Very directly, I'm not agreeing with it. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying none of these will contribute towards growth. My only question is what has been done enough for an 8% growth? On that, I don't agree. But that by no ways diminishes what the budget actually puts in place. I think that's what I'd like to say.
Okay, fair enough. I think Hardeep Singh Puri, Union Minister, is going to join us in a while, and let's play some more political reactions if we can, because the story is turning political also, Sushil Kedia, the kind of focus that's there, or the number of times Finance Minister mentioned Bihar, because Bihar is going to polls next year. Of course, she couldn't mention Delhi because there is already model code of conduct. It's already becoming a buzz that the government really has bestowed largesse on Bihar, keeping in mind next year's elections. Let's play some of the political reactions on the budget.
एक विकसित भारत का ये बजट है, प्रधानमंत्री जी की संकल्प एक नया ऊर्जावान युवा भारत के सपने को साकार करने का। हर एक क्षेत्र का, चाहे वो कृषि हो, चाहे वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो, चाहे वो सर्विसेज हो, चाहे अधोसंरचना हो, चाहे इनोवेशन हो, चाहे कृषि का क्षेत्र हो, यूरिया से लेके एक चाहे बीज की बात हो, चाहे नदियों को जोड़ने की बात हो, हर एक विषय पर पूर्ण रूप से अध्ययन करके एक नया मानचित्र तय किया गया है। और सबसे बड़ी बात कि हमारे जितने भी टैक्स पेयर्स हैं उनको इतनी बड़ी राहत दी गई है, 12 लाख रुपए तक कोई टैक्स नहीं, और हर एक ब्रैकेट में आप देखोगे तो करीब 40 से 25% की राहत हाई इनकम टैक्स पेयर के लिए तक भी दिया गया है। तो ये एक कॉम्पोजिट बजट है, एक बजट है जो भारत को आगे ले जाएगा, और एक ऐसा बजट है जो भारत को केवल आत्मनिर्भर नहीं लेकिन भारत को एक विश्व गुरु के रूप में स्थापित करेगा।
बजट को लेकर के जो उत्साह हम जनता के बीच में देख रहे हैं वो बेमिसाल है। पहली बार इतना उत्साहित तरीके से लोग स्वागत किया है बजट को। मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी को आभार प्रकट करता हूं और निर्मला सीतारामन जी को भी मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं। बहुत खूबसूरत बजट दिया है, और चाहे किसान हो, मिडिल क्लास हो, गरीब हो, चाहे बिजनेस कम्युनिटी, MSME में जितने लोग लगे हुए हैं और दूर दराज के जितने भी लोग हैं, सबके लिए इतना शानदार बजट दिया है। अब इसको डिटेल में हम लोग बात करेंगे और भी पॉइंट वाइज, सेक्टर वाइज जो काम किए हैं। लेकिन पहला रिएक्शन ये है कि देश उत्साह से भर गया है इस बजट के आने के बाद।
देश के इतिहास का एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बजट निर्मला जी ने आज पार्लियामेंट में पेश किया है। ये जो बजट की विशेषता ये है कि हमारी इकोनॉमी को एक्सेलरेट करने वाला ये बजट है। जहां तक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को हर समय वित्त मंत्री प्राथमिकता देते हैं, इस समय भी हमारा बजट बढ़ा है, जिसके कारण इंफ्रा रोड सेक्टर में इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा होगा। मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि कृषि विभाग की ओर उन्होंने विशेष रूप से ध्यान दिया है। तिलहन हो, विशेष रूप से तेल बिया हो, इसके उत्पादन कैसे बढ़े और किसान आत्मनिर्भर कैसे बने, इसका भी विचार किया गया है। विशेष रूप से इनकम टैक्स के बारे में एक रिफॉर्म करके नया कानून लाकर इसको और सरलीकरण उसका करना, ये जनता के लिए बहुत बड़ी राहत होगी। और 12 लाख रुपए के उत्पादन के लिए इनकम टैक्स में जो राहत दी गई है वो भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। विशेष रूप से मिडिल क्लास का विचार किया गया है और मध्यम वर्गीय, उसके साथ लोअर मिडिल क्लास और गांव गरीब मजदूर किसान, इसमें रोजगार कैसे निर्माण हो और सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट कैसी हो, इसका विचार करते हुए इस बजट ने पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट को इनकरेज किया है।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुकता नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुकता स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Creating a world using sapphire to power change. Manufacturing semiconductors by resident Indians. India, pushing boundaries of possibility and innovating a brighter tomorrow. Semiconductors from India, now from Polymatic.
It means the world that you guys are here. Jai Shri Krishna. Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna.
Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I must start with a word of prayer for the tragic accident that befell our nation last night, where we lost civilians and service members. I pray for their families. I pray for law enforcement and military personnel, and I pray for their souls, and hopefully God will find them peace in the near future. I'd like to welcome my father, Pramod, and my mother, Anjana, who are sitting here today. They traveled here to get here from India. My sister's also here, Nisha. She also traversed the oceans just to be with me here today. It means the world that you guys are here. Jai Shri Krishna. Wouldn't be here today without their guidance, their unwavering support, and their relentless love. When President Trump informed me of his intention to nominate me as the director of the FBI, I was deeply honored. Sitting here today, I carry not only the dreams of my parents, but also the hopes of millions of Americans who stand for justice, fairness, and the rule of law. My commitment to these principles is deeply rooted in my family's history, which has profoundly shaped my worldview. My father fled Idi Amin's genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where 300,000 men, women, and children were killed based on their ethnicity, just because they happen to look like me. My mother is originally from Tanzania. She studied in India, as did my dad, and they were married there. They would later emigrate to New York, as the senator pointed out, where I was born, and we were raised in a household of my father's 7 siblings, their spouses, and at least half a dozen children. That's the only way we knew how to do things at the time, in the 70s and 80s, the Indian way. But we would soon learn the American way.
When the Prime Minister said today that this is one of the first sessions of Parliament, and he said this on the first day of the budget session, where the foreign hand is not visible.
Actually, it's a very important announcement, especially for the middle class. The government has really, dil khol ke they've sort of given a big incentive to the middle class, and that's primarily, to spur consumption and to give more money in the hands of the middle class. And it's a whopping 5 lakhs jump.
The government will come out with the tax framework that balances this, theme of sustainability, inclusivity, and simplicity. While they're looking at the overall economic growth, so that's for the overall theme people are expecting out of that.
The government has reaffirmed its commitment towards infrastructure investment, and we've seen how the announcement of a 3-year pipeline in different infrastructure ministries takes views from all the ministries and all stakeholders in introducing PPPs.
Relief to the middle class is very welcome. It will, boost consumption and therefore investment and employment. It'll contribute towards setting a virtuous cycle in the economy. And overall, as an overall comment, I will also say that it's a good budget, very fine budget.
Fully that not only will the size of this bill be significantly smaller, it will also be a much simpler bill, which will lead to less litigation, fewer disputes. I think the finance minister also spoke about extending amnesty schemes, settlements, and so on and so forth. So the accent very much seems to be on productivity, getting rid of disputes, reducing litigation, and all those are extremely welcome steps.
This budget has ensured that the much expected tax relief is given to the taxpayer, that up to 12.75 lakh rupees per annum income, a salaried person doesn't have to pay even a rupee tax. And I think that's a very welcome move.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Mismanagement failure, we couldn't even enter the ground. There's a lot of crowd and people were just rushing around. People were just entering the ground without checkup.
Long queues, chaos, and a lot of mismanagement. That is exactly what we got to see when we came to cover the Ranji Trophy match between Delhi and Railways, where Virat Kohli is making a return to domestic cricket after 13 long years. The conditions inside the DDCA stadium is shabby. There was a lot of mismanagement. The security was beefed up, but the security could not manage the overflow of crowd at the Arun Jaitley Stadium over here. I've got a Virat Kohli fan over here with me who's travelled all the way from Odisha just to come and watch Virat Kohli play this match. So I'll just introduce him to you. Hello. What's your name?
My name is Manoj.
Hello Manoj. So where are you from?
I'm from Odisha and I came all the way from Odisha just to watch the Ranji Trophy match against Railways. So Virat Kohli is coming back after 13 years. So we have came with my friends all along from the Odisha.
So you came to Delhi today?
Yeah. No, 2 days before I have been here and just for the match.
Just for the match. So today that you come to the Arun Jaitley Stadium, I'm sure you came in with a lot of expectations and you were looking for an entry from gate number 16 and 17, right?
Yes, so we were expecting 16 and 17 to be for the entrance, but total mismanagement failure. We couldn't even enter the ground. There was a lot of crowd, and people were just rushing around, pushing, and management failure. I don't want to give a statement that can spoil anything, but it was a total mismanagement failure. People were just entering the ground without checkup, and nothing was happening, and it's coming to the safety of the players. It's really risky.
Safety of the fans, of course. Also, we found out that you told us that a few fans were also injured, right? You saw that.
I saw some jumping around, pushing each other. So it's a total failure, mismanagement failure.
Can you just take off your shirt if you don't have a problem? You're a Virat Kohli fan, so that shouldn't be bothering you. Just take off your shirt. See, it's cold in Delhi. He's still willing to, brave the cold, take off his shirt just for everybody to see how big a fan he is. Yeah, you can just take it off. You just take it off. Close up, le lena. So this is the 2011 World Cup squad. He has got all the names of the players, the squad over here. This is the 2020 2024 T20 champions that India became.
All right, welcome back. The markets did indeed close in the green, though marginally, but that really is indicative of the larger sentiment that the budget has managed to attract, particularly so far as the consumption economy and the middle class is concerned. In the studios, Sushil Kedia continues to be with me, or to my left, and to our right, Nirupama Soundarajan, and of course, PK Basu is back. Very good afternoon, Mr. Basu. You were missing for a while. Okay, I'm told Union Minister Hardeep Puri is joining us live. And very good afternoon to you, sir. Are you able to hear me, listen to me? Am I clear? Am I audible?
Arnab ji, your voice is coming through loud and clear, and I can feel the enthusiasm in your voice here.
Of course, sorry sir, this is Abhishek Kapoor.
I'm sorry, Abhishek Kapoor.
Yes,
okay.
And of course everyone is excited because finally...
Abhishek ji, your enthusiasm is clear.
Yeah, finally the announcement that everyone was waiting for the last few budgets has happened. Why it took so much time, Mr. Puri, if I could begin by asking?
Sound nahi aa rahi.
Okay, I was asking, sir, why it took so much time for this big announcement to come in? Like for the last 3-4 budgets, just ahead of the elections particularly, we were hoping that this middle class tax cut announcement would come. It has come finally.
Abhishek ji, there is a time and context for everything. You had in the previous budgets the capital expenditure increasing by 30% almost on a year after year basis. And insofar as the tax exemption for the middle class is concerned, I mean, it's a question of a call, whether you wanted to do it before the 24 elections or after. But, at the end of the day, I am one of those who saying, Abhi aaya, we are welcoming it even though it has come at this stage. And it is going to be widely welcome, not because of the announcement in this budget, but this was preceded a few days ago by a cabinet decision on the announcement of the appointment of a pay commission. Now we have come a very long way on boosting the income of salaried middle classes. When I first started working in the year 1974, my basic pay was 400 rupees. Both in the university and when I joined the government as a foreign service probationer.
Yeah.
हम कहाँ के कहाँ पहुँच गए? At that time in Indira ji's time, the maximum tax rate was 97%. If you earned 12 lakhs of rupees, you paid 11 lakh 29,000 as tax. Look at that situation and look at the situation now. And the government has to be equally conscious of, 3 free meals of dry ration in a day for as a part of the pandemic That is continuing. We are supplying gas cylinders at 500 rupees to the beneficiaries of the Ujjwala scheme. So all in all, I can tell you, we are in a situation where today this relief for the middle class, particularly this tax exemption limit, which has gone up from 7 lakh to 12 lakhs. It was 2.5 lakhs in 2014, and this has come. So this is a tipping point, and it is a sure step and boost towards making India a Viksit Bharat, which is Modi ji's sankalp.
True, sir. Sir, couple of political questions, sir, before I go back to some of the details of the budget, and I would want to hear from you on those aspects which concern your ministries directly. But couple of political reactions, sir. Harsimrat Kaur Badal has just said this is about Bihar, Bihar, Bihar. Now, we know your connections with both Bihar and Punjab, and Harsimrat Kaur Badal says Bihar has benefited, not Punjab.
Look, I would like Harsimrat ji to please read the budget and see what all is there for the agricultural sector. Please look at what is being done in several respects to boost agricultural productivity, to diversify crop patterns, etc. Insofar as Bihar is concerned, tell her there are other states in India. If the number of airports in 2014 was 74, it's 150 now, and a few airports in Bihar get a boost, why do you want to be? Why are you against Bihar? I think you're against Punjab also. But the issue here is different. We gave a 90,000 crores for a refinery in Andhra Pradesh. Why is she forgetting that? I think hers is a very narrow, sectarian kind of politics, and I wish she broadens her horizon and looks at India on an overall basis. And the growth story in India, the growth story which is taking us from the 5th largest economy in the world to a 3rd largest economy very soon.
Right, sir. And Rahul Gandhi says it's a band-aid for bullet wounds, which means, according to him, this is inadequate, and the government is bankrupt of ideas. I mean, very strong views there by leader of opposition.
I couldn't follow. I couldn't hear. What did Rahul ji say? What did Rahul ji say?
Sir, Rahul Gandhi has posted on a social media platform X, where he has said that the budget acts like a band-aid for bullet wounds, by which he means obviously that the tax cuts are inadequate, and he has said that the government is bankrupt of ideas.
How can I respond to a statement which is so low on intelligence and content? This is a budget which is being widely welcomed, and it is being hailed as one of the historical budgets of the recent past. And if Rahul ji thinks this has a bankruptcy of ideas, I would like to take him to what is being done for centers of excellence in artificial intelligence, what is being done in terms of the nuclear energy to take it up to 100 gigawatts. You know, his relatives started it, but there wasn't any time, not a single dollar of commercial contracting took place. I want to take him to what is being done for the IITs, for the increase in the number of enrollments we can ensure. I want to take him to the cancer patient and how many medicines are being exempt from basic custom duty. So Rahul ji, instead of looking bored, instead of acting bored, just take a little time, read the budget, and if you're not able to understand it, get one of your educated advisors to just brief you on what all is in the budget.
Right. Sir, a couple of questions on your ministry, sir. The finance minister spoke about urban housing, particularly for the affordable segment. How big is that push, according to you, given both the bird's eye view and the worm's eye view you have of the sector?
Abhishek ji, I must correct you. That is not my ministry any longer. I used to be Housing and Urban Affairs Minister from September 2017 till July of 2024. So this is a question that should be addressed to Khattar ji. But I am happy to say that the urban sector, both in terms of more urban affordable housing, all that, it's all should be taken in. Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, 4 crore Awas were there for Grameen and Shahri Kshetra. PM has talked about another 3 crore. Then they're talking about other facts, and all of them excellent. And all I would say, what Modi ji said some time ago, more money in your pocket is more power to the nation. And the urban sector is a vibrant sector, and I welcome, on behalf of Khattar ji, all the announcements on the urban sector in the budget.
Right. So also on the energy sector, the manner in which this budget really talks about energy transition with special focus on nuclear energy, 100 gigawatts by 2040. This was an idea whose time had come, but somehow a focused push was not coming. The budget now talks about it. How long before we actually see it getting materialized on the ground?
Abhishek ji, I would say that, and I don't want to be cynical, if you want to get to net zero by 2070, you have to go down the nuclear energy route. Our exploration and production is increasing massively. We are going to get over the shortfall and shortcomings of the dull decade between 2006 and 16. Our biofuel blending is going up, green hydrogen is going up. But you know, great work was done on the nuclear energy through the India-US Civilian Nuclear Energy Agreement, the India-specific safeguards agreement, our signature of the chemical weapons and Australia group, but nothing happened. So I think Modi ji's decision to resurrect the nuclear issue and to look at nuclear 100 gigawatts by 2040 is a very welcome decision, and it will help the energy transition in a very big way.
So my last question, you've been a top diplomat. There are global, both geo-economic and geopolitical headwinds. You think the budget takes them head on and is going to shepherd the Indian economy out of those headwinds ably?
Abhishek ji, I am quite happy to acknowledge my long-standing education and diplomacy. I was a Foreign Service officer for 39 years. I worked in the international think tank circuit for 6 years. I've been a minister, my 8th year going. But I don't know whether the budget by itself can help us navigate through global turbulence. But the budget can help strengthen the economy, give us confidence. So when the headwinds come, if at all they come, we have a greater degree of confidence and resilience to navigate past that.
Right. Thank you so much, Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister, has reached the National Media Center. Thank you for joining us with that perspective. Always a nice jousting whenever it comes to taking on the opposition. Minister Hardeep Singh Puri. And now we go to the National Media Center, from where Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is going to address the press, and through the press, the larger national audience. She has just reached. Can we cut to the pictures? Yes. On air. She's there at the National Media Center along with the entire team of
I'm happy to be here.
Bureaucrats. Let's cut to the audio there.
The budget actually says several things about our path towards Vikasit Bharat. It has invested in agriculture. It has certainly looked at rural prosperity, focuses on urban development, particularly looking at urban workers, and continues to lay emphasis on reforms. 6 specified sectors have been identified, and I spoke about it in the budget. Sectors in which we will continue our reform agenda. All this, even as we have continuously been engaged with the stakeholders, and interest of education and health has been prioritized. When we're talking about education, from a child in a daycare center, portion for women, lactating mothers, till the level of getting skilling done, and also for artificial intelligence and digital reading material for students in school and colleges. Every aspect of education, and bringing in that dimension which is so critical for health. Daycare, cancer centers, and making sure more medical seats are available. These are kind of things with which I'm trying to highlight the approach in this budget has been pointed on areas which definitely need immediate intervention, outlays, and action along with the states. So, Vikasit Bharat is not just being described. I've given you also what we mean by Vikasit Bharat, or what is it that we expect to achieve for Vikasit Bharat. So this budget actually has given you several things on which you can understand how this economy is being planned to take forward a route towards Vikasit Bharat. Secretaries have joined me. All of them would also come in to explain or answer and give clarity and so on. But one thing which I certainly would like to highlight is responding to the voice of the people, which is what Prime Minister Modi is known for in his administration. It's a very responsive government. And as a result, the income tax simplification, which I announced in July, is already completed in its works, and we shall bring the bill in the next week. So the income tax simplification, about which in July budget I have gone in detail to say, the work is completed within 6 months is what I said. Within 6 months we've brought the bill. It will be coming into the parliament next week. So if we are talking of reform inclusive of taxation, the work is done. This budget also speaks about rationalization in customs. Tariffs are being brought down, tariffs are being simplified, and also the basket which consisted of so many different tariffs for so many different commodities are now reduced. 8 were taken off earlier, 8 has been taken off now. So whatever remains now, 7 I think remains, and that is all about India's tariff picture. So the usual narrative which goes on, saying is India being too heavy on tariffs? No, you find that we've drastically reduced and also simplified. So this budget has so many things for all of us to talk about. The more important thing about agriculture, which performed very well during COVID and which has contributed to India's food security, the proposals which are mentioned in this budget actually talk about everything to do with beads to bazaar, literally from the stage of seeds, hybrid seeds, climate resilient seeds, seeds which can give greater output, seeds which are going to be high yielding, all this together to the final point of India becoming the world's food basket. That's the definition I put in when I was talking about Vikasit Bharat. So we are making sure that India's agriculture gets the support across the board, whether it is on seeds, whether it is for skilling the farmers, whether it is rural prosperity, whether it is going to have agriculture and allied industries being set up in rural areas, and whether it is going to be farmers getting better and more loan with interest subvention, not just farmers, fishermen, and also dairy, meaning animal husbandry. So the picture for rural development and the picture for supporting agriculture is across the board, and that has been narrated. The second thing which I would want to highlight is the continued emphasis that we're giving since vote on account budget, July budget, and now on the MSMEs. Whether it is giving them sovereign guaranteed loan, whether it is support during COVID, whether the definition being changed now for better, more inclusive growth in MSMEs, access to bank credit. So MSMEs have also been given greater emphasis. Together with this, I'd like to highlight the point that energy security has had greater attention in this budget. We've highlighted in July budget how even pump storage will have greater attention. Solar and wind and renewable energy has also been taking consistently good importance in our budgets. This time we are talking about the small modular reactors. I've also announced that there shall be 2 amendments, one to the Atomic Energy Act and the other one for the civil liability. All of this is going to help us attain energy security. Insurance sector's FDI limits have been enhanced. That is another important announcement. I'll end my opening statement with 2 things. There is no reduction in the public spending on capital expenditure. let's put that up front. We continue to place emphasis on the multiplier effect that capital expenditure done by government has shown, has sustained us. We continue on that. And with all this, our fiscal prudence has aligned itself to the glide path that we announced in 2020-21. So we've kept ourselves in alignment. Fiscal prudence has been maintained. And the next year, coming years, estimate has also been given. Well under 4.5 is what we had said earlier. We are also projecting the same. So this is just as an opening statement. There's a lot more to say. But as you all ask questions, so shall we answer. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. 225. 225. Mic, please.
Ma'am, this is Shrimi Chaudhary from NDTV Profit. I just wanted to understand, ma'am, here. Ma'am, you said the new income tax bill will come next week. Will that be in the form of draft, and where you are also going to take stakeholder comments on that?
Yes, as a bill, any bill goes to the standing committee, and the standing committee will, of course, consult with so many stakeholders. And then it will come back to us, and if necessary, any more amendments, if need to be brought in, we'll bring it in and take it forward in the House.
So do we expect implementation in this, in the fiscal year, in FY26?
Do you expect what?
Do we expect the implementation of...
Well, let it get passed. I hope it will get passed without much of a difficulty, but it is only after its passing.
Sure. Thank you.
35. Front.
Ma'am, Timsi Jaipuria, this side from CNBC TV 18. As you said, this is a very responsive government, which is why government decided to give these tax rebates. But given the structure that you have announced, ma'am, up to 12 lakh is the rebate. Any reason why this rebate has been hiked from 7 to 12 lakh? Is it that the incomes or salaries were not growing up to the mark, which is why government thought that this rebate needs to be given? And also, how do you make up for this 1 lakh crore of revenue loss? Will it not impact the budget estimates? Where will you get this money from?
Tipsy, I think the first question is, you said that this, when the incomes are not growing. This is an income tax. Only when there is an income, then we are talking of the tax. So income has to grow to the level to discuss about the tax. Now, why from 7 to 12 lakh? It is something like, it was earlier 2.2 lakhs. When 2014, it became 2.5 lakh, nobody is going to pay tax. Then there was a 2019 that, we said 5 lakhs, nobody is going to pay tax. Then we said it was raised to 7 lakhs. And now it's being raised to 12 lakhs. So this is a perception that the government feels that, on the average 1 lakh per month, if you have, then you need not pay tax, which means that, we are doing it in two ways. One is we are reducing the slab rates. We are expanding the slabs. If you would have noticed, the slabs are now 0 to 4, 4 to the uniform slabs, and there is a gradualism. There was a thing when we had earlier 20%, then it was jumping to 30%. Now it is 20, we have introduced 25 also. So it's a gradual thing which has been done. Now this benefits every one of the taxpayers, because whatever benefits which has come from the slabs gets transmitted across. So therefore everyone gets a benefit. Now the second part, FM decided that, well, some people should get a little more benefit than merely slab rate reduction could have given. And so therefore an extra rebate. So slab rate reduction for everyone, and extra rebate for 7 lakhs were already getting it, now 7 to 5 lakhs more people have been added. So this is the philosophy behind it. And as you said, why you do it, I think we expect that all that money which they gave, it comes back to the economy in either consumption, savings or investments, in whatever way they choose to do.
I just want to add to that. If you compare what we've done today with what prevailed in 2014 under the Congress government, what we are, most often the narrative is we should put money back in the hands of the people. I want to please give this comparison for your consideration. If you compare it with the 2014 tax rates under the Congress, for somebody who's earning 8 lakhs, nearly 1 lakh more money is in their pockets today because of the amendments that we brought in. Meaning, 1 lakh income tax in 2014 is 0 income tax now. So that money is going back to the people in their hands for those who are earning 8 lakhs. For those earning 12 lakhs, 2 lakh was the income tax in 2014 versus today 0 which is proposed. Meaning nearly 2 lakh more money in the pockets of people who are earning 12 lakh. Alright, did I stop it there? As Finance Secretary rightly said, across the board everybody is getting benefit because the rates have also been brought down. Not just the rebates being given to up to 12 lakhs. Rates for everybody is being brought down. As a result, take somebody who earns 24 lakhs in a year. The income tax on them in 2014 was 5.6 lakhs. 2014. For them, now it is only 3 lakhs. The rate change has benefited somebody who earns 24 lakh as well. So 2.6 lakh rupees more in the pocket of people who are earning 24 lakh. So it is not just those who are up to 12 lakh because they are not paying any tax at all, because rebate is given to make up for the tax amount which they have to pay. It is not just up to 12 lakh. Even for others, benefit is accruing, and compared to what it was in 14, that much amount of money is going back to those respective money earners. Just compare it with 24 tax rates, which is prevailing now and what is being proposed. I would like to draw the comparison. 8 lakh people, meaning those who are earning 8 lakhs. 30,000 rupees more is being put back into their pockets, meaning they would be paying 30,000 in the prevailing tax, 8 lakh salaried wale. Now they pay 0 in the new proposal. Similarly, 12 lakh salary or income wale would have 80,000 rupees tax to pay in the current prevailing taxation rates. They would have 80,000 rupees now go back to their pockets. They don't have to pay that tax. Go to the 24 lakh and compare with the present rates. Present prevailing rate, they have to pay 4.1 lakh rupees as tax. We are saying now they will have 1.10 lakh in their pockets, which they don't have to pay as tax. So we have put good substantial amounts into the pockets of people who deserve to get that. And I would want that to be highlighted compared to what prevailed in 14 and what prevails just this year.
3. Yeah, 3 number. Ma'am, many congratulations. Something that has been quoted to you as well as the Prime Minister and yesterday the Chief Economic Advisor hinted, in terms of disinvestment and where you should not get into, government. You yourself have been talking from 2020, 21 and subsequently, government should be in less spaces. Has it been a strategy? Because I know you're committed to it, but last budget you didn't refer to it. This budget you have not referred to it. The target still remains there. Is there any impetus that you're going to do towards what has already been announced by the budget? For example, bank privatization of banks and others. That's one. And the second because that was unanswered, you're making it simpler, the income tax. And bringing a thing, does this mean that you can now not necessarily all the time you can do it through a schedule or an executive order if you want to give some relief to a common man in the new income tax bill that you bring in?
No, giving relief any time will have to go to the parliament, because if we are giving fiscal relief to people, it has to have approval from the parliament. So but what the tax simplification really means is the complication in the language, the circuitous way in which they were explaining things, and adding too many exemptions. You will realize that when we brought in the new tax regime, we didn't want the old tax regime imitated or copied. In that, there are several exemptions given in the old regime. In the new, we didn't want to give any because we wanted a simple, straightforward tax regime in which the rates can be brought down. That's what we've done even now. So the act itself had to be simplified. The attempt now is that.
Okay. And on the disinvestment and...
No, all that will continue. There won't be a relenting on any of this.
On disinvestment, ma'am, if I can add, you see, the last time, July, also the similar questions were asked. We have actually since then, a value creation strategy, which was actually well explained at that time also. There is no disinvestment target per se. Disinvestment and dividend are both looked at together because both are money and money is fungible. And it has got 5 elements. The first element is that we are saying CPSC's performance. The second is we say that we should have communication of performance. The third we say that the capex of the CPSC, which is important, as you know, in terms of accelerating growth. The fourth is the consistent dividend policy. And the fifth is there is a calibrated disinvestment strategy. And the disinvestment also is there. The listing is a part of disinvestment itself. So if you really look at it, both dividend and disinvestment is about 80 to 90,000 crore per annum are being raised, but in a manner which are beneficial to the minority shareholders who are there in all our listed companies.
65, backside.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Ruchi Bhatia from Bloomberg News. I have a question for the Revenue Secretary and a question for you. If the Revenue Secretary can give us details on the benefits, the number of people who will benefit from the slab, from the rebates going up from 7 lakhs to 12 lakhs. And the question for you, Madam Finance Minister, a lot of people say that while the absolute number for CAPEX has gone up, the pace of spending has gone down as compared to a few years ago. Is it telling of the institutional capacity in terms of how much CAPEX push can the government really do? And secondly, as far as a lot of analysts do say that the multiplier that CAPEX has is a lot more than the multiplier in the economy than that tax cuts have. What would you, say to like some of those concerns as well?
Well, 1 crore people will not benefit between the 7 lakh and 12 lakhs.
Meaning 1 crore more people will pay no tax. On the CAPEX, I think there are 2 things playing out. One, of course, this particular year has had the elections happening, and because of that, both central government and state governments were catching up with investments, public spending on investments only from the second and the third quarter, so it showed. It's equally true that when fundamental requirements are taken care of, when you're bringing in additional overhead, there is a pace at which those additions happen. So it's not as if there is no thirst for capital expenditure, but now it will be at a pace in which you can build on each one of the developments that you've done prior. So it will continue. There are some departments which will need more. There are others who would probably reach a plateau, but expenditure will have to continue even in them. So the heads where the capital expenditure will happen will vary, but expenditure will happen in building assets.
121.
No, CAPEX is also continuing. I have not foregone CAPEX to give for revenue expenditure or consumption expenditure. So both continue. Ajay.
Look at what the overall numbers are. Even in the coming year, the next year, effective capital expenditure, including what Government of India provides to state for their capital expenditure, is 4.3% of the GDP, one of the highest. It is not just what Government of India departments spend, it is the total money which goes for the capital expenditure. And if you look at that compared with this year's RE, there will be 20% increase. If you look B to B, still there will be a 10% increase. And it is not a capacity issue, it is a new sectors coming up. For example, if you notice, urban sector, the allocations are increasing. That's one area which requires a renewed focus.
121.
On the capex, because this point can come up later also. So one is the capex that we give directly, that is we do as central government directly. Other is that grants that we give to the state governments, for the state governments to do capex. For example, for Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, for example, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, and so on and so forth. So if you also include the grants in aid for creation of capital assets, the amount, total amount has gone up to 15.48 crores in the budget estimate for the next year, which is more than 15% increase over the current year's RE. So that is a substantial increase, whereas you consider that the overall expenditure, that is revenue plus capital, has grown by around 7% in the next financial year as compared to this year's RE. So this is almost twice the aggregate growth in the expenditure.
Yes. I would like to also add that on top of this 15 lakh crore capex, which is 11.2 there, and an extra money which goes into revenue but goes in capital building at the hand of the states, the CPSC, the Central Public Sector Enterprises, add about 4 lakh crore as capex from their own resources. So that's also the capex which goes in, and that is not counted here.
Mike on. तरुण शर्मा फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस। मैम मेरे दो सवाल हैं। एक, मैम आपने इंश्योरेंस की जो एफडीआई लिमिट है वो 74 से 100% करी है, तो क्या मैम जो इंश्योरेंस अमेंडमेंट बिल था उसकी जो बाकी रिकमेंडेशन है उसको रिजेक्ट किया गया है, सिर्फ इसी को एक्सेप्ट किया है 74 से 100% का? दूसरा मैम, मूडीज ने कहा है कि जो पब्लिक डेट है स्टेट और सेंट्रल का वो अभी भी 80% है, इस वजह से हम रेटिंग अपग्रेड इस बजट के अनाउंसमेंट के हिसाब से नहीं कर सकते। तो डू यू थिंक इज देयर कंसर्न फॉर द ऑन द public debt?
Insurance? Yeah. See, now, presently the insurance is 74%. Now, fundamentally, whether it's 74% or 100%, the materially doesn't matter. But what actually matters is the psychological feeling that they can actually own the company 100%. Along with this FDI, we are also going to, FM also announced that we are going to simplify certain procedures and rules that we frame, which is including the key management person who can be chairman of the company, and person who can be the CEO and board of directors, and also repatriation of dividends. All those are part of this the proposed reforms that has been announced by the FM today.
And sir, what about the other recommendation on the draft insurance amendment bill, sir?
That's what we are actually bringing. The draft insurance bill is the one FM has announced, but the main point she has mentioned that 100% FDI, including simplification of existing rules for FDI investing.
The draft bill is also coming.
Is coming.
Yes. And then the public debt, ma'am. On the public.
Serial number 2. Finance Minister has also announced, just answer complete his question, the roadmap for fiscal consolidation by the centre, and please have a look at the FRBM statement which carries the different scenarios, and over a period of next 6 years how that will be brought down. Similar one act has to be done through the state governments as well. So it is a process which is on.
Number 2. हेलो, नमस्कार मैम, मैं आलोक प्रियदर्शी हूँ CNBC आवाज़ से। मैम मेरा सवाल है कि मिडिल क्लास के लिए काफ़ी बड़ी राहत है, 12 लाख तक जो टैक्स छूट दी गई है। इसमें आपने बजट स्पीच में कहा जो कैपिटल गेन से लोग कमाई करेंगे उसको इसमें शामिल नहीं किया गया, उस पर नॉर्मली टैक्स देना पड़ेगा जो स्लैब के रेट से है। तो ज़्यादातर लोग आजकल मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं, उनको लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टमेंट होती है, उनको कैपिटल गेन्स होते हैं कई तरह से, उनको बाहर रखने का, उनको केप्ट असाइड रखने का क्या रीज़न है, क्या उसके पीछे वजह बताएं?
रेवेन्यू सेक्रेटरी उसके ऊपर ज़्यादा विस्तार से बोलेंगे। बाहर रखने वाली चीज़ नहीं है, इनकम का कैलकुलेशन कभी भी वैसे ही होता है, उसमें कैपिटल गेन्स का जोड़ते नहीं है। मैं स्पष्टता के लिए उसको जोड़ रखा है उधर सेंटेंस पढ़ने के समय, ये नया मेरा पद्धति नहीं है कि इसको अलग रखो उसको अलग. इनकम कैलकुलेशन इन जनरल is done without the capital gains. You want to explain it, please?
देखिए, कैपिटल गेन्स टैक्स जो है वो हमेशा से रेट से अलग है, नॉर्मल इनकम से अलग है. यदि नॉर्मल इनकम में होता, शामिल होता, तो यदि 30% के ब्रैकेट में कोई होता तो उसके कैपिटल गेन्स में 30% टैक्स लगता, तो वो क्या मान्य होता? तो कैपिटल गेन्स को एक अलग टैक्स की व्यवस्था की गई है जो कि कम है. वो इसलिए की गई है कि रिस्क उसमें है और उसमें लोग रिटर्न करते हैं कैपिटल मार्केट को बढ़ावा देने के लिए, तो उसमें 12.5% हमने टैक्स लगाया. तो वो एक अलग रखा जाता है. उसमें एक अलग एग्जेम्पशन लिमिट भी है. यदि वो एक साल में कैपिटल गेन्स आपको इज इट 1.25 लाख 1.25 लाख यदि हो तो वो एग्जेम्प्ट भी होता है. तो और यदि शॉर्ट टर्म हो तो वो 20% होता है. तो वो एक व्यवस्था अलग है. और नॉर्मल इनकम की व्यवस्था है जो कि स्लैब रेट और उससे काउंट होती है. तो इसलिए वो अलग ही है. कंफ्यूजन ना हो इसलिए वित्त मंत्री जी ने स्पष्ट उसको कर दिया था स्पीच में, क्योंकि ये कंफ्यूजन की संभावना थी कि सब लोग ये समझेंगे, तो उसको स्पष्ट किया गया.
46 पीछे बैक साइड एक करके.
Hello ma'am, Harsh Kumar from Business Standard newspaper. Ma'am, since government has decided to move ahead with a comprehensive asset monetization plan, so what are the new changes from the previous one, and if you can give some broader aspects of it in detail?
See, as we are aware that till the last year, the first program which was launched in 2021, achievements have been of the order of about 90%, which is a good progress. Based on that success is the next leap, almost double the amount which are coming up. And there are newer asset classes will also be come up. For example, transmission assets, and not just of the Government of India. Government of India doesn't own, say, power corporation, power transmission corporation, but state government's assets are also there. So they will do the monetization, and you will hear very soon that entire plan will be out.
Sir, can we, in future, can we get a separate number of asset monetization and disinvestment?
See, this money, what the intent is, there's already an investment or other the assets are there, which may be owned by Government of India, which may be owned by, say, NHAI, or they may be owned by one of the PSUs. They disinvest, not disinvest, they monetize that asset and use that money to build a fresh or a new project and a new asset, plow back that money back into the economy. So these are not necessarily money coming to Consolidated Fund of India. Very rarely the money comes in. NHI doesn't invest, money remains with them, they build another road by using that money.
13. Front.
Hi ma'am, good afternoon. I am Kriti, I'm from Informist Media. So right now you just said that your fiscal prudence has finally aligned with your glide path that you had announced in FY21. This year you have given a new roadmap, so mentioned debt to GDP roadmap. You aim to bring down your debt to GDP ratio to 49 to 51% by FY31, considering the nominal GDP would be in the range of 10 to 11. So based on that, and you said that you will peg your fiscal deficit in a way that it goes on to bring down your debt to GDP ratio. So is there a rough estimation of what kind of fiscal deficit you may have by FY31? And secondly, on 31, when you aim to bring down your debt to GDP ratio. Secondly, on funding of fiscal deficit for the next fiscal year, you have brought down the borrowing from small savings from considerably low. It's 16% low from last year. Is there any reason for the limited optimism? Earlier it used to finance 25% of your deficit. Now it's going to finance 22% of your deficit. So if you could just elaborate on if there is any reason for that. Thank you.
First of all, that what is going to be the fiscal deficit in nth year from now? The path is very clear that debt to GDP ratio will be on a declining path depending upon what the growth rate in the economies are, what kind of a stimulus measure or further consolidation measures would be needed. And the roadmap does envisages three scenarios: mild, moderate and high level of consolidation. So do your maths there, that the range is coming up. In the best case scenario, the highest growth rate and highest level consolidation can go as low as 47.5%. very low growth rate, etc., it comes to 52. What the goal is taken is 50 plus minus 1%, and that's showing that physical response to needs of the economy. So that is the goal, but overall trend has to be declining trend, and just see the record. 2021, Finance Minister announced will come down to 4.5 next year. This year we are 4.8, next year is 4.4. So this is a track record, that's what we follow. Your next question?
Small savings, borrowing from small
savings. Here the interest rate, if you notice in the last 2 to 2.5 years, are being set in a manner so that there's neither an incentive nor a disincentive to come to small savings. These are the numbers where we see the trend, and based on the trend we project it. What is being overall is being monitored and watched or said is the overall fiscal deficit, overall borrowings. If more is coming in small savings, less from the market. If less is coming from the small savings, more will be from the market. So our assessment numbers are slightly lesser than this year, and to that extent market borrowings we have indicated, which will be slightly less than the current year numbers, marginally lower are there. But if there were to be more inflow of small savings, to that extent market borrowings will go down. And as you are aware, we do set the calendar every half year.
51.
Hi ma'am, this is Vikas from the Hindu. First of all, you've left us with very few questions after that announcement on the direct taxes front. And you mentioned that there is a 1 lakh crore revenue foregone from that move, which is obviously going to help boost consumption and demand and private investment in turn. I wanted to get a sense of the mathematics behind the overall fiscal math that we've worked out for next year, because despite this tax relief, we are looking at a direct income tax as receipts as a part of gross tax receipts are likely to rise to 33.7% as per the revenue receipts plan, and which is the highest ever, and marks a significant increase over the 24-25 income tax receipts. So I wanted to understand what's what gives, how do you work this out? Because on one hand we are giving away significant relief. Where do we expect the gains
I hope
from?
you're not suggesting we shouldn't have done this. Are you? I hope you're not suggesting that we shouldn't have done this income tax, giving money back to people through rebates and other ways.
No, I'm just curious where we expect the buoyancy coming from.
That's fine. All right. It was answered at that time. Anyway.
Okay, let me just see. We are talking about personal income tax, taxes on income, and we had 19.7% growth in 22-23. We have 25.4% in actual terms, and 23-24 we had 25%, and 24-25 if you take the RE figures, growth is likely to be 20%. And what we have proposed for 25-26 is a growth of 14.4%. So we have moderated. I mean, we have been growing 20% almost on this plan, and we have made it 14%. Now coming to buoyancy, our buoyancy was in for the taxes on income was 2.65 in 23-24, and 24-25 expected buoyancy is 2. And the buoyancy which has been assumed for 25-26 is 1.42. So you would see that we have assumed a moderate buoyancy looking into the sacrifice of revenue which has been done. So we have done our math. Thank you.
9.
Third row. Good evening, ma'am. Considering the government's measure to put more... Sorry, this is Chetan from Business Today. Considering the government's measure to put in more money into the hands of the public, are you trying to mitigate the impact of a possible Trump tariff trade wars from the US? Or are you relying more on domestic production to ensure that Indians have a shield from the US trade wars if they happen to be so?
Well, I don't think we've gone that far to justify this income tax rate reduction. We've responded to the voice of the people and also made our own assessments, and therefore we've given this. And I thought there was an allegation also that we didn't respond to what may come to through the US administration's tariff whatever decisions. Well, I don't think these two are connected, at least in the way in which we like to believe it. You may want to give a different dimension, but no, we have not done it with that intent.
64 at the back.
मैडम नमस्कार, मैं महावीर सिंह बोल रहा हूँ, फ्रीलांसिंग करता हूँ। आपने इनकम टैक्स में बड़ी राहत दी है, हम तो 10 लाख की उम्मीद कर रहे थे, आपने 12 लाख कर दिया एकदम। और मुझे लगता है कि क्या सरकार इनकम टैक्स रिजीम से हटकर एक्सपेंडिचर टैक्स रिजीम की तरफ जा रही है? जो आप इनकम टैक्स में आपने कहा कि इस राहत से 1 करोड़ लोग इससे बाहर हो जाएंगे और इसमें कम ग्रोथ होगी, और दूसरी तरफ आपका जो टैक्स रिसीट है वो बढ़ता जा रहा है, पूरे बजट का आकार बढ़ रहा है, तो सरकार क्या एक्सपेंडिचर टैक्स की तरफ ज़्यादा झुकाव दिख रहा है?
ये सिर्फ आने वाले साल के, मतलब अभी अप्रैल 1 से शुरू होने वाले साल के टैक्स प्रपोजल्स है। आप पिछले साल का रेवेन्यू को देख करके इससे ये कनेक्शन मत निकालिए। हम जनता के लिए, मिडिल क्लास के लिए राहत दिलाने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी के आदेश के अनुसार रेट रिडक्शन किया है, उतना ही है उसमें।
47.
Just to add that to give you a data point, direct taxes are supposed to increase by 12.7% next year. Indirect tax, which is on the, say, when people buy goods and services, is expected to increase by 8%. So that should answer your question.
Yes. Just
हमारी सेंट्रल अमाउंट शामिल है।
एक इसी पॉइंट पे और यदि हम देखें डायरेक्ट टैक्स और इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स का रेशियो, तो वर्तमान साल में आरई में ये 1.39 है, मतलब डायरेक्ट टैक्स लगभग 139% है इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स का। अगले साल ये 145% है। तो जो आप कह रहे हैं उसका उल्टा है, डायरेक्ट टैक्सेस पे अधिक अगले साल राशि प्राप्त होगी एज कम्पेयर टू इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स।
और यदि हम देखा जाए बॉयंसी जो है वो इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस में 0.82 है, क्योंकि कस्टम्स जो है वो कोई अभी हमारे लिए एक रेवेन्यू का साधन नहीं है, वो एक बॉर्डर मेजर्स है, और बहुत समय में हमने ड्यूटी रिड्यूस भी की हैं, क्योंकि बहुत ज़्यादा हाई टैरिफ लगाने से भी उसके ठीक परिणाम नहीं, तो ये भी नहीं है। और CGST और सेस में हमारा जो बॉयंसी है वो सिर्फ 1.08 है, तो आप देखेंगे कि वो उसमें कोई एक्स्ट्रा हमारा करने का विचार नहीं है।
Ma'am, Prakash Pedashi from ET now. Yeah. The KCC limit has been enhanced to 5 lakh. So any assessment on how this decision will boost rural consumption? Secondly, ma'am, the budget document mentions something about sharing transaction details of crypto assets. If you could elaborate.
Sharing transaction details of?
Crypto assets.
Okay. Nagaraj, you want to say on the KCC? Increase in the KCC.
Yeah. This
Let me respond to the question on the KCC. This is to enable those farmers who are doing commercial cropping, they require more more crop loans are required. It will facilitate them, and government will provide the interest subvention for them up to limit of 5 lakhs. It is not first to assist the farmer. It is not a measure to boost rural consumption. That is not the intent. Intent is farmer needed more crop loans. It is to facilitate that. That is the purpose.
And 1 lakh is been decided long time ago. High time it was changed.
The KCC loans are given at the 7% rate of interest. It's already subsidized by the government at 1.5%. Now, if the prompt repayment is there, there is another 3% to the farmer. The effective rate of interest on KCC loans is only 4%. Now, with the current announcement by the FM, there will be almost about 26 crore additional budgetary impact for these KCC loans.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
When the Prime Minister said today that this is one of the first sessions of Parliament, and he said this on the first day of the budget session, where the foreign hand is not visible in terms of setting the Parliament agenda for the first time after many sessions. He said 2014 से लेकर अब तक शायद ये पहला पार्लियामेंट का सत्र है जिसके 2 दिन पहले कोई विदेशी चिंगारी नहीं प्रकट हुई, विदेश में से आग लगाने की कोशिश नहीं हुई है. In other words, he said, literal translations from 2014, this is probably the first time that you have a session of Parliament where foreign agents and foreign organizations and foreign governments and foreign interests are not working through certain political parties in India to light a fire in our Parliament. Now, it's a big statement to make, and the Prime Minister had said after the last round of the Lok Sabha elections, and after that he also spoke after the last round of the Haryana elections, Maharashtra elections, he openly spoke about a foreign hand. Is there a foreign hand which tries to determine the agenda of the session of Parliament? Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you some examples. I believe the foreign hand is very much visible in our Parliament sessions. Otherwise, how is it that coincidentally before every session of Parliament, just 1 or 2 days before any session of Parliament, you have a foreign linked issue brought up by a party which seems obsessively in love with foreign countries, which is the Congress party. Ladies and gentlemen, to give you examples, 2017, winter session of Parliament is about to start on December 15th, and right before this, the Rafale issue is brought up. The entire 2018 monsoon session is based on Rafale allegations. Rahul Gandhi even calls a no-confidence motion despite not having the numbers. It seems like some foreign hand was guiding him on what to do. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hindenburg report, just before the budget session of 2023, Hindenburg, which is now closed down, announced its report on Adani 1 week and a few days before the budget session on January 2023. Then, let me go back to 26 January 2021, just before the budget session of Parliament. How can anybody forget the day when the so-called farmers rushed to the Red Fort, created an absolute mayhem supported by Rahul Gandhi just when the budget session was going to start, and Rihanna, some singer I'm told, who came out in support of Rahul Gandhi, saying, why aren't we talking about the farmers' protests in India? Rihanna, you know nothing about India. The only thing common between you and Rahul Gandhi is that even he knows nothing about India, but she put out this tweet. It was also right on the eve of a Parliament session. So you see, viewers, before every Parliament session, there's a foreign hand, a foreign issue and a foreign interest which comes in. 2021, now mark the chronology in all of this. 2021, just before the winter session of Parliament, right on the eve of the monsoon session of Parliament, I correct myself, which was supposed to kick in from July 19th, Amnesty International, foreign company, Forbidden Stories, foreign hand, claimed that numerous politicians, journalists and civilians are targeted using Pegasus spyware, which was later to be proven to be wrong, but Rahul Gandhi picked up the issue in a big way. Rahul Gandhi is in love with anything foreign. Anything foreign he likes, foreign holidays, foreign trips, foreign agents, foreign interests, foreign countries, foreign sovereign interests. I mean, if it were left to Rahul Gandhi, he would make India a foreign country. Maybe it is a foreign country for him. Ladies and gentlemen, the indictment of Adani came 4 days before the winter session, and opposition was quick to capture and jeopardize the entire winter session on the basis of this issue, and Rahul Gandhi said Adani should be arrested. Now, viewers, the fact is, things are going bad for Rahul Gandhi. Terrible for Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Vadra Gandhi family, Robert Vadra and all that, because their favorite Joe Biden is out of power. Trudeau, who's very much like Rahul Gandhi-esque figure, has resigned. The favorite propaganda tool of the Congress, Hindenburg, has shut shop. There are no Hindenburg reports anywhere. And Rahul Gandhi then made an acceptance speech a week back saying, I am fighting the state of India. I am fighting the Indian nation. While all of this...
केंद्रीय वित्त मंत्री ने आज देश का बजट प्रस्तुत किया और जिसको लेकर के काफी अपोजिशन द्वारा भी ये बात कही जा रही है कि ये बजट बिहार के लिए ज्यादा बड़ी सौगात लेकर के आया। हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए यूनियन मंत्री गिरिराज सिंह मौजूद है। गिरिराज जी, आप बिहार से आते हैं, लेकिन जो पूरा केंद्र रहा आज बजट का, काफी तमाम चीजें रही, लेकिन अब विपक्ष का कहना है कि बिहार के चुनावों को मद्देनजर रखते हुए बिहार के लिए तो मौज है इस बजट में।
क्या मैं उन लोगों से पूछना चाहता हूं जो लोग इसे बिहार के ऊपर मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं, विपक्ष, क्या बिहार के लोगों का विकास नहीं होना चाहिए? प्रधानमंत्री ने शुरू से कहा जब सत्ता में आए थे कि देश के विकास को करना है तो पूर्वांचल का विकास करना है, पूर्वांचल का विकास करना है तो गेटवे ऑफ पूर्वांचल बिहार है। इसीलिए प्रधानमंत्री ने इस वादे को पूरा करते हैं कि देश का विकास करना है।
विपक्ष को मत रहने दीजिए खुश, विपक्ष ऐसे ही रोता रहेगा और देश आगे बढ़ता रहेगा।
लेकिन ओवरऑल बिहार के लिहाज से आपको बजट कैसा लगा?
बिहार के लिए बहुत ही, पूरे देश के लिए बजट है और उसमें बिहार भी आता है।
लेकिन सर, जैसे IIT पटना से लेके ग्रीनफील्ड एयरपोर्ट की चर्चा की कि कितना मजबूत होगा सर?
सब मजबूत होगा, बिहार बहुत मजबूत होगा और बिहार मजबूत है और मजबूत होगा।
मध्यम वर्गियों के लिए 12 लाख का एग्जेम्पन,
मध्यम वर्ग के ही नहीं, सारे वर्ग के लोगों के हित को ध्यान में रखा गया और मध्यम वर्ग के लोगों का विशेष ध्यान रखा गया।
आई एम जॉइंड बाय यूनियन मिनिस्टर चिराग पासवान। चिराग, आज जो बजट पेश हुआ है उसमें बिहार के लिए बहुत सौगातें हैं और विपक्ष कह रहा है कि ये चुनावी घोषणा है बिहार के लिए, आप कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए, जब बजट आएगा देश के किसी ना किसी राज्य में चुनाव होंगे ही होंगे। अगर विपक्ष को इतनी चिंता है तो माइट एज वेल सपोर्ट ना वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन, वंस एंड फॉर ऑल, ये डिबेट ही समाप्त हो जाएगी। क्योंकि अगली बार भी जब बजट आएगा फिर किसी राज्य में चुनाव हो रहे होंगे, तब ये लोग उस राज्य का नाम लेंगे कि उस सोच के साथ इस बजट को तैयार किया गया। नॉट गेटिंग इन टू दैट डिबेट, मैं मेरे प्रधानमंत्री जी, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी का मैं धन्यवाद करूंगा। जिस तरीके से देश की को मजबूती देने वाला ये बजट है, जिसमें ओवरऑल हर सेक्टर, हर वर्ग का ध्यान रखा गया, विकसित भारत बनाने की सोच को मजबूती देने वाला ये बजट है। वहीं बिहारी होने के नाते मुझे विशेष तौर पर खुशी है, बिहार फर्स्ट, बिहारी फर्स्ट की सोच के साथ मैं आगे बढ़ता हूं। वहीं बिहार में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूती देने वाला बजट है। ग्रीनफील्ड एयरपोर्ट का इसमें जिक्र किया गया, इसमें कोसी की त्रासदी जो हर बिहारी जानता है उसके समाधान के प्रावधानों का इसमें जिक्र किया गया। तो साथ ही में IIT एक्सपेंशन का जिक्र किया गया। मंत्री बनने के बाद मेरे लिए इससे बड़ी खुशी की बात क्या होगी कि मेरे विभाग की लंबे समय से जो मांग थी एक और निफ्टम को लेकर, अगला निफ्टम मेरे ही गृह राज्य बिहार में खुलने जा रहा है, ये मेरे लिए बहुत खुशी की बात है। साथ ही में मखाना, जिसका सबसे ज्यादा उत्पादन बिहार में होता है, जो पुनः मेरे विभाग के अंतर्गत आता है, उसके बोर्ड का गठन का भी इसमें जिक्र किया गया है। तो ओवरऑल मैं मानता हूं कि ये बिहार को, देश को मजबूती देने वाला बजट है। मैं देशवासियों की तरफ से भी माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी, प्रधानमंत्री जी का मैं धन्यवाद करूंगा। जिस तरीके से टैक्स पेयर्स के हाथ में कैसे ज्यादा कमाई बचे, इस सोच का भी इसमें ध्यान रखते हुए टैक्स स्लैब्स में जिस तरीके से बदलाव किए गए हैं, तो ओवरऑल मुझे लगता है ये गांव शहर के बीच की दूरी को कम करने वाला बजट, अमीर और गरीब के बीच की दूरी को कम करने वाला बजट।
लेकिन चुनाव में फायदा तो, लाभ तो मिल पाएगा ना, जिस तरह की सौगातें दी गई हैं?
देखिए, कतई चुनावी दृष्टि से बजट को नहीं पेश किया जाता है। बजट को लंबे लक्ष्य को दृष्टि में रखते हुए, जैसा मैंने कहा, विकसित भारत हम लोग को बनाना है 2047 तक। चुनाव आते जाते रहेंगे, सरकारें बनती रहेंगी, गिरती रहेंगी, लोग जीतते रहेंगे, हारते रहेंगे, पर देश को मजबूती देने की सोच के साथ बजट को पेश किया गया।
मध्यम वर्ग के लिए जो 12 लाख का एग्जेम्पशन दिया गया, उस पर क्या कहेंगे?
बिल्कुल, जैसा मैंने कहा कि देशवासियों के लिए बहुत बड़ी खुशी की बात है और खास तौर पर टैक्स पेयर्स के लिए ये खुशी की बात है। देशवासियों की तरफ से प्रधानमंत्री जी, वित्त मंत्री जी का धन्यवाद।
First of all, I think this is a great budget. It's an aspirational budget and it aligns with our party president Shri Chirag Paswan's slogan, Bihar First, Bihari First. I think Bihar has been given the priority in this budget, which is a great thing because Bihar needs focus at this time. And it's not because of elections. We saw last year also in 2024 when the budget was announced, Bihar was capitalized as an infrastructural hub and an industrial hub. But this time around we've got last year the budget was allocated to the Magad side where the focus is infrastructure and industries, and this time the focus is on agriculture and the agricultural products of Mithilanchal region. The budget has been so in the budget we have the Makhana board. There's going to be a Makhana board which is going to be set up in Bihar. Makhana is an ever growing industry. It's scaled up at some crores and it's an aspirational industry. It's going to do well in the future and I think the government has recognized that. It's a great thing.
जितना मांझी सर हमारे साथ मौजूद है। मांझी सर, ओवरऑल आपको बजट कैसा लगा? बिहार के लिए तो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण घोषणा है।
बहुत अच्छा, बिहार के लिए नहीं समस्त भारत के लिए और गरीब के लिए, किसान के लिए ये भी है। और चूंकि हमारा विभाग है MSME, उसके लिए भी बहुत बड़ा इसमें योगदान रहा और बहुत काम किया हुआ है। और नेशनल इनकम की बात जो कहा गया कि छूट दिया गया है 12 लाख लोगों को, 12 लाख तक के इनकम वालों को किसी प्रकार का कोई इनकम टैक्स नहीं देना पड़ेगा। हमारे बिहार में मखाना बोर्ड का गठन होगा। हमारे कोसी जो यह है कैनाल प्रक्रिया है उसको सुधारा जाएगा। बिहार में 3 प्रकार के जो एरोड्रम्स हैं उनको सुधारा जाएगा, इंक्लूडिंग दैट ऑफ पटना। तो इसलिए बहुत अच्छा।
लेकिन विपक्ष तो कह रहा है कि बिहार में चुनाव है, इसीलिए ये चुनावी घोषणा।
बिहार उन लोगों को तो कोई मुद्दा है नहीं, तो सिर्फ यही बोलेंगे, इसके अलावा और क्या बोलेंगे। चलिए,
लेकिन आपको नहीं लगता कि चुनाव में कुछ तो लाभ मिलेगा इतनी घोषणाओं से?
इसके पहले जो बजट हुआ था बिहार का, भारत का, उसमें बिहार नहीं था क्या? उस समय भी हमारे देखिए गया में कॉरिडोर की बात की गई, इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क की बात की गई थी, बिहार के लिए बहुत था। तो उस समय कौन चुनाव था? मैंने कहने का मतलब कोई भी जो अविकसित राज्य है, नॉर्थ ईस्ट है, उसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री का स्पेशल फोकस है। उस दृष्टिकोण से बजट किया गया है।
विपक्ष का काम कर रहा है। ये बजट में 12 लाख तक इनकम टैक्स फ्री किया है। शेतकरी किसानों के लिए इतना योजनाएं हैं। जो योजनाएं सिर्फ क्या बिहार के लोगों के लिए है क्या? पूरे हिंदुस्तान के किसान उसमें शामिल नहीं है क्या? जो 12 लाख तक इनकम टैक्स का जो फ्री किया है उससे पूरे देश के लोग आने वाले। देखो, ये आम जनता का बजट है। आज निर्मला सीतारमण जी 15 मिनट किसानों पे बात की। पहले बजट में 15 मिनट किसानों के ऊपर बात की। विपक्ष का काम करे। बहुत अच्छा बजट है देश के प्रगति के लिए, देश के हर आदमी के प्रगति के लिए ये बजट फायदेलायक है।
जिस तरह से 12 लाख तक इनकम टैक्स में छूट दी गई है उसे किस तरह से देखते हैं? ये तो ये कहा जाए कि मिडिल क्लास के लिए या फिर जो सैलरीड लोग हैं उनके लिए बहुत बड़ी सौगात,
बहुत बड़ी। देखो, 1 लाख पगार, देश के 70% लोगों को 1 लाख के अंदर पगार है, इसीलिए उसका फायदा सभी लोगों के लिए, आम जनता के लिए होगा।
She has given a much needed big relief to the middle class. Everybody whose income is up to 12 lakhs or who's a salary earner up to 12 lakhs 75,000 is now exempt from all taxes. Up to 25 lakhs, there's a continuous reduction in income tax, and then beyond that also everybody saves a lakh of rupees. In a way, the Honorable Finance Minister has met the demand of large section of middle class, particularly as more and more poor are coming into the middle class with rising incomes. The last report was 25 crore poor have now come into the middle class, have been relieved from multidimensional poverty. I think it's a great relief to all those people. Delhi has the highest number of middle class people, with the government employees, salary earners, traders, small MSME industry, and they will all get a big relief from this budget. Simultaneously, it's a budget focused on the youth, provides a number of opportunities for jobs, whether it is through tourism development. 50 new destinations will be given a thrust for tourism. Udan, which will help 4 crore more passengers and new routes get concessional air travel and activate those airports, whether it's the thrust to manufacturing through toys, leather, the textile sector, technical textile sector, cotton sector. It's a multi-dimensional budget.
When the Prime Minister said today that this is one of the first sessions of Parliament, and he said this on the first day of the budget session, where the foreign hand is not visible in terms of setting the Parliament agenda for the first time after many sessions. He said 2014 से लेकर अब तक शायद ये पहला पार्लियामेंट का सत्र है जिसके 2 दिन पहले कोई विदेशी चिंगारी नहीं प्रकट हुई, विदेश में से आग लगाने की कोशिश नहीं हुई है. In other words, he said, literal translations from 2014, this is probably the first time that you have a session of parliament where foreign agents and foreign organizations and foreign governments and foreign interests are not working through certain political parties in India to light a fire in our parliament. Now, it's a big statement to make, and the Prime Minister had said after the last round of the Lok Sabha elections, and after that he also spoke after the last round of the Haryana elections, Maharashtra elections, he openly spoke about a foreign hand. Is there a foreign hand which tries to determine the agenda of the session of parliament? Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you some examples. I believe the foreign hand is very much visible in our parliament sessions. Otherwise, how is it that coincidentally before every session of parliament, just 1 or 2 days before any session of parliament, you have a foreign linked issue brought up by a party which seems obsessively in love with foreign countries, which is the Congress party? Ladies and gentlemen, to give you examples, 2017, winter session of parliament is about to start on December 15th, and right before this, the Rafale issue is brought up. The entire 2018 monsoon session is based on Rafale allegations. Rahul Gandhi even calls a no-confidence motion despite not having the numbers. It seems like some foreign hand was guiding him on what to do. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hindenburg report, just before the budget session of 2023,
A very good evening, viewers. It's 5 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. What a day it has been. The Modi 3.0 budget is finally out, and they're calling it the people's budget because it's a much awaited and the much anticipated relief that the middle class has gotten this time around. We'll get you all the latest, but first a quick check on the headlines.
Happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announces key SOPs and also gives the much needed relief for the middle class as far as the taxation is concerned. Electric vehicles, wet blue leather, lithium-ion batteries, cheaper, flat-screen TVs to be costlier.
मैं वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस जनता जनार्दन का बजट, पीपल्स का बजट, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
PM Modi congratulates Finance Minister Sitharaman, says this is a budget for the people. Lok Sabha Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi attacks centre over budget, says budget is a band-aid for bullet wounds. Viewers, the Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman unveiled her 8th consecutive Union budget. The income tax rebates she announced have been the biggest talking points. Schemes for the MSE sector, women, farmers, the education sector, for boosting exports, etc. have also been announced. The Finance Minister announced a state of regulatory reforms, including a high-level committee to evaluate regulatory reforms and an investment friendliness index.
So for the micro enterprises, we will introduce customized credit cards with a 5 lakh rupee limit for micro enterprises registered on Udyam portal. In the first year, 10 lakh such cards will be issued. technical textile products such as agro-textiles, medical textiles, and geotextiles at competitive prices. I propose to add 2 more types of shuttle-less looms to the list of fully exempted textile machinery. I also propose to revise the BCD rate on knitted fabrics covered by 9 tariff lines from 10 or 20 to 20% or 115 rupees per kg, whichever is higher. The revised estimate of the fiscal deficit is 4.8% of the GDP. As proposed in the interim budget, we signed bilateral investment treaties with 2 countries in 2024 to encourage sustained foreign investment, and in the spirit of First Develop India, the current model BIT will be revamped and made more investor-friendly.
All right, welcome back. We had that long press conference by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman explaining the nitty-gritties of the budget. And of course, there will be more details coming in. Joining me in the studios, PK Basu, needs no introduction. Mr. Basu, it's been a few hours now. Is it sinking in? Like, is it really a game-changer budget?
It is certainly a game-changer for private consumption. It is a game-changer for the startup ecosystem. It's a game-changer for labor-intensive manufacturing and a game-changer for export. So I think there's a lot of stuff in the budget that is game-changing. Plus, I think there is ample focus on artificial intelligence, deep tech. So there's a whole ecosystem being created for the Viksit Bharat to come. And the most important for me, from an macroeconomic standpoint, the key, of course, is that the glide path is still very much on track. If anything, the fiscal deficit is likely to be lower. Even this year, they're saying 4.8% of GDP. I think it'll be much lower than that because you're seeing an economic upturn in the final quarter. And you've actually begun to see even a slight upturn in EPS growth. So corporates are also doing better. So all of that, I think, is going to ensure that the fourth quarter will be a lot better, both for the economy as well as for government revenue, tax revenue. And so we're likely to see a deficit maybe of 4.6, 4.7% of GDP. And then next year, you could easily have it down to 4%. For me, from what I said this morning, the sad aspect of this is that privatization is basically shelved. So there were 2 things that she announced 4 years ago: privatization and asset monetization. Privatization basically had one initial step, Air India and 2 small steel companies, and then it stopped. But asset monetization is now very much a big part of what's going to happen going forward. Asset monetization is going to be used to help fund some of the public investments. And this year, she didn't even announce the amount of she just announced the figure, didn't tell us that there's more than a 40% increase in public investment in this year's budget projection. So it is now becoming almost a given that yes, public investment is something that this government is going to do. It will also keep cutting the fiscal deficit.
Is it because last year they couldn't really complete the
Well, they couldn't complete it, and so there's a big jump. It's not as big a jump if you compare it to last year's originally projected number, but the actual amount spent this year, relative to that, there's nearly a 40% jump in public investment. So, but the point is that public investment is coming through. I think the other area of really important focus is the governance, urban governance. As India becomes more urbanized, over the next 5 years, we'll become a primarily urban country. And as that happens, urban governance has to improve dramatically. So I think a lot has been done in this budget, and I think a lot of the things like Creative Cities program, the likes of the World Bank and ADB are very interested in participating in funding that. So a corpus of 1 trillion rupees, 1 lakh crore, has been created for that. But I'm sure there'll be ample funding also from the multilateral development banks. And it is important to improve the quality of governance of cities. You see now, if you look at say the US, 100 years ago, the US cities were a mess and they were very poorly run. There's corruption in the
cities. Do we have that kind of timeline, 100 years?
No. So 100 years ago, so in the next, from about 100 years ago to 70 years ago, you had an urban renewal program, the first serious urban renewal program that was run by professionals.
Yeah.
So city management became a professional thing.
Yeah.
So if you think about the School of Government at Princeton, at Harvard, at Penn, and so on, they all used to train professional city managers.
Right.
That is where we need to move.
I think there is a lot of focus on skilling, skill development and human resource, particularly on STEM. But since you were mentioning about public sector spending and capex, and the fact that it has really come up by 40%, it is still not crowding in private sector investment. That remains an Achilles heel of the economy, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is, especially this year. Now, importantly, it wasn't an Achilles heel for 2 years. For 2 years, we actually saw a pickup in investment spending, including private investment. This year, it slowed down again. Now, we heard this morning a lot of people berating the business sector, the corporate sector. I don't think the corporate sector alone is responsible. The government too needs to create an enabling environment. And a lot of things have been done in this year's budget to create that enabling environment. In particular, if you want to be an exporter, there are a slew of incentives, including the reduction in the entire slew of customs duties and the duty structure inversion that has been corrected.
Yeah.
So all of that, I think, is aimed, and also there are direct benefits to exporters, and there are direct benefits to labor-intensive manufacturing for export.
Okay.
So I think that there's a whole slew of things that the private sector has received that it can now act upon, hopefully. And if it isn't Indian corporates that act upon it, then it'll be unfortunately foreign. But I think there's a huge opportunity here for things like toys, shoes, other leather products, textiles, garments. There's a lot that has been rolled out.
And all of the startup, all of them job intensive. Like they get the jobs.
Yeah, employment intensive.
Yeah.
And as I said this morning, the labor intensive manufacturing sectors employ only 13 million people in India. That number should be 100 million. You can get to 100 million, say, in the next 5 years, then there will be a dramatic shift in the nature of the Indian economy, because people will be moving from agriculture into manufacturing, labor-intensive products. The average productivity will be about 4 times what they are in agriculture, and the whole economy will benefit from that. But the point is that the private sector needs to start creating those jobs by expanding capacity. So one of the things, the definition of an MSME, the ceiling for MSME has been raised dramatically.
Yeah.
It has been raised to what? I think it's 200 crores. So that is a significant shift.
Right.
Now, that is good. But, even that, there is scope to keep raising that further.
I'm sure. Let's listen into how the Prime Minister really encapsulated his thoughts on the union budget, calling it Janta Janardhan ka budget, and let's understand why he said so. Listen in.
अब इस बजट में 12 लाख रुपए तक की आय को टैक्स से मुक्त कर दिया गया है। सभी आय वर्ग के लोगों के लिए टैक्स में भी कमी की गई है। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे मिडिल क्लास को, नौकरी पेशे करने वाले, जिनकी आय बंधी हुई है, ऐसे लोगों को, मिडिल क्लास को इससे बहुत बड़ा लाभ होने वाला है। उसी प्रकार से जो नए नए प्रोफेशन में आए हैं, जिनको नए नए जॉब मिले हैं, इनकम टैक्स की ये मुक्ति उनके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा अवसर बन जाएगी। साथियों, इस बजट में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर 360 डिग्री फोकस है ताकि एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को, एमएसएमईज को, छोटे उद्यमियों को मजबूती मिले और नई जॉब पैदा हो। नेशनल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग मिशन से लेकर क्लीन टेक, लेदर, फुटवियर, टॉय इंडस्ट्री जैसे अनेक सेक्टर्स को विशेष समर्थन दिया गया है। लक्ष्य साफ है कि भारतीय प्रोडक्ट्स ग्लोबल मार्केट में अपनी चमक बिखेर सके। साथियों, राज्यों में इन्वेस्टमेंट का एक वाइब्रेंट कॉम्पिटिटिव माहौल बने, इस पर बजट में विशेष जोर दिया गया है। एमएसएमईज और स्टार्टअप के लिए क्रेडिट गारंटी को दोगुना करने की घोषणा भी हुई है। देश के एससी, एसटी और महिला जो नए उद्यमी बनना चाहते हैं, उनको 2 करोड़ रुपए तक के लोन की योजना भी लाई गई है, और वो भी बिना गारंटी। इस बजट में न्यू एज इकोनॉमी को ध्यान में रखते हुए गीग वर्कर्स के लिए बहुत बड़ी घोषणा की गई है। पहली बार गीग वर्कर्स का ई श्रम पोर्टल पर रजिस्ट्रेशन किया जाएगा। इसके बाद इन साथियों को स्वास्थ्य सेवा और दूसरी सोशल सिक्योरिटी स्कीम्स का लाभ मिलेगा। ये डिग्निटी ऑफ लेबर, इसके प्रति श्रम एव जयते के प्रति सरकार के कमिटमेंट को दर्शाता है। रेगुलेटरी रिफॉर्म से लेकर फाइनेंशियल रिफॉर्म्स, जन विश्वास 2.0 जैसे कदमों से मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट और ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस के हमारे कमिटमेंट को और बल मिलेगा। साथियों, ये बजट न केवल देश की वर्तमान आवश्यकताओं को ध्यान में रखता है, बल्कि हमें भविष्य की तैयारी करने में भी मदद करता है। स्टार्टअप के लिए डीप टेक फंड, जियोस्पेशियल मिशन और न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी मिशन ऐसे ही महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को एक बार फिर इस ऐतिहासिक पीपल्स बजट की बधाई देता हूं, और फिर एक बार वित्त मंत्री जी को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
अगर मेरी जानकारी सही है तो ये सरकार का 12वां बजट है। 12वां ही है?
11वां।
क्यों 11वां है? अच्छा ठीक है, जो भी कुछ है। ये जो बजट है, अगर हम इसको 12वां मान लें, 11वां मान लें, 12 साल बाद कुंभ आता है। जो सरकार को आंकड़े देने चाहिए थे, हमारे लिए आज बजट के आंकड़ों से ज्यादा जरूरी है कि जिन लोगों की जान गई है वो आंकड़े। जो सरकार मरने वालों का आंकड़ा न दे सके, जो सरकार खोए लोगों का आंकड़ा न दे सके, जो खोया पाया केंद्र है उसमें बड़ी संख्या में लोग भटक रहे हैं। कुंभ में लोग अपने मोबाइल पे अपने परिवार के सदस्यों की तस्वीर लेकर के, कोई अपनी माँ की तस्वीर लेकर के, कोई अपने बेटे की तस्वीर लेकर के, कोई अपने परिवार के सदस्य की तस्वीर लेकर के कुंभ में लोग भटक रहे हैं, लेकिन सरकार उसकी जानकारी के लिए कोई इंतजाम नहीं किया है।
All right, so Prime Minister there, and then of course one opposition reaction. PK Basu continues to be with us. Mr. Basu, let's try to understand. This thing about customs, I find it very interesting. Customs duties have been reduced, among others, on trucks and buses. Like, are we really importing trucks and buses, or is it sort of a preparation for maybe Prime Minister visiting the United States and bikes, trucks, buses, possibly Musk entry, prep for that?
Well, I'm sure there is a bit of that here. The point is that it is often said that India is a high tariff country. I mean,
it is, yeah.
Trump himself says. No,
Yeah.
it is. You see, there's
It actually is, isn't
it's
it?
a misapprehension.
Do you think so?
So if you look at India's bound tariffs in the WTO system, then the average bound tariff is around 17%, which is very high. But if you look at customs revenue as a percent of imports, it's around 3 to 4%. Customs revenue into the government of India as a percent of imports into India is less than 4%.
Really?
So the effective tariff is around 4%. The point is that we have a lot of bound tariffs that are high, so we have the option of taking our tariffs up to those levels. But we choose not to. And this year, particularly to address this, I think, address this notion that India is a tariff king and so on, we have substantially reduced the customs duties. Now, the other aspect about the customs duties is really that in a number of sectors, particularly in manufacturing, we had provided protection, a small amount of protection, for a limited period to help build up capacity. So, for instance, if you look at air conditioners, refrigerators, domestic capacity has emerged. So now, if you reduce the customs duty, you're basically telling those manufacturers, well, we've helped you all this time, you cannot be an infant forever. This is what was lacking in the 1950s system. The protection was there forever. But if you keep protection in place for a short period, then this is basically the government is delivering. And it is encouraging global value chains and supply chains to relocate to India with an attractive import duty structure.
So there's an element of signaling, I believe, there.
Oh, absolutely. No
if
question.
you're saying that in terms of numbers, it does not make much of a difference in terms of total revenue of the government.
No, you see, customs revenue is a very small part of the story. Customs revenue accounts for only about 20% or slightly less than, I mean, it's about 15 or 16% of tax revenue. Maximum tax revenue comes from personal income tax, which is around 28, 29%. Corporate tax is around 25, and GST, central GST, is around 25. So those are the three main sources of tax revenue.
So signaling essentially to sort of give an impression that India is open for business.
Absolutely.
All right. On that note, I have to slip in a short break. Thank you so much, Mr. Basu. And of course, rolling coverage of the budget continues on the other side.
Creating a world using sapphire to power change. Manufacturing semiconductors by resident Indians. India, pushing boundaries of possibility and innovating a brighter tomorrow. Semiconductors from India, now from Polymatic.
Mismanagement failure, we couldn't even enter the ground. There was a lot of crowd and people were just rushing around. People were just entering the ground without checkup.
Long queues, chaos and a lot of mismanagement. That is exactly what we got to see when we came to cover the Ranji Trophy match between Delhi and Railways, where Virat Kohli is making a return to domestic cricket after 13 long years. The conditions inside the DDCA stadium is shabby. There was a lot of mismanagement. The security was beefed up, but the security could not manage the overflow of crowd at the Arun Jaitley Stadium over here. I've got a Virat Kohli fan over here with me who's travelled all the way from Odisha just to come and watch Virat Kohli play this match. So I'll just introduce him to you. Hello. What's your name?
My name is Manoj.
Hello Manoj. So where are you from?
I'm from Odisha and I came all the way from Odisha just to watch the Ranji Trophy match against Railways. So Virat Kohli is coming back after 13 years. So we have came with my friends all along from the Odisha.
So you came to Delhi today?
Yeah, no, 2 days before I have been here and just for the match.
Just for the match. So today that you come to the Arun Jaitley Stadium, I'm sure you came in with a lot of expectations and you were looking for an entry from gate number 16 and 17, right?
Yes, so we were expecting 16 and 17 to be for the entrance, but total mismanagement failure. We couldn't even enter the ground. There was a lot of crowd, and people were just rushing around, pushing, and management failure. I don't want to give a statement that can spoil anything, but it was a total mismanagement failure. People were just entering the ground without checkup, and nothing was happening, and it's coming to the safety of the players. It's really risky.
Safety of the fans, of course. Also, we found out that you told us that a few fans were also injured, right? You saw that.
I saw some jumping around, pushing each other. So it's a total failure, mismanagement failure.
Can you just take off your shirt if you don't have a problem? You're a Virat Kohli fan, so that shouldn't be bothering you. Just take off your shirt. See, it's cold in Delhi. He's still willing to, brave the cold, take off his shirt just for everybody to see how big a fan he is. Yeah, you can just take it off. You just take it off. Close up, le lena. So this is the 2011 World Cup squad. He has got all the names of the players, the squad over here. This is the 2024 T20 champions that India became. We become the world champions. This is the squad for that. And can you just turn around? And then you see Virat Kohli's portrait over here, a sketch. How beautiful it is.
You can call me a die-hard Virat Kohli fan.
Of course, you're a die-hard Virat Kohli fan. And thank you so much for speaking to us on Republic World. For such interesting videos, please subscribe to Republic World, the YouTube channel. Thank you so much.
The world's leading LED pioneer. Stunning visuals. World-class LEDs. Republic Studios, powered by Unilumin.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
It means the world that you guys are here. Jai Shri Krishna. Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna.
Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I must start with a word of prayer for the tragic accident that befell our nation last night, where we lost civilians and service members. I pray for their families. I pray for law enforcement and military personnel, and I pray for their souls, and hopefully God will find them peace in the near future. I'd like to welcome my father, Pramod, and my mother, Anjana, who are sitting here today. They traveled here to get here from India. My sister's also here, Nisha. She also traversed the oceans just to be with me here today. It means the world that you guys are here. Jai Shri Krishna.
Creating a world using sapphire to power change. Manufacturing semiconductors by resident Indians. India, pushing boundaries of possibilities and innovating a brighter tomorrow. Semiconductors from India, now from Polymatic.
I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
No tax for incomes up to rupees 12.75 lakh. Tax relief for common man likely to boost GDP growth. Electric vehicles, wet blue leather, lithium-ion batteries cheaper, flat screen TVs to be costlier.
वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस जनता जनार्दन का बजट, पीपल्स का बजट, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
PM Modi congratulates FM Sitharaman, says this is a budget for the people. Lok Sabha leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi attacks centre over budget, says the document a band-aid for bullet wounds. Let's begin with the breaking news development coming in. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah has slammed the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi, labelling it a 3G Sarkar, an acronym for Ghotala, Ghuspatia and Ghapla. Shah, who addressed a gathering in Mustafabad in Delhi, expressed confidence that the BJP would secure a landslide victory in the upcoming Delhi elections slated for February 5. He urged voters to reject the AAP and elect the BJP to power. Remember, Delhi is in the midst of a heated campaign rather, and immediately after the budget, Union Home Minister goes for a rally. Listening to Amit Shah.
दिल्ली में 3G की सरकार चल रही है। 3G का मतलब मालूम है आपको? मैं बताता हूं, ठहर जाओ। पहले जी से है घोटाले वाली सरकार, दूसरे जी से है घुसपैठियों को पनाह देने वाली सरकार, और तीसरे जी से है घपले करने वाली सरकार। मुस्तफाबाद वालों, मैं आज कहकर जाता हूं, मेरी बात आप गांठ मार लेना। 8 तारीख को सरकार बदलने वाली है। सारे बांग्लादेशी और रोहिंग्या को हम चून चून कर दिल्ली के बाहर निकालने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी।
Well, that was Union Home Minister Amit Shah hitting out at the Aam Aadmi Party over infiltration. Let's now listen in to Arvind Kejriwal.
झाड़ू पे वोट दो। आप चाहे अपनी पार्टी मत छोड़ो, लेकिन इस चुनाव में झाड़ू पे वोट दे दो। इसी में आपका और आपके परिवार का फायदा है। और हाँ, अगर आपको कभी पर्सनल काम भी हो तो अपने इस भाई के पास आ जाना। मैं हमेशा आपके। झाड़ू पे वोट दो। आप चाहे अपनी पार्टी मत छोड़ो, लेकिन इस चुनाव में झाड़ू पे वोट दे दो। इसी में आपका और आपके परिवार का फायदा है। और हाँ, अगर आपको कभी पर्सनल काम भी हो तो अपने इस भाई के पास आ जाना। मैं हमेशा आपके काम आऊंगा। झाड़ू पे वोट दो। आप चाहे अपनी पार्टी मत छोड़ो, लेकिन इस चुनाव में झाड़ू पे वोट दे दो। इसी में आपका और आपके परिवार का फायदा है। और हाँ, अगर आपको कभी पर्सनल काम भी हो तो अपने इस भाई के पास आ जाना। मैं हमेशा आपके काम आऊंगा।
Well, moving on, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. 8 Aam Aadmi Party MLAs who resigned just 5 days before the Delhi Assembly elections are all set to join the BJP. These are the visuals coming in from the national capital of the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs who resigned yesterday. 8 of them who resigned yesterday have now joined the Saffron Party. The MLAs who resigned are Naresh Yadav of Mehroli, Rohit Kumar of Trilokpuri, Rajesh Rishi of Janakpuri Assembly Constituency, Madan Lal from Kasturba Nagar, Pawan Sharma of Adarsh Nagar, Bhavna Gaud of Palam and Girish Soni of Madipur. In fact, it all started with B.S. June, who was the first Aam Aadmi Party MLA who submitted his papers and he resigned from the party. Now, this is a big, big boost for the Saffron Party just 4 days before the assembly elections in the national capital. There you see all those MLAs who quit the Aam Aadmi Party there being welcomed into the Saffron Party. In fact, let's also cut across to some reactions coming in.
इतनी संख्या में विधायक भाइयों बहनों पार्षद और विभिन्न स्तर के कार्यकर्ता पदाधिकारीगण आपदा से मुक्ति पा गए हैं और अभी दिल्ली की बारी है आपदा से मुक्त होने का। आप सबको हार्दिक अभिनंदन और स्वागत। पृथ्वी के और इतिहास के सबसे बड़ी और सबसे लोकतांत्रिक, सबसे ट्रांसपेरेंट राजनीतिक दल को, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को। हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देश बहुत आगे बढ़ रहा है। अब हम दुनिया के 5th लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी बन चुके हैं और अति शीघ्र तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनने जा रहे हैं। पिछले कई वर्षों से भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था की प्रगति, जीडीपी ग्रोथ रेट पूरी दुनिया में बड़े देशों में से सबसे अधिक रहा है। इसका महत्व आप देख पा रहे हैं। दुनिया भर भारत की प्रशंसा होती है, हमारे नेतृत्व की प्रशंसा होती है।
Well, now moving on, viewers, security forces have launched an anti-terror operation in 5 locations in Poonch and Rajouri. And these operations have been launched after infiltration bid was foiled yesterday in Poonch. And the operations have been launched in Mankot, Balakot and also Surankote area of Poonch district. Now, This is the breaking news that we are tracking at the moment. Security forces have launched anti-terror operations across Poonch, across 5 areas. In fact, Gursimran is joining us live on this broadcast. Gursimran, a very good evening to you. Give us a quick update on the anti-terror operations that are currently underway across Poonch and Rajouri.
Deepak, 5 locations where the anti-terror operations have been launched. 3 are in the Poonch district, that is the Balakot, Mankot and the Surankote area, while 2 locations are in the Rajouri district. They are the Manjakot and the Chaudhry Nar area near the advanced landing ground or in the Rajouri itself, where the search operations have been launched by the Indian Army along with the Jammu and Kashmir Police. And at some places it is the Jammu and Kashmir Police along with the CRPF that is conducting the operation. This comes a day after a major infiltration bid was foiled by the Indian Army along the line of control based on the input that was generated by the Jammu and Kashmir Police regarding the infiltration of a group of Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists into the Indian territory. 2 terrorists were neutralized and a huge cache of arms and ammunition, including 3 AK series rifles, 16 magazines, a pistol, a dagger, along with other ammunition was recovered from these terrorists, which clearly hints that they were planning a major terror strike. And after that, based on the inputs, the operations have been launched in the area of Poonch, in the Manjakot, Balakot, and also in Surankote area and Mankot area, along with the Chaudhry Nar of the Rajouri district, which shows that the security forces are going full throttle against the Pakistani terrorists that are operating in the hinterland, as well as those who are trying to infiltrate into the Indian territory, taking the advantage of the dense foliage in the area.
That's right, Gursimran. Many thanks for joining us with those details about the anti-terror operations. We'll keep a close watch on the crackdown against terror, but it's time for us to shift our focus because a 17-year-old girl has died at a private hospital due to suspected GBS, and this is the first such case in Assam. However, there was no official confirmation from the hospital and the state health department. Now, the panic and concerns over this particular outbreak, which is the Guillain-Barré syndrome or the GBS, is now wreaking havoc across the country. We've seen how the death toll also rose to 4 people, with the latest coming in from Pune just a couple of days back. And now this is another suspected death that has been reported because of the same syndrome. In fact, Anirudh is joining us live. Anirudh, tell us about this latest case coming into the spotlight, and also what have the hospital team said about this particular case.
Yes, health department officials from the NSM National Health Mission has also confirmed that there is no outbreak-like situation in the state of Assam, and that only one case has been reported, though it has been suspected to be GBS or Guillain-Barré syndrome. The particular hospital where this case has been detected has also not yet officially informed it to the health authorities in the state, and the health department is looking into the matter. They have asked the departments and officials concerned to investigate into this suspected case of the 17-year-old girl who reportedly was suffering from GBS and has succumbed to that 2 days back. Meanwhile, the state health officials have also appealed that there is nothing to panic, as there has been no official confirmation in this regard, and that there is no such outbreak widely being reported in the state like in some other parts of the country.
Right, Anirudh, thank you for joining us with those details. Well, that is the latest coming in from Assam. A suspected death due to the Guillain-Barré syndrome has been reported. No official confirmations yet. We'll get you the latest from Assam as far as this outbreak is concerned. But let's now shift our focus back to the union budget. US Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman unveiled her 8th consecutive union budget, and the income tax rebates she announced have been the biggest talking point across the nation as well, because schemes for the MSME sector, women, farmers, the education sector as well, for boosting exports have also been announced by the finance minister in the union budget. And she also made another key announcement, that is on regulatory reforms, including a high-level committee which will evaluate the regulatory reforms, and then also the investment friendliness index as well. Here is the finance minister's reaction after the union budget was rolled out.
So for the micro enterprises, we will introduce customized credit cards with a 5 lakh rupee limit for micro enterprises registered on Udyam portal. In the first year, 10 lakh such cards will be issued. The revised estimate of the fiscal deficit is 4.8% of the GDP. As proposed in the interim budget, we signed bilateral investment treaties with 2 countries in 2024 to encourage sustained foreign investment, and in the spirit of First Develop India, the current model BIT will be revamped and made more investor friendly. The FDI limit for the insurance sector will be raised from 74 to 100%. This enhanced limit will be available for those companies which invest the entire premium in India. The current guardrails and conditionalities associated with foreign investment will be reviewed and simplified. We will set up an export promotion mission with sectoral and ministerial targets driven jointly by the Ministries of Commerce, MSME and Finance. It will facilitate easy access to export credit, cross-border factoring support, support to MSMEs to tackle non-tariff measures in overseas markets. In July 2024, the delay for payment of TDS up to the due date of filing statement was decriminalized. I propose to provide the same relaxation to TCS provisions as well.
Well, those were some of the key announcements that the Union Finance Minister made while unveiling the budget under Modi 3.0. In fact, the government has also welcomed the budget, calling it the budget of the Aam Aadmi Party. I beg your pardon, of the Aam Aadmi. Listen in.
अब इस बजट में 12 लाख रुपए तक की आय को टैक्स से मुक्त कर दिया गया है। सभी आय वर्ग के लोगों के लिए टैक्स में भी कमी की गई है। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे मिडिल क्लास को, नौकरी पेशे करने वाले, जिनकी आय बंधी हुई है, ऐसे लोगों को, मिडिल क्लास को इससे बहुत बड़ा लाभ होने वाला है। उसी प्रकार से जो नए नए प्रोफेशन में आए हैं, जिनको नए नए जॉब मिले हैं, इनकम टैक्स की ये मुक्ति उनके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा अवसर बन जाएगी।
केंद्रीय वित्त मंत्री ने आज देश का बजट प्रस्तुत किया और जिसको लेकर के काफी अपोजिशन द्वारा भी ये बात कही जा रही है कि ये बजट बिहार के लिए ज्यादा बड़ी सौगात लेकर के। हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए यूनियन मंत्री गिरिराज सिंह मौजूद है। गिरिराज जी, आप बिहार से आते हैं, लेकिन जो पूरा केंद्र रहा आज बजट का, काफी तमाम चीजें रही, लेकिन अब विपक्ष का कहना है कि बिहार के चुनावों को मद्देनजर रखते हुए बिहार के लिए तो मौज है इस बजट में।
क्या मैं उन लोगों से पूछना चाहता हूं जो लोग इसे बिहार के ऊपर मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं, विपक्ष, क्या बिहार के लोगों का विकास नहीं होना चाहिए? प्रधानमंत्री ने शुरू से कहा जब सत्ता में आए थे कि देश के विकास को करना है तो पूर्वांचल का विकास करना है, पूर्वांचल का विकास करना है तो गेटवे ऑफ पूर्वांचल बिहार है। इसीलिए प्रधानमंत्री ने इस वादे को पूरा करते हैं कि देश का विकास करना है।
विपक्ष को मत रहने दीजिए खुश, विपक्ष ऐसे ही रोता रहेगा और देश आगे बढ़ता रहेगा।
लेकिन ओवरऑल बिहार के लिहाज से आपको बजट कैसा लगा?
बिहार के लिए बहुत ही, पूरे देश के लिए बजट है और उसमें बिहार भी आता है।
लेकिन सर, जैसे IIT पटना से लेके ग्रीनफील्ड एयरपोर्ट की चर्चा की कि कितना मजबूत होगा सर?
सब मजबूत होगा, बिहार बहुत मजबूत होगा और बिहार मजबूत है और मजबूत होगा।
मध्यम वर्गियों के लिए 12 लाख का एग्जेम्पशन,
मध्यम वर्ग के ही नहीं, सारे वर्ग के लोगों के हित को ध्यान में रखा गया और मध्यम वर्ग के लोगों का विशेष ध्यान रखा गया।
आई एम जॉइंड बाय यूनियन मिनिस्टर चिराग पासवान। चिराग, आज जो बजट पेश हुआ है उसमें बिहार के लिए बहुत सौगातें हैं और विपक्ष कह रहा है कि ये चुनावी घोषणा है बिहार के लिए, आप कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए, जब जब बजट आएगा देश के किसी ना किसी राज्य में चुनाव होंगे ही होंगे। अगर विपक्ष को इतनी चिंता है तो माइट एज वेल सपोर्ट ना वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन, वंस एंड फॉर ऑल, ये डिबेट ही समाप्त हो जाएगी। क्योंकि अगली बार भी जब बजट आएगा फिर किसी राज्य में चुनाव हो रहे होंगे, तब ये लोग उस राज्य का नाम लेंगे कि उस सोच के साथ इस बजट को तैयार किया गया। नॉट गेटिंग इन टू दैट डिबेट, मैं मेरे प्रधानमंत्री जी, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी का मैं धन्यवाद करूंगा। जिस तरीके से देश की को मजबूती देने वाला ये बजट है, जिसमें ओवरऑल हर सेक्टर, हर वर्ग का ध्यान रखा गया, विकसित भारत बनाने की सोच को मजबूती देने वाला ये बजट है। वहीं बिहारी होने के नाते मुझे विशेष तौर पर खुशी है, बिहार फर्स्ट, बिहारी फर्स्ट की सोच के साथ मैं आगे बढ़ता हूं। वहीं बिहार में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूती देने वाला बजट है। ग्रीनफील्ड एयरपोर्ट का इसमें जिक्र किया गया, इसमें कोसी की त्रासदी जो हर बिहारी जानता है उसके समाधान के प्रावधानों का इसमें जिक्र किया गया। तो साथ ही में IIT एक्सपेंशन का जिक्र किया गया। मंत्री मंत्री बनने के बाद मेरे लिए इससे बड़ी खुशी की बात क्या होगी कि मेरे विभाग की लंबे समय से जो मांग थी एक और निफ्टम को लेकर, अगला निफ्टम मेरे ही गृह राज्य बिहार में खुलने जा रहा है। ये मेरे लिए बहुत खुशी की बात है। साथ ही में मखाना, जिसका सबसे ज़्यादा उत्पादन बिहार में होता है, जो पुनः मेरे विभाग के अंतर्गत आता है, उसके बोर्ड का गठन का भी इसमें जिक्र किया गया है। तो ओवरऑल मैं मानता हूं कि ये बिहार को, देश को मजबूती देने वाला बजट है। मैं देशवासियों की तरफ से भी माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी, प्रधानमंत्री जी का मैं धन्यवाद करूंगा। जिस तरीके से टैक्स पेयर्स के हाथ में कैसे ज़्यादा कमाई बचे, इस सोच का भी इसमें ध्यान रखते हुए टैक्स स्लैब्स में जिस तरीके से बदलाव किए गए हैं, तो ओवरऑल मुझे लगता है ये गाँव शहर के बीच की दूरी को कम करने वाला बजट, अमीर और गरीब के बीच की दूरी को कम करने वाला बजट।
लेकिन चुनाव में फायदा तो, लाभ तो मिल पाएगा ना, जिस तरह की सौगातें दी गई हैं?
देखिए, कतई चुनावी दृष्टि से बजट को नहीं पेश किया जाता है। बजट को लंबे लक्ष्य को दृष्टि में रखते हुए, जैसा मैंने कहा, विकसित भारत हम लोग को बनाना है 2047 तक। चुनाव आते जाते रहेंगे, सरकारें बनती रहेंगी, गिरती रहेंगी, लोग जीतते रहेंगे, हारते रहेंगे, पर देश को मजबूती देने की सोच के साथ बजट को पेश किया गया।
मध्यम वर्ग के लिए जो 12 लाख का एग्जेम्पशन दिया गया, उस पर क्या कहेंगे?
बिल्कुल, जैसा मैंने कहा कि देशवासियों के लिए बहुत बड़ी खुशी की बात है, और खास तौर पर टैक्स पेयर्स के लिए ये खुशी की बात है। देशवासियों की तरफ से प्रधानमंत्री जी, वित्त मंत्री जी का धन्यवाद।
Meanwhile, viewers, opposition has attacked the centre over the union budget. Opposition calls it a biased budget and claims that it has nothing for the common man.
अगर मेरी जानकारी सही है तो ये सरकार का 12वां बजट है। 12वां ही है? 11वां। क्यों 11वां है? अच्छा ठीक है, जो भी कुछ है। ये जो बजट है, अगर हम इसको 12वां मान लें, 11वां मान लें, 12 साल बाद कुंभ आता है। जो सरकार को आंकड़े देने चाहिए थे, हमारे लिए आज बजट के आंकड़ों से ज्यादा जरूरी है कि जिन लोगों की जान गई है वो आंकड़े। जो सरकार मरने वालों का आंकड़ा न दे सके, जो सरकार खोए लोगों का आंकड़ा न दे सके, जो खोया पाया केंद्र है उसमें बड़ी संख्या में लोग भटक रहे हैं। कुंभ में लोग अपने मोबाइल पे अपने परिवार के सदस्यों की तस्वीर लेकर के, कोई अपनी माँ की तस्वीर लेकर के, कोई अपने बेटे की तस्वीर लेकर के, कोई अपने परिवार के सदस्य की तस्वीर लेकर के कुंभ में लोग भटक रहे हैं, लेकिन सरकार उसकी जानकारी के लिए कोई इंतजाम नहीं किया है।
मैं कहूँगी ये मिडिल क्लास की सबसे बड़ी जीत है। ये 240 वोट पर आने की जीत है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से पिछले 10 साल से मिडिल क्लास की यही मांग थी कि हम लोग सैलरी कमाते हैं, उससे ज़्यादा खर्चा हमारा टैक्स में चला जाता है, ना सेविंग होती है, ना इन्वेस्टमेंट होता है। आज फाइनली उनकी सुनवाई हुई है, तो मैं उसका स्वागत करती हूँ। पहली बात ये, बिहार सोच रहा होगा कि काश हर साल चुनाव हो बिहार में, जैसे हमारी जो केंद्र सरकार है उनके बारे में कोई योजनाएं बता सकें। बिहार में चुनाव आ रहा है, 2 तरीके से पता चलता है, जब ध्रुवीकरण शुरू करते हैं और आम आदमी का बजट अनाउंस होता है। तो बिहार भी उम्मीद कर रहा होगा।
इसमें कोई साफ उन्होंने कोई डिटेल्स नहीं दिए हैं, सारे उन्होंने कहा बाद में विवरण है। सरकार का ये एक पुराना खेल है कि वो दिखाते एक है और जब आप बारीकी में जाते हैं तो देखते हैं कि इसमें कोई फायदा नहीं हुआ है। तो ये एक वही परंपरा है, एक ढोंग है, एक जुमला है। जब आप बारीकी में जाएंगे, जो हमारी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आज शाम को 5 बजे होगी, उसमें सारा कुछ स्पष्ट हो जाएगा।
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break, but do stay tuned with us because on the other side, Tanisha Awasthi will be right back with the top 6 stories at 6 p.m.
The budget for 2025 is out, but what's in store for you? We'll tell you that at 6 p.m. We'll also tell you what is Karnataka's right to die policy all about. And just days before Delhi goes to vote, what is that appeal that Arvind Kejriwal has made? We'll tell you all that and much more on 6 Stories at 6 with me, Tanisha Awasthi.
Mismanagement failure, we couldn't even enter the ground. There's a lot of crowd
and people were just rushing around. People were just entering the ground without checkup.
Long queues, chaos, and a lot of mismanagement. That is exactly what we got to see when we came to cover the Ranji Trophy match between Delhi and Railways, where Virat Kohli is making a return to domestic cricket after 13 long years. The conditions inside the DDCA stadium is shabby. There was a lot of mismanagement. The security was beefed up, but the security could not manage the overflow of crowd at the Arun Jaitley Stadium over here. I've got a Virat Kohli fan over here with me who's travelled all the way from Odisha just to come and watch Virat Kohli play this match. So I'll just introduce him to you. Hello. What's your name?
My name is Manoj.
Hello Manoj. So where are you from?
I'm from Odisha, and I came all the way from Odisha just to watch the Ranji Trophy match against Railways. So Virat Kohli is coming back after 13 years. So we have came with my friends all along from the Odisha.
So you came to Delhi today?
Yeah, no, 2 days before I have been here, and just for the match.
Just for the match. So today that you come to the Arun Jaitley Stadium, I'm sure you came in with a lot of expectations and you were looking for an entry from gate number 16 and 17, right?
Yes, so we were expecting 16 and 17 to be for the entrance, but total mismanagement failure. We couldn't even enter the ground. There was a lot of crowd and people were just rushing around, pushing, and management failure. I don't want to give a statement that can spoil anything, but it was a total mismanagement failure. People were just entering the ground without checkup and nothing was happening, and it's coming to the safety of the players. It's really risky.
Safety of the fans, of course. Also we found out that you told us that a few fans were also injured, right? You saw that?
I saw some jumping around, pushing each other. So it's a total failure, mismanagement failure.
Can you just take off your shirt if you don't have a problem? You're a Virat Kohli fan, so that shouldn't be bothering you. Just take off your shirt. See, it's cold in Delhi. He's still willing to, brave the cold, take off his shirt just for everybody to see how big a fan he is. Yeah, you can just take it off. You just take it off. Close up, le lena. So this is the 2011 World Cup squad. He has got all the names of the players, the squad over here. This is the 2024 T20 champions that India became. We became the world champions. This is the squad for that. And can you just turn around? And then you see Virat Kohli's portrait over here, a sketch. How beautiful it is.
You can call me a die-hard Virat Kohli fan.
Of course, you're a die-hard Virat Kohli fan. And thank you so much for speaking to us on Republic World. For such interesting videos, please subscribe to Republic World, the YouTube channel. Thank you so much.
This is Republic Niva Bupa Health Insurance Studio, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
Director, the taste of success.
Creating a world using sapphire to power change. Manufacturing semiconductors by resident Indians. India, pushing boundaries of possibility and innovating a brighter tomorrow. Semiconductors from India, now from Polymatic.
When the Prime Minister said today that this is one of the first sessions of Parliament, and he said this on the first day of the budget session, where the foreign hand is not visible in terms of setting the Parliament agenda for the first time after many sessions. He said 2014 से लेकर अब तक शायद ये पहला पार्लियामेंट का सत्र है जिसके 2 दिन पहले कोई विदेशी चिंगारी नहीं प्रकट हुई, विदेश में से आग लगाने की कोशिश नहीं हुई है. In other words, he said, literal translations from 2014, this is probably the first time that you have a session of Parliament where foreign agents and foreign organizations and foreign governments and foreign interests are not working through certain political parties in India to light a fire in our Parliament. Now, it's a big statement to make, and the Prime Minister had said after the last round of the Lok Sabha elections, and after that he also spoke after the last round of the Haryana elections, Maharashtra elections, he openly spoke about a foreign hand. Is there a foreign hand which tries to determine the agenda of the session of Parliament? Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you some examples. I believe the foreign hand is very much visible in our Parliament sessions. Otherwise, how is it that coincidentally before every session of Parliament, just 1 or 2 days before any session of Parliament, you have a foreign linked issue brought up by a party which seems obsessively in love with foreign countries, which is the Congress party. Ladies and gentlemen, to give you examples, 2017, winter session of Parliament is about to start on December 15th, and right before this, the Rafale issue is brought up. The entire 2018 monsoon session is based on Rafale allegations.
The budget for 2025 is out, but what's in store for you? We'll tell you that at 6 p.m. We'll also tell you what is Karnataka's right to die policy all about. And just days before Delhi goes to vote, what is that appeal that Arvind Kejriwal has made? We'll tell you all that and much more on 6 Stories at 6 with me, Tanisha Vasti.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Tanisha Vasti. We have a power-packed show lineup for you, where we first up begin with the budget special edition, followed by other stories that have made headlines. First up, we'll tell you why the budget is a bonanza for the middle class, and after the budget being announced, what becomes cheaper for you and what becomes costly. We'll tell you the changes that you should keep an eye on. Also on the show, we'll tell you what the right to die policy that Karnataka will be implementing is all about. Story number 4, the battle lines in Delhi are drawn and Kejriwal has made an appeal to woo his voters. Story number 5 on the show, from Dhaka to Tamil Nadu now, the threat of illegal immigration is only growing. And finally, we'll get you the details of the American aviation nightmare. That's the 6th story that we are tracking for you. First story on the broadcast that we are getting for you, as the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman tabled the Union Budget 2025. The budget of Modi Government 3.0 came as a huge relief for the middle class under the new tax system. Those earning up to 12 lakh would not be obliged to pay taxes, an announcement that sent the House into cheers. Now, what we also know is that the government has established new tax slabs to significantly lower middle-class taxes and give them money to increasing household consumption, savings and investment. The budget also introduces a simpler, more transparent tax system focusing on trust and self-certification. Additionally, the annual TDS limit on rent is being raised from rupees 2.40 lakh to rupees 6 lakh. This will give a much-needed financial relief, especially for retirees who rely on interest and rental earnings. From a cut in income tax to focus on driving consumption, it is interesting to look at who gained and who lost from Nirmala Sitharaman's 8th budget for the Aam Aadmi.
Personal income tax reforms with special focus on middle class. Democracy, demography, and demand are the key support pillars in our journey towards Vikasit Bharat. The middle class provides strength for India's growth. This government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, has always believed in the admirable energy and ability of the middle class in nation building. In recognition of their contribution, we have periodically reduced their tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. This is reflective of our government's trust on the middle class taxpayers. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
Now, the budget for 2025 was hailed not just by the Prime Minister but also the other union ministers. Listen in to what they have to say on the middle class bonanza.
अब इस बजट में 12 लाख रुपए तक की आय को टैक्स से मुक्त कर दिया गया है। मिडिल क्लास को इससे बहुत बड़ा लाभ होने वाला है। उसी प्रकार से जो नए नए प्रोफेशन में आए हैं, जिनको नए नए जॉब मिले हैं, इनकम टैक्स की ये मुक्ति उनके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा अवसर बन जाएगी।
यह बजट विकसित भारत के संकल्प को गति देने वाला बजट है। इस बजट में गरीब और किसान का कल्याण है, वंचितों का सम्मान है और नारी शक्ति और मध्यम वर्ग का उत्थान समाहित है।
The Honorable Finance Minister has met the demand of large section of middle class, particularly as more and more poor are coming into the middle class with rising incomes. I think it's a great relief to all those people.
इस बजट में हमारे डिफेंस फोर्सेस के रेवेन्यू बजट के अंतर्गत 3,11,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का एलोकेशन किया गया है, जो पिछले फाइनेंशियल ईयर के एलोकेशन से 10% अधिक है। यदि यह कहा जाए कि अपने में अभूतपूर्व है तो यह कहना अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी।
मध्यम आय वर्ग के लिए देते हुए टैक्स की रिबेट में छूट देने का जो कदम उठाया गया है, ये सभी स्वागत योग्य है। इस बजट से अर्थव्यवस्था को एक नई उड़ान मिलेगी।
12 लाख तक का ये सफ़र हमारे मिडिल क्लास, सैलरीड और हमारे जो नए तरुण हैं, इनके लिए एक बहुत ही सुखकारी इस प्रकार का अनुभव होगा।
वर्ष 2025-26 के बजट में अर्थव्यवस्था के सभी क्षेत्रों के साथ सभी वर्गों के लिए उचित प्रावधान किए हैं। बजट में विकास दर में वृद्धि, समावेशी विकास पर विशेष फोकस प्रदान कर संतुलित विकास का रोड मैप प्रस्तुत किया है।
I want to compliment the Honorable Finance Minister. It's her 8th budget, and this is a budget which caters to all sections of the economy. But more than that, it provides a kind of relief to the salaried middle class, which is very welcome, which was anticipated partly.
Now, keeping on the budget, the Finance Minister's policy announcement has resulted in price reduction for several items. After Nirmala Sitharaman's budget for 2025-2026, what becomes cheaper for you and what gets costly? Here are the changes that you should keep an eye on.
The commodities under Modi 3.0's ambitious budget have gone through an overhaul. While affordability has increased for various items, many have also gotten more pricey. First up is life-saving drugs. In a bold announcement, cancer, chronic disease medicines and over 36 life-saving drugs will now be fully exempted from basic custom duties. Electronic goods, including flat panel display, touch glass sheet, touch sensor for LED or LCD TVs, have been reduced from 15 to 5% when it comes to prices. Fish and seafood, along with EV and phone batteries, have also seen a considerable cut, relieving many who rose in cheers at the announcement. This clearly ties in with the economic survey, which noted that food inflation is expected to decrease in the last quarter of financial year 2025. In fact, motorcycle imports have also joined the band. Customs duty on engine capacity not exceeding 1600cc have been reduced by 40%. Now, on to the items and commodities that may pinch your pocket. From imported knitted fabric to interactive flat display, items in this category are seeing a surge of about 20%. Telecom equipment and plastic products are also among items which will now cost you more. The budget has clearly made certain import items more expensive. Apart from the already listed imported knitted fabric, this also includes imported candles and imported footwear. Now remember, the budget comes in the backdrop of the GDP growth rate projected to fall to 4-year low of 6.4% in the current financial year.
All right, I'm being joined by Shubhrakant Panda, who is former FICCI president. Thank you very much, sir, for speaking to Republic. The budget for 2025 is out. Do you believe and do you feel that this budget is a bonanza for the middle class?
Good evening. Yes, certainly as far as the budget for 25-26 is concerned, I think it is a significant budget which has brought about a large concession for the salaried middle class, as you mentioned. And this is something which is going to put money in the hands of people, 1 lakh crore at that. And that is ultimately going to find its way into the economy, whether by way of investments or by way of consumption. And therefore, it will provide a noticeable boost, which is what I think everybody had been expecting partly. But it's wonderful to see that and see a measure, which it's something which has been carefully thought through, and it's not a half measure. It's a significant jump from 7 lakhs to 12 lakhs being the exemption limit. And as I said, I think it'll provide a noticeable boost to the economy, but as ultimately this money finds its way into investment or consumption.
Right. Mr. Panda, what I also want to know from you is what are your opinions on the new tax regime that the finance minister has introduced?
So, over the past several budgets, the finance minister has been gently nudging people towards the new tax regime, which, as you know, does away with exemptions, but balances that by having a lower rate. Now, this is something which is a very distinct sort of move to encourage people to the new tax regime. And I think that is the better way, because we are, whether it is in terms of personal taxes or corporate taxes, I think the intent is to ultimately, have the new tax regime being the prevalent one. And that makes life a lot simpler. It is, and especially in line with her comments in the budget speech today, to move towards more trust-based regulation. And she specifically referred to how, taxpayers have repaid that trust in terms of, filing additional income where it was warranted. So I think it's a good move overall.
Right. Shubhrakant Panda, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. Really appreciate you joining us on the broadcast. Former FICCI president there, sharing his views on how he sees the 2025 budget. We are also being joined by PK Basu, who is an economist. PK Basu, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. Your first views on how do you see this budget for the middle class?
Well, it's a bonanza for the middle class, no doubt. It was expected that there would be some relief for the middle class, but what has actually transpired is what can only be called a bazooka of benefits. The substantial reduction in direct tax rates, for those going for the new scheme is huge. There's a exemption for all income up to 12.75 lakhs, and in addition, every taxpayer will see a reduction in rates. So this is a huge positive for the middle class, no doubt. Now, apart from that, I'd also like to just keep some focus on the fact that the fiscal deficit is coming down. The fiscal deficit is coming down to 4.4% of GDP. I think in actuality, it'll be even lower than that. Both this year and next year, the numbers are likely to be even better. And I think that this budget provides the wherewithal for exports to really do a lot better going forward. There's substantial benefits to exporters in the form of lower customs duties, and in particular customs duties for exportables, and basically India is going to become part of global supply chains much more effectively as a result of the reduced customs duties. And of course, the inversion of duty rates has also been addressed. So a lot has been done on a variety of factors. And in addition, labor-intensive manufacturing is going to get a very substantial boost. So there isn't much not to like about this budget. This is a very positive budget for the medium-term growth outlook.
Right, P.K. Basu, thank you very much for speaking to Republic and sharing our views on that. For now, we move on and shift our focus to what's happening in Karnataka. Now, after Kerala, Karnataka has become the second state in India to implement the right to die with dignity policy in accordance with the Supreme Court directive. The move aims to benefit terminally ill patients with no hope of recovery. Now, this will allow for the withdrawal of life-sustaining treatment when no longer beneficial. The government has laid down guidelines. Additionally, the Supreme Court has recognized advanced medical directives and laid down a procedure for executing and implementing them. All right, so that's the policy that Karnataka has taken up in accordance with the Supreme Court order. On that, we are being joined by Dr. Pradeep. Doctor, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. Your first views on the right to die with dignity policy that Karnataka has adopted in accordance with the Supreme Court order.
Yes, this is a very appreciable and bold decision taken by the Karnataka state government, and here in many of the hospitals or in our own hospital where we are working in Bangalore, the Bowring and Lady Curzon hospitals, we do come across many patients who are terminally ill, and at that point of time the relatives of the patients will be in a very confused state so as to go ahead with the treatment or not when there are no signs of recovery, or when the patient is on full support and yet the patient is not showing any signs of improvement. So this gives clarity on how to go ahead with such type of patients in near future.
Right, Dr. Pradeep, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. On that note, we move on and shift our focus to what's happening in the national capital. Now, with just 4 days to go for Delhi elections, Arvind Kejriwal is going all out to woo the voters in the national capital, hoping for Aam Aadmi Party to come back for the third time. Kejriwal once reached out to Delhi voters. Kejriwal claimed that under the Aam Aadmi Party, an average family in the national capital saves around 25,000 per month, and claimed that these savings would be at the risk when BJP comes to power. First, listen into what that statement of Arvind Kejriwal is.
कुछ दिन पहले एक बीजेपी का कट्टर समर्थक मिला, बड़ी हल्की सी गंदी सी स्माइल देके बोला, अरविंद जी अगर आप हार गए तो क्या होगा? मैंने कहा तो भैया ये बताओ, अगर मैं हार गया तो तेरा क्या होगा? दिल्ली में फ्री बिजली, फ्री पानी, फ्री इलाज, अच्छे स्कूल, 24 घंटे बिजली, महिलाओं की फ्री बस यात्रा, ये तो सब बंद हो जाएंगे। वो संतुष्ट हो गया, बोला सर मैं इस चुनाव में तो आपको वोट दे दूंगा, पर मैं बीजेपी नहीं छोड़ूंगा। मैंने भी मुस्कुरा के कहा, भाई जैसी तेरी मर्जी। मेरी सभी बीजेपी के सपोर्टर से अपील है कि अगर बीजेपी आ गई तो आपको हमारी सरकार से मिलने वाली सारी सुविधाएं बंद हो जाएंगी। मोटे मोटे तौर पे 25,000 रुपए हर महीने की चपत लगने लगेगी। हैं इतने पैसे? भुगत लोगे? नहीं ना? तो फिर मैं आपका भाई होने के नाते आपको सलाह दे रहा हूं, झाड़ू पे वोट दो। आप चाहे अपनी पार्टी मत छोड़ो, लेकिन इस चुनाव में झाड़ू पे वोट दे दो। इसी में आपका और आपके परिवार का फायदा है। और हाँ, अगर आपको कभी पर्सनल काम भी हो तो अपने इस भाई के पास आ जाना, मैं हमेशा आपके काम आऊंगा।
Meanwhile, there is another raging topic ahead of the polling day, the politics of Yamuna, or rather the toxic politics. While the Aam Aadmi Party has been pinning the blame on the BJP meanwhile has said that this is an attempt by Kejriwal to hide his failed attempt in delivering his promises.
जिस तरह का स्टेटमेंट देता है ये पॉलिटिकली तो खराब गलत है ही है। इवन देखा जाए तो नॉर्म्स दे भी जो सोशल नॉर्म्स होंगे हैं या लीगली भी ही शुड बी हेल्ड लायबल फॉर दैट।
कि दिल्ली में 3G की सरकार चल रही है। 3G का मतलब मालूम है आपको? मैं बताता हूं, ठहर जाओ। पहले G से है घोटाले वाली सरकार, दूसरे G से है घुसपैठियों को पनाह देने वाली सरकार, और तीसरे G से है घपले करने वाली सरकार।
From Dhaka to Tamil Nadu, that is what our next story is all about. BJP Tamil Nadu chief K. Annamalai has raised a huge concern, saying that about 75 illegal Bangladeshi immigrants are out on bail, reputedly missing in Tamil Nadu. Annamalai also questioned the police, asking if this was done on purpose. So there's a big allegation that has been raised by BJP Tamil Nadu chief. On that, I am also being joined by YG Madhuvanti, who is a BJP leader. Ma'am, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. This is a huge allegation that the BJP Tamil Nadu President K. Annamalai has raised against the DMK, saying that the DMK is shielding illegal immigrants, especially at a time when the crackdown on illegal immigrants is a must. What do you have to say on that?
Good evening, and I think this is a huge threat to national security. I mean, Tamil Nadu is not some independent country. It's very much an integral part of India. And when you have a bunch of 75 odd illegal immigrants who just go missing, I think it's something that really needs to be addressed. And the government of Tamil Nadu must take this up seriously. In fact, I sincerely implore the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, under whom law and order comes as a portfolio here, to take this up very seriously and give an explanation as to how 75 illegal immigrants who are out on bail just go missing. I mean, is it that simple to go missing when you're out on bail? In Tamil Nadu, where the Tamil Nadu police has always been hailed to be one of the best in the country? You mean to say that 75 immigrants just went missing under their watch? I mean, this doesn't sound right. Does it sound right?
Absolutely. Absolutely, ma'am. Thank you very much for speaking to Republic. The BJP there levelling serious allegations against the DMK in Tamil Nadu. For now, we move on and shift our focus. Now, 3 days and 2 crashes. At least 6 people are feared dead after a small private plane crashed in Philadelphia. The tragedy follows just 2 days after a passenger jet and military helicopter collided in Washington, killing all 67 people on board. In Philadelphia, a medical transport plane crashed into several buildings, setting homes and vehicles ablaze and injuring people on the ground. The plane has been on a medical transport mission carrying a child, patient and her mother, and 4 crew members. Take a look at what transpired.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Oh my God! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar. What the hell? What the hell?
And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of 6 Stories at 6. We will be back tomorrow, same time, with more agenda-setting stories. Don't go anywhere. Thank you very much for watching.
Creating a world using sapphire to power change. Manufacturing semiconductors by resident Indians. India, pushing boundaries of possibility and innovating a brighter tomorrow. Semiconductors from India, now from Polymatic.
When the Prime Minister said today that this is one of the first sessions of Parliament, and he said this on the first day of the budget session, where the foreign hand is not visible in terms of setting the Parliament agenda for the first time after many sessions. He said 2014 से लेकर अब तक शायद ये पहला पार्लियामेंट का सत्र है जिसके 2 दिन पहले कोई विदेशी चिंगारी नहीं प्रकट हुई, विदेश में से आग लगाने की कोशिश नहीं हुई है. In other words, he said, literal translations from 2014, this is probably the first time that you have a session of Parliament where foreign agents and foreign organizations and foreign governments and foreign interests are not working through certain political parties in India to light a fire in our Parliament. Now, it's a big statement to make, and the Prime Minister had said after the last round of the Lok Sabha elections, and after that he also spoke after the last round of the Haryana elections, Maharashtra elections, he openly spoke about a foreign hand. Is there a foreign hand which tries to determine the agenda of the session of Parliament? Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you some examples. I believe the foreign hand is very much visible in our Parliament sessions. Otherwise, how is it that coincidentally before every session of Parliament, just 1 or 2 days before any session of Parliament, you have a foreign linked issue brought up by a party which seems obsessively in love with foreign countries, which is the Congress party. Ladies and gentlemen, to give you examples, 2017, winter session of Parliament is about to start on December 15th, and right before this, the Rafale issue is brought up. The entire 2018 monsoon session is based on Rafale allegations. Rahul Gandhi even calls a no-confidence motion despite not having the numbers. It seems like some foreign hand was guiding him on what to do. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hindenburg report, just before the budget session of 2023, Hindenburg, which is now closed down, announced its report on Adani 1 week and a few days before the budget session on January 2023. Then, let me go back to 26 January 2021, just before the budget session of Parliament. How can anybody forget the day when the so-called farmers rushed to the Red Fort, created an absolute mayhem supported by Rahul Gandhi, just when the budget session was going to start, and Rihanna, some singer I'm told, who came out in support of Rahul Gandhi, saying, why aren't we talking about the farmers' protests in India? Rihanna, you know nothing about India. The only thing common.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Health Insurance Studio, your one-stop destination for all breaking news and updates. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. Let's get started.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Mismanagement failure, we couldn't even enter the ground. There's a lot of crowd.
and people were just rushing around. People were just entering the ground without checkup.
Long queues, chaos, and a lot of mismanagement. That is exactly what we got to see when we came to cover the Ranji Trophy match between Delhi and Railways, where Virat Kohli is making a return to domestic cricket after 13 long years. The conditions inside the DDCA stadium is shabby. There was a lot of mismanagement. The security was beefed up, but the security could not manage the overflow of crowd at the Arun Jaitley Stadium over here. I've got a Virat Kohli fan over here with me who's travelled all the way from Odisha just to come and watch Virat Kohli play this match. So I'll just introduce him to you. Hello. What's your name?
My name is Manoj.
Hello Manoj. So where are you from?
I'm from Odisha, and I came all the way from Odisha just to watch the Ranji Trophy match against Railways. So Virat Kohli is coming back after 13 years. So we have came with my friends all along from the Odisha.
So you came to Delhi today?
Yeah, no, 2 days before I have been here, and just for the match.
Just for the match. So today that you come to the Arun Jaitley Stadium, I'm sure you came in with a lot of expectations and you were looking for an entry from gate number 16 and 17, right?
Yes, so we were expecting 16 and 17 to be for the entrance, but total mismanagement failure. We couldn't even enter the ground. There was a lot of crowd and people were just rushing around, pushing, and management failure. I don't want to give a statement that can spoil anything, but it was a total mismanagement failure. People were just entering the ground without checkup and nothing was happening, and it's coming to the safety of the players. It's really risky.
Safety of the fans, of course. Also we found out that you told us that a few fans were also injured, right? You saw that?
I saw some jumping around, pushing each other. So it's a total failure, mismanagement failure.
Can you just take off your shirt if you don't have a problem? You're a Virat Kohli fan, so that shouldn't be bothering you. Just take off your shirt. See, it's cold in Delhi. He's still willing to, brave the cold. Take off his shirt.
I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
No income tax incomes up to rupees 12.75 lakh tax relief for common man likely to boost GDP growth. Electric vehicles, wet blue leather, lithium ion batteries cheaper, flat screen TVs to become costlier.
मैं वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस जनता जनार्दन का बजट, पीपल्स का बजट, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulates Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, says this is a budget for the people. Aid for bullet wounds. Lok Sabha Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi attacks centre over budget. And we start this edition with breaking news coming in, where we learn that 8 Maoists have been killed in an ongoing encounter between security forces and Maoists in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur area. Search operations are currently underway. That's the latest breaking news that we have, and that's coming in from Chhattisgarh, where search operations are underway and 8 Maoists have been killed in an ongoing encounter between security forces and Maoist in Bijapur area in Chhattisgarh. And another set of breaking news coming in. Arvind Kejriwal's claim that Haryana's BJP government had poisoned the Yamuna has drawn barbs from Congress's Rahul Gandhi, who has now pointed out that Aam Aadmi Party chief has failed to deliver on his 5-year-old promise of drinking the Yamuna water. He also challenged the Aam Aadmi Party Supremo to take a dip in the Yamuna.
पांच साल पहले खंबे पे चढ़े थे, अब धड़ाक से ऊपर से नीचे गिर गए, वो अलग बात है। उन्होंने कहा था, देखो मैं खंबे पे चढ़ता हूं, मैं नए तरीके की राजनीति लाऊंगा, मैं दिल्ली की राजनीति बदल दूंगा, भ्रष्टाचार मिटा दूंगा, यमुना को साफ कर दूंगा, पोल्यूशन हटा दूंगा। शराब का स्कैम किया सिसोदिया जी और केजरीवाल जी, सबके सामने करोड़ों रुपए इन्होंने आपसे चोरी किए हैं। नई राजनीति, वायदा था नई राजनीति का, आए और करोड़ों रुपए आपसे भ्रष्टाचार करके चोरी किया।
And it is the last week of campaigning in the national capital, just few days before Delhi goes to vote, and we learn that Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister and Telugu Desam Party Chief Chandrababu Naidu will campaign in support of the BJP in the national capital. As an important ally of the NDA alliance, Naidu will take part in road shows and campaign. So a major boost there for the BJP, where we learn that the TDP Chief and Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu will be campaigning in support of the BJP in the national capital. All right, the battle lines for the national capital are drawn, and just few days before Delhi goes to poll, we learn that it's a major push for BJP's campaign in the national capital, where we learn that Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister and Telugu Desam Party Chief Chandrababu Naidu will be campaigning in support of the BJP in Delhi as an important ally of the NDA alliance. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has presented her 8th consecutive budget. Now, this budget comes as a major bonanza for the middle class, for the salaried class, as there are major reforms that are in store. We will tell you all the details of that, but what we also know is that the Finance Minister also announced a slate of regulatory reforms, including a high-level committee to evaluate regulatory reforms and an investment friendliness index.
So for the micro enterprises, we will introduce customized credit cards with a 5 lakh rupee limit for micro enterprises registered on Udyam portal. In the first year, 10 lakh such cards will be issued. The revised estimate of the fiscal deficit is 4.8% of the GDP. As proposed in the interim budget, we signed bilateral investment treaties with 2 countries in 2024 to encourage sustained foreign investment, and in the spirit of First Develop India, the current model BIT will be revamped and made more investor friendly. The FDI limit for the insurance sector will be raised from 74 to 100%. This enhanced limit will be available for those companies which invest the entire premium in India. The current guardrails and conditionalities associated with foreign investment will be reviewed and simplified. We will set up an export promotion mission with sectoral and ministerial targets driven jointly by the Ministries of Commerce, MSME and Finance. It will facilitate easy access to export credit, cross-border factoring support to MSMEs to tackle non-tariff measures in overseas markets. In July 2024, the delay for payment of TDS up to the due date of filing statement was decriminalized. I propose to provide the same relaxation to TCS provisions as well.
The government, meanwhile, along with the Prime Minister, has hailed the union budget, calling it for the Aam Aadmi. Listen in to these reactions.
अब इस बजट में 12 लाख रुपए तक की आय को टैक्स से मुक्त कर दिया गया है। सभी आय वर्ग के लोगों के लिए टैक्स में भी कमी की गई है। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे मिडिल क्लास को, नौकरी पेशे करने वाले, जिनकी आय बंधी हुई है, ऐसे लोगों को, मिडिल क्लास को इससे बहुत बड़ा लाभ होने वाला है। उसी प्रकार से जो नए नए प्रोफेशन में आए हैं, जिनको नए नए जॉब मिले हैं, इनकम टैक्स की ये मुक्ति उनके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा अवसर बन जाएगी।
Economic growth and development. She has given a much needed big relief to the middle class. Everybody whose income is up to 12 lakhs or who's a salary earner up to 12 lakhs 75,000 is now exempt from all taxes. Up to 25 lakhs, there's a continuous reduction in income tax, and then beyond that also everybody saves a lakh of rupees. In a way, the Honorable Finance Minister has met the demand of large section of middle class, particularly as more and more poor are coming into the middle class with rising incomes. The last report was 25 crore poor have now come into the middle class, have been relieved from multidimensional poverty. I think it's a great relief to all those people. Delhi has the highest number of middle class people, with the government employees, salary earners, traders, small MSME industry, and they will all get a big relief from this budget. Simultaneously, it's a budget focused on the youth, provides a number of opportunities for jobs, whether it is through tourism development. 50 new destinations will be given a thrust for tourism. Udan, which will help 4 crore more passengers and new routes get concessional air travel and activate those airports, whether it's the thrust to manufacturing through toys, leather, the textile sector, technical textile sector, cotton sector. It's a multi-dimensional budget.
यदि यह कहा जाए कि अपने में अभूतपूर्व है, तो यह कहना अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी। वित्तीय वर्ष 2025-26 के बजट में डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री को 6,81,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का एलोकेशन किया गया है, जो पिछले साल के बजट एलोकेशन से 9.5% अधिक है। और मुझे बताते हुए प्रसन्नता हो रही है कि डिफेंस बजट यूनियन बजट का लगभग 13.44% है। डिफेंस फोर्सेस का मॉडर्नाइजेशन हमारी सरकार की यह प्राथमिकता रही है और हम इसके लिए निरंतर कार्यरत हैं। इसके लिए 2025-26 में 1,80,000 करोड़ रुपए का कैपिटल एलोकेशन किया गया है, जो हमारी सेनाओं की कैपेबिलिटी को और अधिक बढ़ाएगा। और इस बजट में हमारे डिफेंस फोर्सेस के रेवेन्यू बजट के अंतर्गत 3,11,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का एलोकेशन किया गया है, जो पिछले फाइनेंशियल ईयर के एलोकेशन से 10% अधिक है। और पिछले वर्ष के तरह ही डिफेंस मॉडर्नाइजेशन बजट का 75% हिस्सा डोमेस्टिक इंडस्ट्री से प्रोक्योरमेंट में खर्च किया जाएगा। इससे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो डिफेंस में आत्मनिर्भरता का लक्ष्य रखा है उसको पूरा करने में मदद मिलेगी और डोमेस्टिक डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रीज को भी बढ़ावा मिलेगा। भूतपूर्व सैनिकों और उनकी फैमिलीज को बेहतर स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं प्रदान करने के लिए यंग सर्विसमैन कंट्रीब्यूटरी हेल्थ स्कीम यानी ईसीएचएस को 8,300 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का एलोकेशन किया गया है। ये पिछले साल के बजटरी एलोकेशन से लगभग 19% अधिक है।
देश के इतिहास का एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बजट निर्मला जी ने आज पार्लियामेंट में पेश किया है। ये जो बजट की विशेषता ये है कि हमारी इकोनॉमी को एक्सेलरेट करने वाला ये बजट है। जहां तक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को हर समय वित्त मंत्री प्राथमिकता देते हैं, इस समय भी हमारा बजट बढ़ा है, जिसके कारण इंफ्रा रोड सेक्टर में इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा होगा। मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि कृषि विभाग की ओर उन्होंने विशेष रूप से ध्यान दिया है। तिलहन हो, विशेष रूप से तेल बिया हो, इसके उत्पादन कैसे बढ़े और किसान आत्मनिर्भर कैसे बने, इसका भी विचार किया गया है। विशेष रूप से इनकम टैक्स के बारे में एक रिफॉर्म करके नया कानून लाकर इसको और सरलीकरण उसका करना, ये जनता के लिए बहुत बड़ी राहत होगी। और 12 लाख रुपए के उत्पादन के लिए इनकम टैक्स में जो राहत दी गई है वो भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। विशेष रूप से मिडिल क्लास का विचार किया गया है और मध्यम वर्गीय, उसके साथ लोअर मिडिल क्लास और गांव गरीब मजदूर किसान, इसमें रोजगार कैसे निर्माण हो और सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट कैसी हो, इसका विचार करते हुए इस बजट ने पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट को इनकरेज किया है।
बजट को लेकर के जो उत्साह हम जनता के बीच में देख रहे हैं वो बेमिसाल है। पहली बार इतना उत्साहित तरीके से लोग स्वागत किया है बजट को। मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी को आभार प्रकट करता हूं और निर्मला सीतारामन जी को भी मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं। बहुत खूबसूरत बजट दिया है और चाहे किसान हो, मिडिल क्लास हो, गरीब हो, चाहे बिजनेस कम्युनिटी, एमएसएमई में जितने लोग लगे हुए हैं और दूर दराज के जितने भी लोग हैं, सबके लिए इतना शानदार बजट दिया है। अब इसको डिटेल में हम लोग बात करेंगे और भी पॉइंट वाइज, सेक्टर वाइज जो काम किए हैं। लेकिन पहला रिएक्शन ये है कि देश उत्साह से भर गया है इस बजट के आने के बाद।
केंद्रीय वित्त मंत्री ने आज देश का बजट प्रस्तुत किया और जिसको लेकर के काफी अपोजिशन द्वारा भी ये बात कही जा रही है कि ये बजट बिहार के लिए ज्यादा बड़ी सौगात लेकर के। हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए यूनियन मंत्री गिरिराज सिंह मौजूद है। गिरिराज जी, आप बिहार से आते हैं, लेकिन जो पूरा केंद्र रहा आज बजट का, काफी तमाम चीजें रही, लेकिन अब विपक्ष का कहना है कि बिहार के चुनावों को मद्देनजर रखते हुए बिहार के लिए तो मौज है इस बजट में।
क्या मैं उन लोगों से पूछना चाहता हूं जो लोग इसे बिहार के ऊपर मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं, विपक्ष, क्या बिहार के लोगों का विकास नहीं होना चाहिए? प्रधानमंत्री ने शुरू से कहा जब सत्ता में आए थे कि देश के विकास को करना है तो पूर्वांचल का विकास करना है, पूर्वांचल का विकास करना है तो गेटवे ऑफ पूर्वांचल बिहार है। इसीलिए प्रधानमंत्री ने इस वादे को पूरा करते हैं कि देश का विकास करना है।
विपक्ष को मत रहने दीजिए खुश, विपक्ष ऐसे ही रोता रहेगा और देश आगे बढ़ता रहेगा।
लेकिन ओवरऑल बिहार के लिहाज से आपको बजट कैसा लगा?
बिहार के लिए बहुत ही, पूरे देश के लिए बजट है और उसमें बिहार भी आता है।
लेकिन सर, जैसे आईआईटी पटना से लेके ग्रीनफील्ड एयरपोर्ट की चर्चा की कि कितना मजबूत होगा सर?
सब मजबूत होगा, बिहार बहुत मजबूत होगा और बिहार मजबूत है और मजबूत होगा।
मध्यम वर्गियों के लिए 12 लाख का एग्जेम्पशन,
मध्यम वर्ग के ही नहीं, सारे वर्ग के लोगों के हित को ध्यान में रखा गया और मध्यम वर्ग के लोगों का विशेष ध्यान रखा गया।
Now, Finance Minister's policy announcement has made several changes in the prices of the commodities. Here's what's cheaper and what's costlier, all that you need to know.
The commodities under Modi 3.0's ambitious budget have gone through an overhaul. While affordability has increased for various items, many have also gotten more pricey. First up is life-saving drugs. In a bold announcement, cancer, chronic disease medicines and over 36 life-saving drugs will now be fully exempted from basic custom duties. Electronic goods, including flat panel display, touch glass sheet, touch sensor for LED or LCD TVs, have been reduced from 15 to 5% when it comes to prices. Fish and seafood, along with EV and phone batteries, have also seen a considerable cut, relieving many who rose in cheers at the announcement. This clearly ties in with the economic survey, which noted that food inflation is expected to decrease in the last quarter of financial year 2025. In fact, motorcycle imports have also joined the band. Customs duty on engine capacity not exceeding 1600 cc have been reduced by 40%. Now, on to the items and commodities that may pinch your pocket. From imported knitted fabric to interactive flat display, items in this category are seeing a surge of about 20%. Telecom equipment and plastic products are also among items which will now cost you more. The budget has clearly made certain import items more expensive. Apart from the already listed imported knitted fabric, this also includes imported candles and imported footwear. Now remember, the budget comes in the backdrop of the GDP growth rate projected to fall to 4-year low of 6.4% in the current financial year.
The opposition, meanwhile, has called the budget biased, saying that it has nothing for the common people. Listen into these reactions that are coming in from the opposition.
अगर मेरी जानकारी सही है तो ये सरकार का 12वां बजट है। 12वां ही है? 11वां। क्यों 11वां है? अच्छा ठीक है, जो भी कुछ है। ये जो बजट है, अगर हम इसको 12वां मान लें, 11वां मान लें, 12 साल बाद कुंभ आता है। जो सरकार को आंकड़े देने चाहिए थे, हमारे लिए आज बजट के आंकड़ों से ज्यादा जरूरी है कि जिन लोगों की जान गई है वो आंकड़े। जो सरकार मरने वालों का आंकड़ा न दे सके, जो सरकार खोए लोगों का आंकड़ा न दे सके, जो खोया पाया केंद्र है उसमें बड़ी संख्या में लोग भटक रहे हैं। कुंभ में लोग अपने मोबाइल पे अपने परिवार के सदस्यों की तस्वीर लेकर के, कोई अपनी माँ की तस्वीर लेकर के, कोई अपने बेटे की तस्वीर लेकर के, कोई अपने परिवार के सदस्य की तस्वीर लेकर के कुंभ में लोग भटक रहे हैं, लेकिन सरकार उसकी जानकारी के लिए कोई इंतजाम नहीं किया है।
मैं कहूँगी ये मिडिल क्लास की सबसे बड़ी जीत है। ये 240 वोट पर आने की जीत है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से पिछले 10 साल से मिडिल क्लास की यही मांग थी कि हम लोग सैलरी कमाते हैं, उससे ज़्यादा खर्चा हमारा टैक्स में चला जाता है, ना सेविंग होती है, ना इन्वेस्टमेंट होता है। आज फाइनली उनकी सुनवाई हुई है, तो मैं उसका स्वागत करती हूँ। पहली बात ये, बिहार सोच रहा होगा कि काश हर साल चुनाव हो बिहार में, जैसे हमारी जो केंद्र सरकार है उनके बारे में कोई योजनाएं बता सकें। बिहार में चुनाव आ रहा है, 2 तरीके से पता चलता है, जब ध्रुवीकरण शुरू करते हैं और आम आदमी का बजट अनाउंस होता है। तो बिहार भी उम्मीद कर रहा होगा।
इसमें कोई साफ उन्होंने कोई डिटेल्स नहीं दिए हैं, सारे उन्होंने कहा बाद में विवरण है। सरकार का ये एक पुराना खेल है कि वो दिखाते एक है और जब आप बारीकी में जाते हैं तो देखते हैं कि इसमें कोई फायदा नहीं हुआ है। तो ये एक वही परंपरा है, एक ढोंग है, एक जुमला है। जब आप बारीकी में जाएंगे, जो हमारी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आज शाम को 5 बजे होगी, उसमें सारा कुछ स्पष्ट हो जाएगा।
ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਕਦੇ 15 ਸਾਲਾਂ 'ਚ ਇਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਵੇ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਸੋ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੱਕ ਹੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਧਰਨੇ 'ਚ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ ਪਿਛਲੇ 5 ਸਾਲਾਂ ਤੋਂ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ 4 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਧਰਨਾ ਚੱਕਿਆ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਲੀਗਲ ਗਾਰੰਟੀ MSP ਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਊਗਾ, ਅੱਜ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਮਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਉਸ ਮੰਗ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਪੂਰੇ ਬਜਟ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਤੱਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀਗਾ।
I ordered gone
through the full details of the budget, but anyhow, what I have seen in the electronic media when the budget was presented in Lok Sabha, she has taken several good points to give benefit to various sectors, including the middle class will get more benefit.
Finance Minister's speech is only a small synopsis of the budget in detail. Unless one reads the budget in detail, one can't really make a clear assessment of it. So I will have to read the details before I make an assessment. Many schemes have been announced, but these schemes all will get fulfilled well after the life of this house, which is 2029.
बिहार के लाखों किसानों की ओर से जो मखाना की खेती करते हैं, हृदय से बधाई और धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि जिस प्रकार से देश में टी बोर्ड का गठन है, रबड़ बोर्ड का गठन है, उसी प्रकार से बिहार के मखाना किसानों की यह मांग थी कि मखाना बोर्ड का गठन किया जाए। और आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के आग्रह पर हम सब लोगों ने भारत सरकार से इसका आग्रह किया था। अभी हाल में शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी जब पटना आए थे, उस समय भी हम लोगों ने आग्रह किया था और आज वो सपना साकार हो गया बिहार के मखाना उत्पादक किसानों का।
मैं सराहना भी करूंगा, खासकर हेल्थ सेक्टर में और ख़ासकर मेडिसिन के मामले में और लाइफ सेविंग ड्रग्स के मामले में जो सहूलियत दी गई या छूट दी गई, जैसे कि कैंसर के मामले में और कुछ बीमारियां हैं उसके मामले में उनको जैसे छूट दी गई है, वो बहुत सराहनीय है। तो मैं एक शिपिंग मिनिस्टर भी था, हमने जो टनेज टैक्स का उस समय हमने कोशिश करके टनेज टैक्स को ऑलमोस्ट लागू करवा दिया था। आज वो टनेज टैक्स का बेनिफिट जो है इनलैंड वाटरवेज में भी जा रहा है। ये बहुत ही सराहनीय है, बहुत प्रशंसनीय है। हम इसके लिए बहुत फिक्रमंद थे और कोशिशमंद थे।
Modi government rolls out middle class bonanza.
There will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
Has BJP become the middle class hero party? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Broadband connectivity to government secondary schools and PHCs. Broadband connectivity will be provided to all government secondary schools and primary health centers in rural areas under the BharatNet project. Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme. We propose to implement a Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme to provide digital form Indian language books for schools and for higher education. This aims to help students understand their subjects better and in their language. National Centers of Excellence for Skilling. Building on the initiative announced in the July 24 budget, 5 National Centers of Excellence for Skilling will be set up with global expertise and partnerships to equip our youth with the skills required for Make for India, Make for the World manufacturing. The partnership will cover curriculum design, training of trainers, and a skills certification framework and periodic reviews. Expansion of capacity in IITs. Total number of students in 23 IITs has increased 100% from 65,000 to 1.35 lakh in the past 10 years. Additional infrastructure will be created in the 5 IITs started after 2014 to facilitate education for 6,500 more students. Hostel and other infrastructure capacity at IIT Patna will also be expanded. Center of Excellence. Center of Excellence in AI for Education. I had announced 3 centers of excellence in artificial intelligence for agriculture, health, and sustainable cities in 2023. Now a center of excellence in artificial intelligence for education will be set up with a total outlay of 500 crores. Expansion of medical education. Our government has...
Modi government rolls out middle class bonanza.
There will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
Has BJP become the middle class hero party? Debating tonight at 8 p.m. A budget that exceeded all expectations.
ये हर भारतीय के सपनों को पूरा करने वाला बजट, देश के नागरिकों की जेब कैसे भरेगी, ये बजट इसकी एक बहुत मजबूत नींव रखता है।
Arnab asks, can India reach 8% growth rate? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us live here on Republic TV on Budget Day Live. All through the morning, since 7 a.m. we've been live on the budget coverage. But tonight at 7 p.m. on This Is Exclusive, we're getting you an exclusive news break which is being reported in the Indian media for the first time. Republic Bangla has been leading this story and Republic TV is getting you some exclusive details from Bangladesh. Believe it or not, it's all happening. What we predicted a few days back, we'll tell you about that in just a few seconds. Here are the headlines this evening.
Now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
No tax for income up to 12.75 lakh rupees. Tax relief for the middle class will in all likelihood boost the GDP. A slew of reforms announced by the government. Electric vehicles, leather, lithium-ion batteries are cheaper. A big push for the electric vehicle industry.
मैं वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस जनता जनार्दन का बजट, पीपल्स का बजट, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Prime Minister Modi congratulating the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, saying that this budget puts more money in the hands of the people. Mohammad Yunus, fluke head of Bangladesh, could be on his way out. Exclusive details breaking in a few minutes.
के 3G की सरकार चल रही है। पहले जी से है घोटाले वाली सरकार, दूसरे जी से है घुसपैठियों को पनाह देने वाली सरकार और तीसरे जी से है घपले करने वाली सरकार।
Battle for Delhi heating up 4 days before the national capital votes. BJP versus up. Gloves are off. And getting you the big breaking news update on this is exclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, he became the fluke head of Bangladesh through a coup that was engineered. And the fluke head of Bangladesh, Muhammad Yunus, is on his way out, in all likelihood, expecting a reverse coup. A reverse coup in the making in Bangladesh. Getting in news from highly placed sources that Muhammad Yunus's aides in Bangladesh, his ministers have begun booking business class tickets with their families, extra luggage booked on these flights, getting ready to flee to Sweden. My colleague Mayuk joining us with details as we break the story from Republic Bangla. Mayuk, has Yunus booked his ticket yet?
Well, Niranjan, not yet, and we are getting information from the office of Yunus only, highly placed sources inside Yunus' office. They are sensing some major reshuffle in Yunus' office, and a hectic parley is going on. What we are getting in from our sources today is a working day in Bangladesh. Saturday and Sunday is a working day, and Friday is a holiday in Bangladesh. Hectic parleys going on in Bangladesh. Top officers and specifically with the chief advisor's office. We have come to know from our sources that business class tickets have been booked by very VVIP, very influential persons in Muhammad Yunus government and those who are in the helm of power. And this specific tickets are being booked from Dhaka to European countries. And most importantly, what you said is a reverse coup. Yunus is sensing a reverse coup. General Walker right now is at the helm of power in Bangladesh army. But there can be a reverse coup, and that led by the army can be dangerous for Muhammad Yunus, and that's what he's sensing. Muhammad Yunus knows that he doesn't have the majority, he doesn't have the mandate, he doesn't even have the people's support. BNP, the major opposition party right now in Bangladesh, is against Muhammad Yunus right now. And most importantly, the advisors, the student advisors, they are also planning to leave the cabinet right now and start separate parties. What we are getting in from our sources, major student faces like Sarjis Imam, like Hasnat Abdullah and Asif, they are going to resign in some days or the other in very short time. And now what we are getting in is that Muhammad Yunus is in touch with his bosses in American deep state, and he may now travel again, and then he may settle in a European country, leave Bangladesh to its fate. Niranjan.
Thank you for that, Mayuk. I have a report as well. I want to play out that report. Run, Yunus, Run is going to be the name of this movie that lasted a little less than 6 months in Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina, ousted, is currently in exile somewhere in the national capital region in the NCR, according to top place sources. And will she be booking her flights to Dhaka soon? Breaking news update from highly placed sources that Yunus could be on the way out. He could be on the way out, and he's the puppet of the deep state, confirmed a few days back with the visit of Alexander Soros, son of George Soros, to Dhaka. Perhaps that was the last time that the deep state had its rendezvous with Yunus, and it's all coming back to square one for him. Here's a report on what you can expect in the next few days.
Has the change of guard in Washington, D.C. made the interim Yunus regime in Dhaka jittery? A known lackey of the Democrats, is Yunus under fresh pressure? With the economy tanking and the GDP on a free fall, is the interim leader of Bangladesh fearing a fresh uprising? Republic has learnt from a top source that Yunus is sensing a fresh people's uprising on the streets of Dhaka and across Bangladesh. Yunus is back in Dhaka currently after a trip abroad. Republic has exclusively learned that a raft of business class air tickets has been booked, fueling speculations that Yunus and his hardcore loyalists could be shifting abroad. According to top sources, the recent proactiveness in the country's armed forces has also raised fears of a fresh coup. Sources claim that Yunus is facing mounting public anger for running the economy to the ground. Significantly, the scoop follows a headline-grabbing meeting between Yunus and Alex Soros, the son of American billionaire George Soros and chairman of Open Society Foundation. The meeting gave rise to further speculation if Yunus was switching to a plan B after the Trump administration cut its funding support to Dhaka. A weakening economy and rising fanaticism in the country has spawned global concerns. India earlier called on the interim Yunus administration to do what's necessary to curb targeted attacks on Hindus and religious minorities in Bangladesh. As dissent grows and the economy slips further, Yunus may well have seen the writing on the wall.
Okay, I have with me someone from Sheikh Hasina's party joining us on the broadcast, Shafiul Alam Chowdhury. Shafiul Alam Chowdhury Nadel is the organizing secretary of the Bangladeshi Awami League. Shafiul, we're getting in these reports that there could be a reverse coup. Are you or your party aware of this, Shafiul?
Yes. Everybody knows Mr. George Soros is very close to Biden government.
Mm-hmm.
He and his son, they involved illegally correspond to change many of government. They invest lots of money, billion money for change the democratic government in various countries. We think Mr. George Soros and Alex, they are involved with Mr. Yunus to change our Awami League government. We are very worried because they are not good people for Bangladesh. There are lots of bad records. In this time, Mr. Trump also know, and they investigate for everything.
No, but are you aware of this news that we are picking up? We at Republic TV, the Republic Media Network.
Yes.
No, we have confirmation. We have confirmation that some
Indian electronic print media
How many ministers in the Yunus government have booked their tickets to Europe? And where in Europe? We are hearing Sweden. What are you hearing? Where are they going?
We heard more than 50 advisor and so-called student leaders. They book ticket and they get the US visa.
US visa?
US visa, yes.
But how will they get a US visa now? I mean, they already have a US visa. Are you saying that they will get a US visa? Or they are attempting for a US visa?
No, they get the US visa.
They've already got it.
The US
oh,
visa.
they've already got a US visa. And you're saying that they could be going to the US. But why would they do that? Isn't the Trump administration there?
They try to save exit.
Exit, okay.
But I think Mr. Trump or Trump government would not welcome them because they are involved various Jongi activities in Bangladesh and others.
So does your party have any role to play in this? Does Sheikh Hasina's party have any role to play in this? Are you aware of any attempts even by the army? Because we're hearing that the army is also holding meetings back to back in Bangladesh.
Look, after 1971, our liberation war, the Bangladesh army will started their journey. We hopefully they did not against the Bangladeshi people or Bangladesh interests. I think they will play their good rule because in this time, all our Bangladeshi people are very much annoyed Yunus government.
Yes. And my last question to you, Shafiul, where is Sheikh Hasina right now, and is she in touch with her entire party? Are you regrouping as a party? Have you held a meeting as a party, as a united party?
Yes, she is now in Delhi, and all my thanks for Indian people, Indian governments, and all Indian political party. They support our Prime Minister and our party president, Awami League President, Bangabandhu daughter, Sheikh Hasina. She is right now staying in Delhi. He joined all our party leaders and abroad in Bangladesh and in our country.
Okay. Thank you for joining us, Shafiul. That's the big breaking story on Republic. Muhammad Yunus sensing a reverse coup in Bangladesh. Many of his aides have booked tickets already to Europe, parts of Europe. Some have booked their business class tickets to Sweden, some with their families in tow. Many more have ensured that there's space for extra luggage. We're hearing that on their business tickets, they've bought extra, baggage space so that they can leave bag and baggage. And these are puppets of the US deep state, which is now being dismantled by Trump. Biden's gone, deep state being dismantled, and Yunus's aides on the way out. Let's move on now. And the next big story on This Is Exclusive, ladies and gentlemen, 24 hours back on This Is Exclusive, we brought you details and interviews of MLAs who resigned from Aam Aadmi Party, Arvind Kejriwal's party. 8 MLAs resigning minutes within each other, and within 24 hours, all of them have joined the BJP. Now, yesterday I asked one of those MLAs whether he will be joining the BJP in a few hours. He said no. But it appears that turncoats in the Aam Aadmi Party, rebel MLAs who quit and have now joined the BJP within 24 hours, typically who you refer to as political turncoats. They are the Aam Aadmi turncoats now in the BJP. We spoke to 4 of these Aam Aadmi turncoats. Listen in.
एक तरफ अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के झूठ और उनके नाकामियां हैं, दूसरी तरफ जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश का जो गौरव बढ़ाया है वो हमारे सामने था। और ख़ास तौर से आज जो अभी तक हम घुटन महसूस कर रहे थे आम आदमी पार्टी के अंदर, जो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने हर वर्ग को धोखा देने का काम किया, खास तौर से जिस परिवार से आता हूं, जिस दबे कुचले समाज से, दलित समाज से, वाल्मीकि समाज से मैं आता हूं, आज हमारे समाज को सबसे ज़्यादा धोखा देने का काम किसी ने किया तो वो यही आम आदमी पार्टी, यही आपदा रही है।
अरविंद केजरीवाल अपने आप को सबसे कट्टर ईमानदार कहते हैं, लेकिन क्या वो जिस तरीके से आप आरोप लगा रहे हैं, क्या वो कट्टर ईमानदार हैं?
देखिए, कोई भी ईमानदार आदमी अपने आपको ये नहीं बोलेगा जी मैं ईमानदार हूँ। उनके कार्यशैली के अंदर, उनके काम के अंदर ईमानदारी दिखनी चाहिए। आज लगातार एक कार्यकर्ता की तरह जितने घुटन महसूस कर रहे थे कि जो आदमी आपको कहता था कि सादगी का जो अपना आपको मॉडल दिखाते थे कि मुझसे बड़ा सादा आदमी कोई नहीं है, 5 रुपये का रेनॉल्ड्स का पेन लगाकर जो घूमते थे, आज उसके टॉयलेट करोड़ों रुपये के टॉयलेट बना रहे हैं, करोड़ों रुपए के पर्दे लगा रहे हैं, शीश महल बना रहे हैं। तो एक कार्यकर्ता अपना को सोच रहे हैं कि यार ये इनको ये लग्जरी देने के लिए क्या हमने पार्टी खड़ी करी थी? क्या उनको व्यक्तिगत तौर से वो उनको ये शीश महल बनाने के लिए हमने पार्टी खड़ी करी थी?
जो आप आरोप लगा रहे थे आम आदमी पार्टी को लेकर के, क्या उस तरह की दिक्कत आपको नई पार्टी में नहीं होगी?
देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी का उदय अन्न आंदोलन से हुआ था और दिल्ली में भ्रष्टाचार समाप्त करने के लिए हुआ था। आज आम आदमी पार्टी भ्रष्टाचार बिल्कुल कम नहीं कर पाई, बल्कि भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त हो गई है। चारों तरफ आम आदमी पार्टी का भ्रष्टाचार ही दिख रहा है। चाहे वो आज चुनाव लड़ रहे जितने भी कैंडिडेट्स हैं उनके बारे में आप जान लें कि बहुत सारे भ्रष्ट जो कैंडिडेट्स हैं वो आज चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं। तो आज आम आदमी पार्टी भ्रष्टाचार का पर्याय बन गई है। तो आम आदमी पार्टी जो दिल्ली वालों ने चुना था, जो 2 बार सरकार बनी, वो इसीलिए चुना था कि आम आदमी पार्टी भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ एक आंदोलन से उभरी है और ये भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ काम करेगी।
लेकिन केजरीवाल तो अपने आप को कट्टर ईमानदार कहते हैं और आप इतना गंभीर आरोप लगा रहे हैं, ऐसा क्यों?
देखिए बिल्कुल आज पूरे आम आदमी पार्टी में किसी को भी आप देखो, चाहे वो शराब घोटाला भी तो एक करप्शन का मुद्दा है, कितना बड़ा केस है। इसके अलावा भी जितने भी भ्रष्टाचारी हैं वो आम आदमी पार्टी में लेके चुनाव लड़ाए जा रहे हैं। अन्ना आंदोलन के समय के जितने भी लोग हैं, चाहे मदन लाल जी हैं, आपका गिरीश सोनी साहब है, 2013 में भी मंत्री थे, ये सब लोग अन्ना आंदोलन से जुड़े हुए लोगों को हटा के आज भ्रष्टाचारियों को ले लिया गया, उनसे पैसे ले लिए गए, उनको चुनाव लड़ाया जा रहा है।
मदन लाल जी, आपसे कल भी मुलाकात हुई थी जब आप पुरानी पार्टी को छोड़ तो नई पार्टी आज आपने ज्वाइन की, क्या बदलाव देखने को दिल्ली में मिलेगा? और जो आप आरोप आम आदमी पार्टी को लेकर के कह रहे थे कि काफी भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त है, क्या ये पहले आपको नहीं दिखा था? जब आपने ये त्यागपत्र दिया तभी आपको ये दिखने लगा कि आम आदमी पार्टी इतनी भ्रष्ट है?
देखिए, जिस समय पार्टी ने टिकटों का बंटवारा किया और पार्टी ने ऐसे लोगों को टिकट दिया जिनकी शकल भी पहले पार्टी में नहीं थी, जो कभी पार्टी में मौजूद ही नहीं थे, जिन लोगों ने पार्टी में कभी भी अपना आस्था नहीं दिखाई, अचानक एक रात को आए, अचानक टिकट मिली, तो लगता है, शक होता है कि पार्टी अब अपने रास्ते से भटक गई है। और पार्टी ने जिन मूल्यों और सिद्धांतों की बात करते हुए दिल्ली में लोगों से मदद मांगकर सत्ता हथियाई थी, पार्टी आज उसके लिए नहीं काम कर रही है, बल्कि केवल अपने भले के लिए काम कर रही है। इसीलिए हमने आम आदमी पार्टी में विश्वास खो दिया था, कल हमने इसीलिए इस्तीफा दिया था। और आज चूंकि हमारा सेवा करने की इच्छा है, हम आम आदमी पार्टी में भी रहकर सेवा कर रहे थे, और आज पार्टी को सेवा की जरूरत नहीं है बल्कि सामान की जरूरत है, और वो सामान हर एक आदमी मुहैया नहीं कराता, लिहाजा हमने उस पार्टी का दामन छोड़ दिया है।
आप नई पार्टी आपने ज्वाइन की, और क्योंकि हमने सुना कि आपदा को छोड़ करके अब दिल्ली को आपदा मुक्त बनाने के लिए आपने भाजपा को ज्वाइन किया है।
देखिए, ये नई पार्टी नहीं है, ये विश्व की सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री हमारे आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, जिन्होंने बहुत अच्छे काम किए, देश को आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया। आज हमारी इकोनॉमी जो है वर्ल्ड में नंबर 1 की तरफ बढ़ रही है, अभी हम तीसरे नंबर पे पहुंचने वाले हैं। आपदा हमने इसलिए छोड़ी, आज आपदा नाम लिया जा रहा है, इसी आम आदमी पार्टी की स्थापना हमने की थी। एक एक आदमी को जोड़ के हमने बनाया था। अरविंद केजरीवाल को कोई जानता नहीं था, उसका नाम हमने आगे खड़ा किया था, लेकिन हमने जिस अरविंद केजरीवाल के साथ यात्रा शुरू की थी, वो अरविंद केजरीवाल आप नहीं रहे। पहले वो ईमानदार थे, आज वो सबसे बड़े बेईमान हो चुके हैं, सबसे ज़्यादा झूठ बोलने वाले हो चुके हैं। इसीलिए हमने आम आदमी पार्टी छोड़ी है और बीजेपी को ज्वाइन किया है।
Okay, so Budget Day Live, and the biggest takeaway from the budget presented by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has been the bonanza for the middle class, and what the government has done by increasing the tax rebate limit. In fact, if you earn tax income of up to 12 lakh rupees, you will not have to pay any taxes. In fact, it's 12.75 lakh if you add the additional 75 lakh rebate that you have. But it's the biggest tax break in history. My colleague Abhishek Kapoor spoke to Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri on what this means for one, the middle class, and two, India's growth story.
I was asking, sir, why it took so much time for this big announcement to come in? Like for the last 3-4 budgets, just ahead of the elections particularly, we were hoping that this middle class tax cut announcement would come. It has come finally.
Abhishek ji, there is a time and context for everything. You had in the previous budgets the capital expenditure increasing by 30% almost on a year after year basis. And insofar as the tax exemption for the middle class is concerned, I mean, it's a question of a call, whether you wanted to do it before the 24 elections or after. But, you know, at the end of the day, I am one of those who saying, Abhi aaya, you know, we are welcoming it even though it has come at this stage. And it is going to be widely welcomed, not because of the announcement in this budget, but this was preceded a few days ago by a cabinet decision on the announcement of the appointment of a pay commission, Now, we have come a very long way on boosting the income of salaried middle classes. You know, when I first started working in the year 1974, my basic pay was 400 rupees, both in the university and when I joined the government as a foreign service probationer.
Yeah.
हम कहाँ के कहाँ पहुँच गए? At that time, in Indira ji's time, the maximum tax rate was 97%. If you earned 12 lakhs of rupees, you paid 11 lakh 29,000 as tax. Look at that situation and look at the situation now. And the government has to be equally conscious of, you know, 3 free meals of dry ration in a day for as a part of the pandemic. That is continuing. We are supplying gas cylinders at 500 rupees to the beneficiaries of the Ujjwala scheme. So all in all, I can tell you, we are in a situation where today this relief for the middle class, particularly this tax exemption limit, which has gone up from 7 lakh to 12 lakhs. It was 2.5 lakhs in 2014, and this has come. So this is a tipping point, and it is a sure step and boost towards making India a Viksit Bharat, which is Modi ji's sankalp.
True, sir.
Modi government rolls out middle class bonanza.
There will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
Has BJP become the middle class hero party? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Director, the taste of success.
This government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, has always believed in the admirable energy and ability of the middle class in nation building. In recognition of their contribution, we have periodically reduced their tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. This is reflective of our government's trust on the middle class taxpayers. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees. So, average income of 1 lakh per month, other than the special rate income such as capital gains, under the new regime. This limit will be 12.75 lakh for salaried taxpayers due to the standard deduction of 75,000. Slabs and rates are being changed across the board to benefit all taxpayers. The new structure will substantially reduce the taxes of the middle class and leave more money in their hands, boosting household consumption, savings and investment. In the new tax regime, I propose to revise tax rate structures as follows: 0 to 4 lakh rupees nil, 4.8 lakh rupees to 4 to 8 lakh rupees 5%, 8 to 12 lakh rupees 10%, 12 to 16 lakh rupees 15%, 16 to 20 lakh rupees 20%, 20 to 24 lakh rupees 25%, and above 24 lakh rupees 30%. To taxpayers up to 12 lakh of normal income other than special rate income such as capital gains. I read that again. To taxpayers up to 12 lakh of income other than special rate income such as capital gains, tax rebate is being provided in addition to the benefit due to slab rate reduction in such a manner that there is no tax payable by them. The total tax benefit of slab rate changes and
Modi government rolls out middle class bonanza.
there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
Has BJP become the middle class hero party? Debating tonight at 8 p.m. A budget that exceeded all expectations.
ये हर भारतीय के सपनों को पूरा करने वाला बजट, देश के नागरिकों की जेब कैसे भरेगी, ये बजट इसकी एक बहुत मजबूत नींव रखता है.
Arnab asks, can India reach 8% growth rate? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Thank you for tuning in no matter what device you're on. Stormy trends that are breaking the internet today, from Budget 2025 making headlines to the internet's palpable anger on singer Udit Narayan. Not just that, we'll also get you a moment between Rishi Sunak and his mother that you just can't miss. We're getting you all the stories and of course a big decision that the Karnataka government has taken on the landmark judgment of passive euthanasia. We'll tell you more on what's packed in tonight's show. Let's get started on what's trending with me, Suesha Sawant. First up, the big budget bonanza of 2025 that is making headlines, and for good reasons. The internet has erupted in the 12 LPA celebration, particularly some of which you can see on your screens. In fact, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman made that big announcement as far as this particular slab is concerned, and a massive tax relief for the middle class. Of course, the opposition staged a walkout, as we saw. No surprises there, given the history of how things have been. But here is the thing. There are some details that netizens have been scratching their heads about. There is a revised tax slab that says that if you're earning between 8 lakh to 12 lakh rupees in a year, then you'll have to pay 10% tax. So what is the real deal with the new tax regime? Will the revised tax slabs actually benefit the middle class, or are these some fine prints we need to be aware of? To break this down for us, we have tax partner EY India Amarpal Chadha, who's joining us on the show tonight. Amarpal Chadha, thank you for speaking to us. Firstly, help us understand. At one end, the impression is that there is tax relief for those who have their CTC under 12 lakh rupees. Netizens are also confused about the revised tax slab, which is between 8 lakh to 12 lakh rupees, so where it is 10% of a deduction. What does this mean?
Yeah, so there are two changes that have come, and one needs to keep in mind that the tax rate has now been amended in a manner that people earning up to 12 lakh are actually fully exempt from tax. So if your income is below or equal to 10 lakh, there is no tax liability. Whereas if your income is higher than 12 lakh, there will be a tax liability, and it is computed based on the various slab rates that have been prescribed and which you can see on your screen now. For example, the revised exempt limit is 4 lakh, which has been revised from 3 to 4. That means up to 4 lakh, anyway, there is no tax. So if your income is between 4 to 8 lakhs, you have a 5% tax liability. If the income is between 8 and 12, 10%, similarly, additionally 12 to 16, 15, and the slab goes on to 20, 25, and the maximum tax slab starts now at 24 lakhs, which is 30% tax at 24 lakhs. So based on this computation, you would pay tax. But if the income is below 12 in any way, there is no tax.
All right. So in that scenario, how do we compute the tax in that slab? And is it only for that bracket that those should be happy? Or do we say, like you were explaining, that even the higher brackets where the CTC is up to 25 lakh rupees an annum also get a certain relief?
Yes. So it is interesting, and sometimes it can be a little confusing to Vaishnav that how this calculation happens. But just to give you an example, if somebody's income is 12 lakhs, under the current tax regime, there is pre-budget, their tax liability would have been around 83,000. That has become zero.
Right.
But if your income was 15 lakhs, let's say, your earlier liability would be around 145,000, 1,45,000, which if I use now these revised slabs and tax rate, it will come down to 1,10,000 odd. So a person who's earning 15 lakhs would end up saving around 36,000 from this budget. Whereas somebody who's at a 24 lakh income would actually see a benefit of 1,15,000 odd in their hands. Similarly, if I go up, even if I take the delta of the surcharges, somebody is earning 1.5 crores, the delta will not be that big. They will save about 1,30,000. So you would see the best benefit coming at 12 lakh, which is around 83,000.
Right.
And then it will fall for the middle levels, but then again pick up as you go up to 24 lakhs.
So all the reason for those in these brackets to be happy. I want to thank you, Mr. Chadha, for speaking to us this evening. And we move on to our next big trending story, Udit Narayan's latest concert that has sparked a heated debate online. A viral clip that shows the 69-year-old singer getting extremely cozy with a fan during his performance of the classic hit Tip Tip Barsa Pani. And it's not uncommon for artists to interact with their audience, but we cannot help and ask, is this a little too much? The internet is enraged. On your screens are some of the comments that are calling out the singer. Before that, watch what happened. And time now to take a quick check of all the hot trends that have been breaking the internet today. caught the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, off guard today, leading to flurry of online trolls despite mics being directed at him for a reaction to the Union Budget 2025. The LOP looked rather clueless. Netizens argue that Mr. Gandhi should have at least said something.
For our needs, for achieving Atmanirbharta in edible oils. Our farmers have the capability to grow enough for our needs and more. 10 years ago, we made concerted efforts.
What do you have to say about the budget, sir?
For achieving Atmanirbharta.
Superfood Makhana is taking over social media after Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's announcement in the Union Budget 2025-26. Bihar received major attention with the creation of a Makhana board and a National Institute for Food Technology. Naturally, the internet had a field day with memes featuring Amitabh Bachchan, Madhuri Dixit and Govinda turning the announcement into a viral sensation.
A Makhana board will be established in the state to improve production, processing, value addition and marketing of Makhana. The people engaged in these activities will be organized into FPOs. The board will provide hand-holding and training support.
Nirmala Sitharaman's Budget Day sari made a statement yet again showcasing India's textile heritage. This off-white sari with golden work that was a special gift from Padma Shri Dulari Devi, a Madhubani artist, honouring a request from Devi. Sitharaman wore it on Budget Day, paying tribute to the rich Madhubani art. Former UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak had a light-hearted moment when his aunt-in-law nudged him to greet an audience at the Jaipur Literature Festival. In the video, Sunak promptly stands up, turns around, does namaste, waves out and sits back down. Netizens found the gesture amusing, with them saying, "You may be a former Prime Minister, but when mom says, namaste karo, you do it pronto."
Jaipur Literature Festival. For those of you who the Jaipur Literature Festival. For those of you
A Philadelphia man captured the tragic moment when an air ambulance carrying a child and 5 others crashed and exploded in northeast Philadelphia. These pictures on your screens.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar!
Rapper Raftar and fashion stylist actor Manraj Javanda tied the knot in a stunning fusion wedding that beautifully blended Sikh traditions and Kerala's serene wedding style. The intimate yet lavish celebrations perfectly embodied a two states love story, and their wedding moments are now taking the internet by storm. Back home, the Indian astronomer Dorje Angchuk has captured a mesmerizing time-lapse video showcasing Earth's rotation against the backdrop of the serene Ladakh landscape. The video, taken from the Indian Astronomical Observatory in Hanle, offers a rare visual representation of how our planet moves while the Milky Way appears motionless in the nightless sky. big discussion on the internet. Yes, Karnataka has made history by becoming the first state in India to approve passive euthanasia, that is only allowing terminally ill patients to die with dignity. This landmark decision that comes after feedback from medical professionals and experts in palliative care and is in line with the Supreme Court's directive.
I absolutely support the new directive that the Karnataka government has come by, where they're going to be following the Supreme Court's order of the right to die with dignity. Now, this is a big boon for anybody who is in a terminally ill condition with no hope of recovery, or for somebody who is on life support and there is really no scope of recovery. For example, in a persistent vegetative state, where there is no quality of life, they're unaware of what's happening around them. It takes such an emotional toll on the family, a financial toll on the family, with no hope that there's going to be any recovery. They've also passed the advanced directive, which will give people an option of writing a will where they can state that they would not want to be kept alive if they're in a condition where they might be in a vegetative state or they're on life support with no hope of recovery. So I think this is absolutely a very big decision, and it will be really helpful for a lot of families who are seeing their loved ones suffer for many, many years. I do not think that this will be misused in any way, because the government has very clearly directed that there will be two groups of doctors who will certify whether this process can take place or not. For the first team will be a group of doctors which can consist of the neurologist, neurosurgeon, anesthesiologist, critical care specialist, who will first see if the patient meets the criteria for where there is no sign of recovery or that they will ever get better. Once that is passed, then it's going to go to another group of doctors, another team of doctors at the district level, including a government doctor, who will again recheck to make sure this is fine. Only and only then can they proceed to withdraw life support in a case where there is life support. So only in that scenario can this happen. And this would happen when the family requests for the same. So, but I think it's a great step in the right direction.
We also have Dr. Sonia Lal Gupta joining us on the broadcast. Dr. Gupta, thank you for speaking to Republic. While we get your point of view, a quick question from you on what is the scope of misuse and how it can be prevented.
So Swesha, this is a very big step, in the right direction. And the way the government has planned this, the scope of misuse, I personally feel, is very less. It's not, it's not that somebody can just go ahead and say, oh, remove this. No. What the government has said is that if somebody is in a condition who's terminally ill with no hope of recovery, or they are on life support, again with no hope of recovery, a decision that the family can take is to approach the hospital and say that as there is no scope of recovery, can we maybe withdraw life support? In that situation, first, the hospital team, which comprises of at least 3 to 4 doctors, will look at particular criteria. Then the next step would be, if they match those criteria, then the government team will approve the same. Then it will go to court, and only once the court gives the order will the next step actually happen.
So you think other states should follow suit?
Sorry?
So you think other states should follow suit?
Absolutely. The right to die with dignity is a very big thing. And the emotional toll it takes on families, the financial toll it takes on families, to watch your loved one in a condition where they will not recover, and just to see them suffer for years on end. I think this is a very big step, and I'm so happy that the Indian government is going in that direction. And to see Karnataka take this first step speaks highly, that this is the right step. And I think people should be allowed that if they're not going to recover, there's no scope of any quality of life. Definitely, this can be. I think this is a big step in the right step.
All right, Dr. Gupta, many thanks for joining us tonight.
Sure, thank you.
And with that, it's a wrap from me as I leave you with these stunning pictures of Blue Ghost, the little lander from Firefly Aerospace that's headed to the moon, and it has captured the littlest lunar eclipse ever, as well as our hearts. NASA's Blue Ghost lunar lander that is on its way to the moon, soaring through space with a tiny lunar rover called Tenacious. Blue Ghost is targeted to land on moon on the 2nd of March. Watch this as I say goodbye.
The government rolls out middle-class bonanza.
There will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
Has BJP become the middle-class hero party? Debating tonight at 8 p.m. A budget that exceeded all expectations.
ये हर भारतीय के सपनों को पूरा करने वाला बजट, देश के नागरिकों की जेब कैसे भरेगी, ये बजट इसकी एक बहुत मजबूत नींव रखता है.
Arnab asks, can India reach 8% growth rate? Debating tonight at 9 p.m. The government rolls out middle-class bonanza.
There will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
Has BJP become the middle-class hero party? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
I have not gone through the full details of the budget, but anyhow what I have seen in the electronic media when the budget was presented in Lok Sabha, she has taken several good points to give benefit to various sectors, including the middle class will get more benefit.
Finance Minister's speech is only a small synopsis of the budget in detail. Unless one reads the budget in detail, one can't really make a clear assessment of it. So I will have to read the details before I make an assessment. Many schemes have been announced, but these schemes all will get fulfilled well after the life of this house, which is 2029. And many schemes have been announced in the previous budgets as well. So one must understand whether these are all, what these new schemes, are they adding on to the old schemes? What is the status of the old schemes before we can make some sort of assessment? Because they're all grand sounding schemes. But what happened to the grand sounding schemes announced in the previous budgets?
बिहार के लाखों किसानों की ओर से जो मखाना की खेती करते हैं, हृदय से बधाई और धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि जिस प्रकार से देश में टी बोर्ड का गठन है, रबड़ बोर्ड का गठन है, उसी प्रकार से बिहार के मखाना किसानों की यह मांग थी कि मखाना बोर्ड का गठन किया जाए। और आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के आग्रह पर हम सब लोगों ने भारत सरकार से इसका आग्रह किया था। अभी हाल में शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी जब पटना आए थे, उस समय भी हम लोगों ने आग्रह किया था और आज वो सपना साकार हो गया बिहार के मखाना उत्पादक किसानों का।
मैं सराहना भी करूंगा, खासकर हेल्थ सेक्टर में और ख़ासकर मेडिसिन के मामले में और लाइफ सेविंग ड्रग्स के मामले में जो सहूलियत दी गई या छूट दी गई, जैसे कि कैंसर के मामले में और कुछ बीमारियां हैं उसके मामले में उनको जैसे छूट दी गई है, वो बहुत सराहनीय है। तो मैं एक शिपिंग मिनिस्टर भी था, हमने जो टनेज टैक्स का उस समय हमने कोशिश करके टनेज टैक्स को ऑलमोस्ट लागू करवा दिया था। आज वो टनेज टैक्स का बेनिफिट जो है इनलैंड वाटरवेज में भी जा रहा है। ये बहुत ही सराहनीय है, बहुत प्रशंसनीय है। हम इसके लिए बहुत फिक्रमंद थे और कोशिशमंद थे।
ये कॉमन मैन का बजट है। अभी तक सिर्फ आलोचना विरोधक कर रहे थे कि कॉमन मैन के लिए क्या है ये बजट में। आज कॉमन मैन के लिए पूरी तरीके से ये बजट दिया गया है। हर सेक्टर इसमें कवर किया गया है। किसान इसमें कवर किए गए हैं, स्टूडेंट्स इसके कवर किए गए हैं, हेल्थ केयर इसमें कवर किया गया है। मिडिल क्लास सबसे बड़ी राहत कि 12 लाख तक कोई भी टैक्स उन पर नहीं लगेगा। मुझे लगता है कि ये बहुत बड़ी पहल सरकार के ओर से है।
In the budget, when we talk about the states which she has given, we have seen Bihar has given a lot of importance, whereas we are also looking forward states like Telangana that it has to get a lot of importance. Other than that, today the budget was overall the budget she has spoken. We will see what was the total depth of it. I think again it has got some political thing there. We can really see there is a political agenda in her today's total budget speech.
It's a very disappointing budget. The budget seems to be like that, is planned in such a way to woo the voters for Delhi, especially the Delhi election coming on the 5th of this month. The finance minister has given a big exemption saying that for 12 lakhs there's no tax. Then she goes on to say that there's a slab of 8 to 12 lakhs, there's 10%. So it's very, very confusing. I think the devil's in the details. She claims, she tries to promise to the voters there are no tax, they are exempted for tax till 12 lakhs. But there is not a very simple, straightforward thing. They have to claim in TDS and all this thing, provided they have those benefits alone. Can you claim that 0% tax for 12 lakhs?
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
I present the budget for 25-26. Makhana board in Bihar. For this, there is a special opportunity for the people of Bihar. A Makhana board will be established in the state to improve production, processing, value addition and marketing of Makhana. The people engaged in these activities will be organized into FPOs. The board will provide hand-holding and training support to Makhana farmers and will also work to ensure they receive the benefits of all relevant government schemes. Support for food processing. In line with our commitment towards Purvodaya, we will establish a National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management in Bihar. The institute will provide a strong fillip to food processing activities in the entire eastern region. This will result in 1. Enhanced income for the farmers through value addition to their produce, and 2. Skilling entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for the youth. Additional infrastructure will be created in the 5 IITs started after 2014 to facilitate education for 6,500 more students. Hostel and other infrastructure capacity at IIT Patna will also be expanded. Greenfield airports will be facilitated in Bihar to meet the future needs of the state. These will be
Modi government rolls out middle class bonanza.
There will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
Has BJP become the middle class hero party? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
There will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
It is even more than what people expected. We were expecting that there would be zero tax to up to 10 lakh rupees. Yes. This makes the Modi government the absolute hero of the middle class.
Budget that exceeded all expectations.
ये हर भारतीय के सपनों को पूरा करने वाला बजट, देश के नागरिकों की
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, the middle class wanted a bonanza, and what a bonanza they have got. They said we have always been ignored, and this time they've not been ignored. They've always said we've stood with the BJP. The middle class is traditionally very strong BJP vote bank, but they said the BJP wasn't doing enough for us. The Modi government wasn't doing enough for us. And when the Modi government did, just look at the way that it has. This is truly a hashtag budget bonanza for the middle class. This is the highest ever tax-free threshold that Indian salaried middle class has in its history. Ladies and gentlemen, 2012-13, 2 lakh tax-free income. And as of this evening, 2025-26, 12 lakh is your tax-free income. This 2025 tax reform offers, therefore, the biggest ever jump in tax-free income, which is 6x higher, 6 times higher than the 2012-2013 limit, and it is the most aggressive tax cut in 4 decades. So the middle class is saying to the Modi government, thank you, this is excellent and almost unexpected to have a nil slab up to 12 lakh rupees. This will increase demand, it will increase savings, it will increase investment patterns, it will significantly, I expect, boost household consumption and contribute, ladies and gentlemen, to economic growth. The details will be analyzed tonight, but that's the big headline of this budget. There are many other initiatives as well, but the big takeaway headline of the budget is the fact that on debate number 1, which I'm looking at, the bonanza for the middle class. Has the BJP become the hero party for the middle class? Has the BJP become the hero party for the middle class? That's debate 1 at 9 o'clock tonight. Can we achieve 9% growth, or can we at least go beyond 8% for all the people who are worried about a little bit of slowing down in the economy? Is this the turnaround moment? That is at 9, and here are the headlines. This Budget Day special on the debate tonight.
The nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
Modi 3.0 government rolls out the biggest tax reform in 40 years. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announces zero income tax for income up to 12 lakh rupees under the new tax regime. Provides a huge relief to the Indian middle class. Defense, agriculture, MSMEs, education and health. Modi government makes big allocation and announces multiple reforms for several sectors across the board, from the middle class to boosting tourism to investing in MSMEs. It's Budget 25, the blueprint for a completely Atmanirbhar Bharat.
निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस जनता जनार्दन का बजट, पीपल्स का बजट, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi says the first budget of the third term will help achieve the mission of Viksit Bharat. The Prime Minister emphasizes that not taxing the middle class will change the economic landscape of the country. Middle class bonanza. On budget day, the Modi government was the toast of the salaried section and the hero of middle-income households on budget day after the Modi government announced the biggest tax breaks in 40 years across all income slabs by putting more money in the pockets of those who are contributing taxes to the country. The Prime Minister has made the middle class a key instrument in his push for a Viksit Bharat. Has the BJP then become, has the Modi government become the hero party for the middle class? Let's debate.
मैं मां लक्ष्मी से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि देश के हर गरीब एवं मध्यम वर्ग समुदाय पर मां लक्ष्मी की विशेष कृपा रहे.
He dropped the hint 24 hours before the budget was presented. The secret weapon was inside this red briefcase, carrying the blueprint of the biggest tax break in India in 4 decades.
In recognition of their contribution, we have periodically reduced their tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. This is reflective of our government's trust on the middle class taxpayers. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
Presenting her 8th budget, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has given the middle class what it desperately needed, asked for, has been praying for.
IITs. The limit for tax deduction on interest for senior citizens is being doubled from the present 50,000 rupees to 1 lakh rupees. Similarly, the annual limit of 2.40 lakh rupees for TDS on rent is being increased to 6 lakh rupees. This will reduce.
The opposition has waved the middle class card in the last few weeks.
इस लोकसभा के सत्र में आम आदमी पार्टी के सांसद मिडिल क्लास के मुद्दे संसद में उठाएंगे. मिडिल क्लास की आवाज की गूंज अब संसद में सुनी जाएगी. हम ये मांग करते हैं कि देश का अगला बजट मिडिल क्लास को समर्पित हो.
But on budget day, it was the centre that has done more, and the Modi government has now emerged as the hero for the middle class.
साथियों, आम तौर पर बजट का फोकस इस बात पर रहता है कि सरकार का खजाना कैसे भरेगा, लेकिन ये बजट उससे बिल्कुल उल्टा है. लेकिन ये बजट देश के नागरिकों की जेब कैसे भरेगी, देश के नागरिकों की बचत कैसे बढ़ेगी और देश के नागरिक विकास के भागीदार कैसे बनेंगे, ये बजट इसकी एक बहुत मजबूत नींव रखता है.
With rising incomes,
A third record mandate and a bonanza for the honest tax-paying middle class. Prime Minister Modi sensing the pulse of a new India once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And this is a budget. I love budget debates, and it's great when there are so many here in the studio. Anmol is here, fully with his Aam Aadmi Party cap on, full on advertising, going on. Anmol, welcome. We have with us Sushil Kedia, founder of Kedianomics, great and trusted voice on Republic. Jyotsna Tirunagiri is the national TDP spokesperson who's with us tonight. Lokesh represents the view of the Congress party, generally, broadly. And we have with us Shazia Ilmi joining us remotely. We have Omkareshwar Pandey, who will be joining us shortly. Okay, it's interesting. Obviously, you must be wanting to compliment the BJP, which is why you're trying to claim credit for what Nirmala Sitharaman is presenting, which means there's nothing to criticize. There's only something to acknowledge. But you know what? We wanted the tax slab to be brought up, the income nil tax slab to be brought up from 7 to 10 lakhs. It has been brought up to 12 lakhs. Now, don't tell me you suggested that. Anmol.
Certainly, Arnab, it was for the first time that Arvind Kejriwal ji raised 7 demands for the middle class of this country who has been a victim of tax terrorism. They have been reduced to an ATM machine, and every party who came in power, they have just exploited the middle class. So we made 7 demands to the central government, but only one of that demand has been met. That the tax slab
You think this is because of you this has been done?
And yeah, certainly due to the pressure which was created by Arvind ji on the central government, and that too is benefiting only 2 crore, 2% of our whole country pays the tax, and out of that, it's benefiting only 0.05% of our country. But the other demands which we raised are very important. First is that the government must allocate 10% of the budget to the education sector, which is presently at 2%. The government.
Let's go on the first point. Let's go on the first point. Your claim. I'll pause there. Let's go on the first one because Shazia has wanted to comment. Shazia Ilmi responding. Shazia.
It is your former CM who actually took from the exchequer of Delhi, leading to a 2,060 crore ciphering of funds for his Sheesh Mahal. This was the money of middle class, and which has exactly been used for the Sheesh Mahal of Sultan Sahab Shahenshah. So, it's very funny that here you talk about a middle class, but how you've used the state exchequer when it comes to 4,000% increase of advertising budget taken totally from the public exchequer. And of the loss of revenue because of your and that is
with their figure.
So with their figure. You talk about middle class, it's a bit funny, nobody buys it. But going further and going beyond
Center Shazia's frame.
So I think it's huge.
Okay, let her complete. Let her complete. Anmol, you will. You shall, and you will. Thank you. Yeah, this is broken.
Starting from nil to 2.5 to then 5 to 7. And now coming to 12 lakhs, this is indeed huge. Something needed to be done because we're looking at the backbone of our society and how important this extra spending is needed and is there to propel the economy further. But having said that, if you look at the poor classes, when you take out 13.5 poorest of the poor Indians, according to the multi-dimensional poverty index, and put them in the middle class, and then see it from that prism, you realize what a huge step this is and how many lives it impacts.
Can I get some other voices? I'll bring you back in. Otherwise it becomes BJP up. I'll just get the others in. I'll come to you. I know there's a Delhi election happening. Everything in the country becomes BJP up. The weather becomes BJP up. A cup of tea becomes BJP up.
I don't want it to be about
everything is country is BJP versus the Aam Aadmi, and we are the voice of Aam Aadmi.
Well, today,
you're the Sultan Sahab of this thing. You steal money from the exchequer during COVID to buy gold-plated commodes.
You are seeing.
That's what you do,
seeing this broom. यहाँ पे किसी भी तरह का ना कीचड़ चिपकता नहीं है, बिल्कुल साफ है। आपका भी सफाया करेंगे क्योंकि कीचड़ आपका चिपकेगा नहीं।
अरे आपका होना चाहिए था दारू, नॉट झाड़ू। You got it wrong slightly. Change the symbol now.
कैसे
Change the symbol, my friend.
You're both going below the belt, so it's not like you are saying
daru is the thing, you know, and there is actually a CG report which actually talks about
Jhadu is a symbol of prosperity in Indian homes, and disrespecting Jhadu is akin to disrespecting goddess Lakshmi. ये अपमान करते हैं, that is why their state are running under severe debt. और हम सफाई करते हैं, हम इसकी पूजा करते हैं, that is why we are running in surplus.
One minute.
So I think it's huge.
Now old regime, new regime, all that is going to go on. I'll take a 5-minute detour while you all prepare your notes. I'm just going to get a voice who I don't want to get in the middle of the political debate, and that is the chairman of Hero Enterprises, Sunil Kant Munjal, I think is with us tonight. Are you there, sir? I can't see you. Mr. Munjal, good evening. Good evening. You're the chairman of Hero Enterprises, and today it is being said that the government has become the hero of the middle class. But is it the hero of the corporate sector? How do you view it? Because government's giving in a lot as well in investment in all critical areas. So I want your take. Mr. Munjal.
I think the finance minister did an interesting balancing act. On the one hand, maintaining the fiscal discipline that she had committed for herself. She maintained the fiscal discipline lower than her own commitment. At the same time, she did a number of things for growth. So one thing that the industry had been asking for the government to continue to increase the infra spend by 20-25%, she did not do. But she put money in people's hands directly. Because while there was a request for increasing the limit for tax exemption for personal income tax, no one had expected it to go straight up from 7 to 12 lakhs. Very good. But she did a lot of other interesting things as well. One was putting the building blocks for the foundation of the nation in terms of agriculture, education, skilling, innovation, research, healthcare.
Exports.
And for industry, there were a number, and exports, absolutely. For industry, there were a number of interesting things like easing M&A, which is something that industry has been asking for now for a while, and setting up a study to look at all our rules, non-financial sector, rules, laws and regulations de novo. I think that's something we certainly can benefit from. Because one complaint India has always had is excessive red tape. While we've been working at reducing red tape, decriminalizing, reducing and taking off some of the laws, but it is still a drag on the system. And one thing which holds back the potential for India truly to tap into its true potential.
Absolutely.
Also putting money behind things like deep technology. I can stop it here.
No, I just wanted to ask you there a broader question, because I think your brand, Hero, and you personally, you are one of the champions of the country in terms of trade, industry, manufacturing, exports, etc. Just I was speaking 10 minutes back to Piyush Goyal. We'll run that at 9 o'clock, where I got a sense there that they're going to strike some big deal with the Trump administration when Prime Minister goes there in February. I mean, this month itself. So how do you view this? This rock of tariffs, etc., hitting Indian exports? Do you feel we are doing enough? We announced a sort of export promotion mission. Is there nervousness? How does someone like you view that? I mean, the global context and this budget.
So one, at this moment, and you're right to raise, this is a very interesting and important point at this moment. It's a fractured world, and it's pulling apart in so many different ways. I mean, not just disputes, there are actual wars going on, and trade disputes have become a norm rather than otherwise. And the new president's announcements on tariff and trade deals have actually made the entire globe nervous right now. Although, interestingly, he has said he wants India to be a friend, he's concerned about India, and I also feel he will treat us a little bit differently from the way he's pushed hard on Canada and Mexico, etc. It would be wonderful. Actually, the Prime Minister's visit would do a lot of good, because they both have a personal equation. Other than friends as nations, they've already developed in their earlier avatars of both of them a wonderful personal equation. I think that would do us good, because at this moment, for us to get to the place we want to, we are putting the building blocks in, as I said earlier. The manufacturing mission and the whole but the external factors as risk does remain, and it's a real risk. I do expect we will be better off once the Prime Minister goes than we are today. Because today there's uncertainty.
No, I think that uncertainty will be over in a month. I think, Sunilji, that uncertainty is going to be over in a month. But thank you so much. And, keep doing the great work that you're doing at Hero. It's great to connect with you again. See you soon. Thank you. That is Sunil Kant Munjal of Hero Enterprises, the chairman of Hero Enterprises. Going back to the debate, Jyotsnaji, you're seeing this animosity build up already. Who should get the credit? Everybody seems to be claiming credit. We're in a strange situation. Rather than criticism, Jyotsnaji, we're seeing a fight for credit. You saw Anmol there saying it's our credit, it's because of us that this tax slab thing happened. Yes.
That's not new, Arnabji, I suppose. And again, I give the credit to the people of India because it's people's budget. It's not, I wouldn't even like to call it NDA budget or anybody else's budget. It's people's budget. And before going further, Arnabji, I definitely would like to congratulate Nirmala Sitharaman ji, epitome of women empowerment there, standing there.
Absolutely.
8th consecutive union budget being presented by a woman.
Tremendous.
This is India for you.
Oh yes, absolutely. Round of applause for that. We also agree with you. All agree with you on that.
Definitely
She's excellent. She's graceful, statesmanlike, and she has been completely composed in the most difficult circumstances.
Sir, unlike certain parties, I wouldn't want to name those parties. Unlike
difficult circumstances, people of this country are in difficult
Anmolji, I think you can give the credit to a woman, Anmolji. There's nothing wrong. She's presented a consecutive. She's been presenting the.
I completely agree with that. I completely endorse that. I completely endorse that. As she is, she's an incredible leader. She's an incredible leader who has done a lot for the economy and held the economy together and made it extremely effective over the longest period of time. Thank you.
I said that because just a couple of days ago, we saw an instance wherein the first citizen of the country was disrespected. A woman was disrespected.
That was a shame.
So that's the reason on your debate, I know thousands, lakhs of people watch your debate. Being an Indian woman, I'm proud because I have a women president in my country. I have a women finance minister in the country who are here struggling for the people of India. Sir, come on, don't show me all those things. We should be proud of our country first. Sir, first proud of our country. Sir, पहले proud of our country. Sir, मैंने तो वो number पढ़े भी नहीं अभी तक. अनमोल जी मैंने number पढ़े भी नहीं. नहीं, आप number होना है. अर्नब जी मुझे थोड़ा समय दीजिए. He's talking about numbers.
दिक्कत है आपको देश के आम आदमी से.
अनमोल जी, when you spoke, I didn't intervene. When you spoke, I didn't intervene. I didn't intervene. So I request you don't intervene.
Did I ask you to comment?
1 second, sir.
Just let her go.
अभी आप बोले थे आप अपनी झाड़ू की बात.
चलो आपने देख लिया तो पढ़ के भी सुना दो.
Decency तो बता दो. Decency बना लीजिए. Sir, listen. I'll read those numbers also. So today we have a budget for the entire India. We have a budget which lays out a forward-looking, growth-oriented, and an inclusive plan where we are focusing on economic growth and fiscal. Sir, I'm reading because I don't want to miss a single point here. Economic growth and fiscal stability. I'm talking about rural and agricultural development. I'm talking about empowering the MSMEs and the middle class. Job creation and skill development. Encouraging innovation and entrepreneurship. And boosting global trade and domestic manufacturing. And they call, sir, अगर ये लोग आज बात करते हैं कि this budget doesn't address unemployment, sir, I'll also show numbers. 22 lakh jobs in footwear and leather industry. 5 lakh new women entrepreneurs. Skilling programs. AI investment. Sir, आपने कभी
with your permission, Jyotsna ji. Anmol, I request you because Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav is with us. With your permission, I'm going across to him. He's going to be joining. Okay, you can continue. In 2 minutes, he's going to be joining us. A programming announcement. I request you, Ashwini, sorry. Anmol, put that down. It's very distracting. You don't need to do that.
Citizens pay more than 2 lakh crores as taxes. And in return, what do they get? Only 325 crores, which has not even been paid in the last 3 years.
Yeah,
This is an outright.
You're nervous today because the middle class is going to move to the
Why this
BJP.
stepmotherly treatment?
सफाया तो
दिल्ली को क्यों नहीं मिलेगा?
दिल्ली में होगा, ये बात
Huge
ध्यान में
taxes,
रखिए आप।
huge
दिल्ली में होगा,
taxes.
सफाया होगा, बिल्कुल होगा।
इस झाड़ू से कमल का सफाया होगा, वो जरूर होगा, बिल्कुल। आप भी मान रहे हो, बहुत अच्छी बात है, तो तालियां भी बजाइए साथ में।
अभी जो कचरा है, अभी जो कचरा है उसको तो
इसीलिए तो that is the reason.
जो कचरा है उसको तो करेंगे, बिल्कुल करेंगे सर। No doubt about it.
You disrespect the middle class of this country.
I have not disrespected.
You hate the middle class of this country.
Sir, you disrespected.
That is why you don't allocate the budget to education.
I said my budget
you
is talking about middle class.
Education budget
my budget
to 10%.
is talking about MSMES.
You have not increased the budget of health to 10%.
My budget is talking about
you have not allocated.
Come on, you can't just.
You have not allocated.
अपना जो इलेक्शन भाषण है ना सर, आप ये इलेक्शन भाषण नहीं है सर।
ऐसा है ना, एजुकेशन पे 2% लगाते हो आप लोग,
एक चीज
रूरल डेवलपमेंट पे 5% लगाते हो, और फिर कहते हो
I'll put the numbers up. I don't see an argument here. Nobody is going to believe you now, Anmol. Can I get the others also in? You've taken the most time so far. Sushil,
only the ones who are
Sushil Kedia must come on the debate, and Lokesh must jump into the debate. Shazia is on the debate. Ladies and gentlemen, my only question tonight.
This will resonate and how this will encourage spending, and what a great relief it has brought. So much a big
Numbers
smile
on the right.
to the salary
tax numbers.
Class, and not just that, there is extra saving and extra money there. So I think this is great, and I think Aam Aadmi Party and their representatives to have egg on their face. They don't have much.
Okay, I'd say this to you, Shazia. I'm not an economist, but on a macro view, I think 3 things are incredible. One is that you have a 10.08% increase in capex. Lokesh, please note my numbers if you want to question them. That is huge attempt at increasing demand. And
reduced from 11.
Sir, you are interrupting me. You are not letting me speak. You are sitting with the best informed and most civilized anchor in the country today, and you are blocking me. You are heckling me. I will allow you 30 seconds, sir. Now, my only point to you is, you have a 10% plus increase in capex. You have foregone over 1 lakh crore rupees by giving the middle class an incredible bonanza that even they did not expect and you did not expect. And on top of that, you are looking at a 4.4% fiscal deficit for the next year. That is going to be the toast of town for the investment community. This is a strong foundation to the economy. I'd like Sushil and Lokesh to come in right now. Sushil, over to you, please. Sushil.
Quickly. I just cannot hold back my bemusement at the talents of this gentleman from the political party they come from. I had sworn to myself, मैं इस जिंदगी में आम आदमी पार्टी से कुछ भी नहीं सीखूंगा, पर ये मुझे मजबूर कर देते हैं हर बार कुछ नया सीखने के लिए. Today he taught me the fine art of grabbing self-importance. Listen.
He's responding. Okay, full frame out here, full frame. Two windows are demanded on the left. Two windows are on the windows. Beneath the window. Your glass will fall. Look at him and speak.
ये टैक्स की कट आई है।
क्या हो गया?
मैं ये कहता हूँ
ग्लास गिर जाएगी।
कल से मांग रहा हूँ।
संभालो।
कल से ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट।
टू विंडो।
मैं हूँ आम आदमी।
टू विंडो।
आप आम आदमी पार्टी की दुकान चला रहे हो। मैं हूँ आम आदमी।
अच्छा।
मैं 10 साल से
वो आदमी जो दूध दही पे टैक्स दे रहा है वो आम आदमी नहीं है। आप सूट में बैठ के कह रहे हैं आप आम आदमी हैं। जो दूध दही दाल पे टैक्स दे रहा है, the one who is paying indirect taxes, वो आम आदमी नहीं है।
टोपी पहन के टोपी।
इतनी नफरत करते हैं आम आदमी से आप।
क्यों आम आदमी?
शर्म आनी चाहिए आपको। शर्म आनी चाहिए आपको। कैसी बात करते हो? इतना क्यों नफरत करते हो आप आम आदमी से?
सूट भी पहने।
Calm down, both of you.
This is only 1/3 of the
Calm down, both of you.
population.
Calm down.
आम आदमी सूट नहीं पहन सकता।
मतलब आम आदमी से इतनी नफरत।
आम आदमी को टोपी पहनाओगे?
गरीब आदमी के बारे में सोचा है कभी?
आम आदमी को टोपी पहनाओगे?
जो दूध पे टैक्स देता है,
यही काम बचा है।
टैक्स देता है,
आम आदमी
जो दाल पे टैक्स
आम
देता
आदमी
है,
की सूट खुलवा लो।
उसकी आवाज है हम।
टोपी पहना दो।
उसकी आवाज है हम।
आम आदमी की
उसकी आवाज बुलंद कर रहे हैं हम।
आम आदमी की सूट खुलाने की
हम आम आदमी के लिए काम करते हैं, मिडिल क्लास के लिए काम करते हैं।
नहीं कर रहे हो।
हम देश को पढ़ा रहे हैं, हम युवाओं को पढ़ा रहे हैं, उससे देश बढ़ रहा है। हम आपकी तरह सूट बूट पहन के यहाँ ये नहीं कहते कि आप हम
What is the suit boot? This is
हम
not
कहते हैं
he has a right to wear a suit.
गरीब आदमी
He has a right to wear a suit
टैक्स पे कर रहा है देश को, जो रिक्शा चलाता है, जो धोबी है, जो घर में सफाई करता है, वो भी टैक्स देता है। उसे हक है कि उसे मुफ्त शिक्षा मिले 24 घंटे, मुफ्त स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं मिले विश्व स्तरीय, मुफ्त 24 घंटे बिजली मिले, मुफ्त 24 घंटे पानी मिले। महिलाओं को अधिकार है कि उन्हें मुफ्त बस यात्रा मिले। आप जैसे बुजुर्गों को अधिकार है कि मुफ्त तीर्थ यात्रा मिले। और आपको भी भेजेंगे, बताओ कहां भेजे? राम जी के दर्शन करने भेजे, मथुरा भेजे, वृंदावन भेजे। लेकिन नफरत मत करो, आम आदमी से नफरत मत करो। मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है, या मुझे आम आदमी की आवाज है। नहीं, डबल स्पीक इज द हॉलमार्क ऑफ आम आदमी पार्टी। नफरत मत करो। आम आदमी पार्टी दो दफा बात करती है, आज तक कभी किसी ने आवाज नहीं उठाई। और अभी बोलते हो कि मेरे को। अच्छा, आप बताइए क्यों केंद्र सरकार ने एसेंशियल कमोडिटीज पे जीएसटी नहीं हटाया? क्यों एजुकेशन का बजट 10% नहीं किया? क्यों हेल्थ का बजट 10% नहीं किया? अरे बावड़ी बात कोई करेगा तो उसके हिसाब से देश का दिमाग गाली देने लगे ना, गाली देने लगे, बिल्कुल गाली नहीं दो, गलत बावड़े को बावड़ा बोल रहे हो। आप दो गाली नहीं, आप दो, ऐसा है ना, आप दो गाली, आप जितनी गाली, हमें तो ऐसा है ना, हमें गाली देते रहे। भाजपा वाले रोज गाली देते हैं, पता नहीं क्या क्या कहते हैं, लेकिन हम डरते नहीं हैं। हम आम आदमी की आवाज उठाते रहेंगे जब तक हम उसका अधिकार नहीं दिला देते जो संविधान का अनुच्छेद 21 कहता है।
I'm stepping in now. I'm stepping in now, and the debate tonight.
आप दिल्ली की जनता पे सवाल उठा रहे हैं।
The debate tonight.
अगर सवाल उठाना है तो केंद्र सरकार से पूछिए कि क्यों दिल्ली जो 2 लाख करोड़ से ज्यादा टैक्स देती है उसे केवल बदले में 300।
Anmol, you are not even listening here. I'm standing here. I'm about 1 feet away from you, and you are not listening to me. Now, my point is this. See, बात क्या है? What is the issue here, Lokesh? That middle class has got a bonanza. Last time the complaint was you're not doing anything for the middle class. And ये कहते हैं ना कि जब छप्पड़ फाड़ के दिया इस बार for the middle class. One minute. You've spoken a lot. Fact is, I am being very practical about it. This budget is going to do great things for the country, because your fiscal deficit, you see what was the point, let me explain to you. You have corrected 2 historical wrongs that have been happening in the budget in macro terms. First is your tax to GDP ratio was around 19% and other countries about 14%. This will I don't know the numbers. It will significantly bring it down. It will significantly. The second point was your FDI levels have gone down from about 2.2%, to about 0.8%, and the entire Congress ecosystem used to say, see, the FDI inflows have gone down. Now with the 4.4% fiscal deficit and with the overall macro fundamentals that have been established, Lokesh, yes, there is no way. You are on a sweet spot. You are doing fantastically as an economy. It's a great opportunity for you. Lokesh, don't defend the indefensible today. Lokesh, don't defend the Congress party today. Don't speak the Aam Aadmi party line. Yes, quickly.
First of all, let us get our perspective right.
Yes.
There's a large dependent population that we have in our country today. And that dependent population is not that section which comes under this tax bracket. Even if you talk about the beneficiaries, they are mostly the taxpayers who were earning between 7 to 12 lakh per annum. And can you tell me what was the percentage of population earning that much? It is not a large one, probably few percentage, less than 1%.
Yeah.
So the beneficiary in this particular budget is a very minuscule lot. Yes, certainly the disposable income will increase and that will stimulate the demand. But please, just 1 minute.
I'm giving you 5 seconds. Yeah,
but because over there, this particular section is limited to urban pockets. What about the rural demand? In the rural area, if you are to increase the disposable income, that requires an enhanced outlay in the MG Narega, in the PM Kisan, in the giving them food vouchers, because
why should this government
significant component?
Okay, fine. Now I have Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav with me, Union Minister for Electronics, Information Technology, for Railways, and the Union Minister for Information and Broadcasting. Always a pleasure, and more a pleasure, Ashwini ji, to speak to you on Budget Day, because you have a host of economic ministries and interests that you've been looking at. Now, broad idea. I took the big headline today, and everybody's taken the big headline to be nil tax slab for 12 lakh plus rupees. We've discussed that. My question to you, what would be the second headline? If you were a newspaper editor and you were told what should be the big story from this budget, besides the 12 lakh nil tax slab, what would be the second most important headline for you? And do you agree that that is the most important takeaway?
Arnab, thanks a lot for having me here. See, the way the entire budget has been structured, there is a very consistent thought process behind it. If you look at it, the investment is steady, 11,20,000 crore, which is huge. It's a very large number. The relief for middle class is very big. The focus on getting the productivity in the economy, whether it is for the farm sector, whether it is for labor, whether it is for manufacturing, that is very clear. It's very important that we are creating a mission for manufacturing. It's very important that we are putting so much focus on getting the technological base now, so that our journey towards Viksit Bharat can be very consistent. So if you ask me, from the newspaper headline perspective, yes, middle class families is one, but the way our economy has been handled in the last 10 years in a very deft manner, in a very careful, calibrated manner, our Prime Minister's economic thinking is reflected in this 10 years consistent journey and in this budget in particular.
Now, Ashwini ji, across the world, especially after the importance of the tech companies in America, Donald Trump's focus on the groups and the individuals who are described as tech bros, who will have a great say in the direction of the American economic thinking. And after the DeepSeek breakthrough in artificial intelligence, we have seen announcements by you as well, day before yesterday, on investments in the area of deep tech. In your view, does the budget address that? Because future technologies, and you are a technocrat, you have a great technology base and understanding of it. Has this budget done enough for deep tech, startup, AI, space, and other futuristic areas which will determine which economy leads the world?
Absolutely, yes. And that is a consistent theme in the last 10 years. Right from the day when Honorable Prime Minister started the Startup India program, from that day onwards to the day today when we have the very well thought through India AI mission, very consistent India semiconductor mission, a very good quantum mission, a very important national supercomputing mission, and a big focus on involving the private sector in research work, R&D work, through the Anusandhan National Research Foundation. All those things are today laying a foundation for our country's technological base, because that's where the competitive advantage will come tomorrow. And that's where the entire world is thinking, and we are, in a sense, absolutely in the right direction. And the fund allocation has been very good. And the way our talent is kind of taking these opportunities, it's amazing. The other day I was talking to a professor who has been working in AI research, and he discussed certain algorithmic advances which might even be better than what DeepSeek has done. So that kind of talent.
This is an Indian innovator.
Yeah.
And it's in the works.
Of course, many people have been working on it, and we do hope that what was the biggest constraint? The constraint was compute capacity. And that's why our focus in the AI mission was right from day one to get the absolutely good quality world-class compute capacity at good affordable rates. The global benchmark is $2.5–3 per GPU hour, and we have been able to get around $1, and we'll be subsidizing that. And it's all private investment coming into the AI space. So we have today compute capacity which is very good, and now our professors, our academicians, our startups, our engineers, they can all try out new ideas, come up with new algorithms, test them, and come up with a model which we hope the foundational model should be up and running in few months.
Well, that's very exciting. I mean, I'm sure you're working very fast on it. Mr. Vaishnav, my last question to you is about domestic investment and foreign outflows. And I've been following closely many things that you're doing, and recently I found your visit to Singapore just about a month and a half back, was also purely economic mission. And then we had the Singapore president visiting here, and now our Prime Minister will be traveling, hopefully to close big deals with the new Trump administration. Foreign investors have been pulling money out of the Indian markets, and domestic investors in this recent period have been making net purchases. That maintains the stability of our markets. I'm not only talking from a stock market point of view. My point is that pre-2014, before Narendra Modi became Prime Minister of India, our markets were dependent on foreign investment. And now, after Narendra Modi came in, you have insurance companies, mutual funds, retail investors, domestic investors. They've become the key market players. Can we get back the foreign investment? Can we spur it up? Because we need every ounce of money to spur things up. Can we still once again become, instead of number 16 in FDI flows, can we go up to the top 5, for example? And do you see anything in the budget that would move in that direction?
Absolutely, and a lot of deregulation which has been very nicely narrated in the economic survey in very methodical, very nice scientific way, and which has been followed up by budget announcements. The second thing is the mission on manufacturing which has been announced, and that's going to be very comprehensive in my understanding. Honorable Finance Minister said that it will be run by the Commerce Ministry and the Finance Ministry along with the sectoral ministries. I think this is going to be a game changer. This will bring in a lot of investment and a lot of manufacturing related jobs which will be created, because I don't think some people who profess that we should not be looking at an old model, we should be looking at only high-end jobs.
Yeah.
I think it has to be manufacturing jobs and services jobs. It is not or, it's and, which is what we should be looking at.
Yeah. Well, Ashwini Vaishnav, I thank you very much. You're going to be part of the process of kickstarting this whole job creation, consumption increase and innovation in our country. And I look forward to talking to you perhaps in more detail. I'm sending a request out to have a chat with you on your views on technology and IT and how that can change the direction of our economy. So look forward to that. Mr. Vaishnav, thank you very much. Thank you. That's Ashwini Vaishnav. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, let's go back to the debate. Okay, hands are up. Can I let Lokesh finish? Lokesh finished his first round. Any reactions to what Lokesh? 30 seconds to complete the point on the middle class bonanza.
See, you said that the capex spending is the same, but if you talk about
I said it's going up.
Percentage to GDP, if you calculate with respect to the previous year, and at that point of time, percentage to GDP capex has declined since last year.
Where are you getting these numbers? There's a 10% increase in capex.
No. The capex percentage to GDP, if you calculate with respect to the growth rate, the growth that we have achieved since the last year, and if it remains the same at that point of time, the percentage to GDP for the capex is going to decline. My whole point
it's
over here is,
lakh
my
allocation.
whole point is that this
you don't want capex, you want Manrega.
Yes, exactly.
You don't want, so you're saying remove capex, increase Manrega.
No. What I will say is, if it has to succeed as a demand-driven budget, you cannot ignore rural demand, because this particular tax benefit in the tax slab, it is only and only going to benefit few urban pockets. It is not going to benefit the rural area.
Okay, she wants to counter that. Shazia wants to come in.
So the demand of Manrega goes, it has actually declined by 14.9% during April to October 24. And in October, the demand declined for the 12th consecutive month. So it goes on to say that there is an increased availability of other alternative employment opportunities, and that itself is a good sign. And I don't agree with you that it has come down. The capex, it has actually been increased. So there is another thing that we disagree with you. But I think the demand under Manrega declining is actually a very good sign.
No, Shazia ji, when you came to power, आपका नारा था सबका साथ सबका विकास. Now after 10 years, why is it that it is only पूंजीपतियों का साथ, पूंजीपतियों का विकास? Your billionaire, the loans of your billionaire friends have been raised to the tune of 16 lakh crores.
You please explain
the corporate tax has been slashed from 30% to 22%. Why didn't you impose the cap on fee regulation on the private schools? Why didn't you reduce the GST on essential commodities?
Lower than the expenditure.
Why didn't you brought a provision for a loan waiver for farmers? For the middle class, why isn't there provision for waiving the home loans?
Where did you go wrong in Delhi? Which has led to this situation.
Why aren't you investing in the basic amenities of life? लोगों की मूलभूत सुविधाओं में
Shazia, 1 minute. Shazia, 1 minute. Shazia, 2 versus 2 right now. Shazia, 1. Jyots,
No. I just want to say, Arnab, that he's questioning us, but he must answer for the.
तो जब आप बजट तुम लाए हो तो सवाल में जो है ट्रम्प से तो करूंगा नहीं भाई, डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प से तो सवाल करूंगा नहीं मैं, सवाल तो तुम्हारे से किए जाएंगे, जवाब देने में दिक्कत हो रही है तो हाथ जोड़ लो, माफी मांगो देश से. You can apologize to the middle class. You can apologize to the middle class.
One minute. Anmol, look here. Anmol, are you? I have just 4 words to ask you. Are you? The nation wants to know just 4-word question answer from you, right? Are you in panic? Are you in panic? Because this is everyone from Mayur Vihar to Patparganj to Sarojini Nagar will be very happy with this. You're going to have a tough time going and saying, "ये budget खराब है." People will vote against you.
अच्छा ठीक है, मुझे एक बात बताइए.
Yeah.
What?
Phone line खोल दो.
सुनिए.
Phone line खोल दो.
सुनिए, तो phone line तो हमें पता है यहाँ कैसे चलती है, लेकिन फिर
नहीं, कैसे चलता है? I will put my. No.
I have a point, Arnab ji. I think he has. Anmol ji, एक बार मेरी
बात तो कर ले.
नहीं, एक बार.
अब पहले तो आप कह रहे थे इंटरप्ट करते हैं, आप बोलने नहीं दे रहे.
एक बात मैं Arnab ji से रिक्वेस्ट कर रही हूँ. इस
अच्छा, okay, I allow. Yeah. What is the request?
ठीक है.
मैं आपकी तरह इंटरव्यू नहीं कर रही सर, मैं रिक्वेस्ट कर रही हूँ. सर मुझे तब से there is an argument from both Anmol ji and also sir, saying that this is not of the poor people, this is not of the rural people, this budget is not of them. You're talking about a very small portion of the population.
Yeah.
That's the point. Sir, but why are we ignoring a point that when you have more disposable income in your hand, there is higher spending?
Exactly.
Why are we ignoring that point? And obviously, when sir, 1 minute. When we have a higher spending, doesn't it mean that we have a stronger economy?
Okay, now he responds. Now he responds.
Sir, one thing. We're also talking about rural. Sir, we have rural infrastructure there.
Okay, 1 minute. Everything. See the point is very simple. 1 minute. Are you 1 minute? Are you suggesting that you will go in parliament?
Illusions of grandeur.
You see. I'll just
just accept the fact of youth being skilled. You will never accept that. You will never accept research-oriented funding. You will never accept. Sir, AI you don't want.
You will never accept that you have
infrastructure. You don't want credit limit increase to the farmers. We are doing much for the farmers. We are doing much for the. We are doing much for the.
प्रदेश में 4.5 लाख करोड़ का कर्जा है. गुजरात में 4.5 लाख करोड़ का कर्जा है. उसके बारे में नहीं बताएंगे आप.
सर मैं यूनियन बजट की बात कर रही हूँ.
वो सारे स्टेट्स में भी जाके हम लोग शीश महल बनाएंगे. वो सारे स्टेट्स में जाके शीश महल बना लेते हैं.
This budget is not an election budget. This budget is not an election budget. Understand that. Understand. I'm trying and explaining.
You try to understand that your states are in the severe debt.
Panicking.
लाखों करोड़.
Sir. Anmol, I can also speak in a loud voice. In fact, I can enter a competition. Anmol. Okay, there's a competition here. There's a competition. Whose voice is the loudest of them all?
जो 10 साल पुरानी है. 10 साल पुरानी रटी 2024 चल रहा है. 20 करोड़ नौकरी होनी चाहिए थी.
एक बीपी टैबलेट दे दो.
फार्मर्स की आय दुगनी होनी चाहिए.
BP का tablet.
MSP का
blood pressure. She's saying I should give you a blood pressure tablet. Anmol. I can't give blood pressure tablet. I am not a qualified doctor. I can't give you a blood pressure tablet.
अब झूठ से भाग रहे हैं.
I'm answering. सर मैं नंबर्स के साथ आपको आंसर ही doesn't want to accept. He doesn't want to accept.
I am answering.
Sir, listen.
रटी स्क्रिप्ट पढ़ने से क्या होगा ये बताओ.
अनमोल जी listen.
आप मुझे ये बताओ ना. नहीं भाई लिसन चल रहा है तब से. सुनो आप हमारी भी.
आप कहाँ सुन रहे हो सर?
सुनो.
सुन ही नहीं रहे हो. वही तो बात है.
ये बार-बार
सर ये इलेक्शन कैंपेन नहीं है सर. ये बजट के ऊपर का मीटिंग. सर ये बताओ ना. ऊपर का डिबेट है.
I think Anmol, I repeat now, ladies and gentlemen, my four-word question to Anmol. My four-word question to Anmol. Are you in panic? Are you in panic? Are you in panic? P-A-N-I-C. The nation wants to know. Are you in panic? Are you in panic? Is this hitting you? I'll tell you one thing. 1 minute. 1 minute, sir. 1 minute. I want to tell you something. I've been living in Delhi for a large part of my life. When I was in college, I stayed in Hudson Lines, Mukherjee Nagar, Bhai Parmanand Colony, Kingsway Camp, Hindu College, Delhi University. Later, when I started working, I lived in Patparganj, Mayur Vihar before moving. Now, the question is, having spent so many years in various middle-class parts of the country, and when I was a student, I used to stay in a wonderful place. They were, by the way, it was MIG flats, middle-income group flats. So I'm a member of the middle class of Delhi. I lived in the MIG flats, DDA Colony, Pusa Road. So मैं दिल्ली के मिडिल क्लास को आपसे ज्यादा जानता हूं. आप तो हाई क्लास लोग हैं, हम मिडिल क्लास लोग हैं. And my question to you is, ask anybody who's middle class today, do you welcome the nil tax bracket? Even your supporters will say yes.
Arnab ji, is it?
Won't they say?
Is it only the
economics
that?
Pardon me. He'll ask you.
No, just a minute. Is it only the
talking about mental health, overexposure to social media, no exercise? And economic survey mentioned that too much of
the poor people of this country, the middle class pay indirect
This is the largest ever tax-free slab expansion, sir. This is our first.
Every year nahi diya. They promised farm loan waivers.
This reduces TCS. This reduces TDS burdens. It makes compliance easier. It's historic. It's not just tax relief. It completely redefines India's tax system. It makes it simpler, fairer, more growth-oriented, and you have to be blind not to see it or delusional not to accept it. Now, come on, tell me here. This is, sir, आपको मैं बोल रहा हूँ.
ये देखने के लिए.
Are you in panic? Are you in panic?
ये देखने के लिए.
Are you in panic?
आपका चश्मा चाहिएगा.
ले लीजिए. नहीं मगर आपके चश्मे. क्या दूं आपको? नहीं, मैं आपको चश्मा दूंगा, मगर आप तो कॉन्टैक्ट लेंस पहने हुए. आपने कॉन्टैक्ट लेंस पहना हुआ है.
आम आदमी का और मिडिल क्लास का चश्मा तब दिखेगा.
मैं तो मिडिल क्लास चश्मा पहनता.
तब दिखेगा आपको.
सुशील केडिया, सुशील.
Permission from.
There is no provision for
Permission granted.
I want to tell you all a very simple anecdote.
Go on. And by the way, आप जब anecdote बोलेंगे, graphics को पूरा रखिए so that people get to know the numbers as well.
बहुत सिंपल बात है, बहुत सिंपल भाषा में बता रहा हूँ. एकदम आम आदमी की बात, आम आदमी की.
आप इनको भी बताइए ना.
नहीं, ये तो आम आदमियों के मतलब बहुत ऊपर है. इनको छोड़ देते हैं. इनको छोड़ के बाकी सबके बारे में बात कर रहा हूँ. हम दोपहर में बात कर रहे हैं. I was born and brought up in Kolkata. Typical मारवाड़ी मिडिल क्लास पर्सन.
2013 में भी हमें लोगों ने.
अरे भाई साहब,
62 सीट आई थी फिर.
अरे भाई साहब.
Okay, now let. Okay, now.
अब इनके पैर पकड़ने से अगर बोलने देंगे तो पैर पकड़ने.
Now come on, calm down. No पैर पकड़ोing on my program. No पैर पकड़ोing, and I don't want to come in.
In 1980, I was a school going boy in the 5th standard. तिवारी स्वीट्स का एक घी का समोसा आज भी बिकता है. 25 पैसे का होता था. और उस टाइम
25 पैसे का समोसा.
हाँ, 25 पैसे का घी का समोसा, देशी घी का समोसा आज भी बिकता है. आज वो 32 रुपए का हो गया. ठीक है, तो जो इन्फ्लेशन है.
32 रुपए का समोसा.
हाँ, 32 रुपए.
एक समोसा 32 रुपए का. I must try this.
टिपिकल मिडिल क्लास की 8,000 रुपया टैक्स फ्री स्लैब होती थी 1980 में. 8,000 रुपए की टैक्स फ्री स्लैब वाला बंदा मजे से तिवारी के देशी घी के समोसे खा लेता था 25 पैसे में.
आज घी पे भी जीएसटी लगा हुआ है.
अरे भाई साहब बोलने तो दो, वही करवा रहे हैं. अरे बोलने दो.
दूध पे दाल पे टैक्स लगा है.
10 सेकंड. अब रुको. 10 सेकंड. Complete your second. What were you saying? Complete.
In 40 years वो समोसा.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
आज एक झटके में 150 गुना हो गई 1980 के.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, has it been a middle class bonanza? I say yes, but can we hit the 8% mark? On the other side, Piyush Goyal will start the debate on whether we are hitting the 8% mark. That's going to be interesting in a few minutes.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
Creating a world using sapphire to power change. Manufacturing semiconductors by resident Indians. India, pushing boundaries of possibility and innovating a brighter tomorrow. Semiconductors from India, now from Polymatic.
I present the budget for 25-26. Makhana Board in Bihar. For this, there is a special opportunity for the people of Bihar. A Makhana Board will be established in the state to improve production, processing, value addition, and marketing of Makhana. The people engaged in these activities will be organized into FPOs. The board will provide hand-holding and training support to Makhana farmers and will also work to ensure they receive the benefits of all relevant government schemes. Support for food processing. In line with our commitment towards Purvodaya, we will establish a National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management in Bihar. The institute will provide a strong fillip to food processing activities in the entire eastern region. This will result in 1. Enhanced income for the farmers through value addition to their produce, and 2. Skilling entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for the youth. Additional infrastructure will be created in the 5 IITs started after 2014 to facilitate education for 6,500 more students. Hostel and other infrastructure capacity at IIT Patna will also be expanded. Greenfield airports will be facilitated in Bihar to meet the future needs of the state. The government under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi believes in Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas and Sabka Prayas.
It's a budget focused on the youth, provides a number of opportunities for jobs.
हमारी इकोनॉमी को एक्सेलरेट करने वाला ये बजट है।
देश उत्साह से भर गया है इस बजट के आने के बाद।
वो बजट बहुत ही संतुलित, ऑल इंक्लूसिव और विकास को बढ़ावा देने वाला बजट है।
विकसित भारत के संकल्प को साकार करने के लिए उठाए गए ठोस कदमों की एक आधारशिला।
ये हर भारतीय के सपनों को पूरा करने वाला बजट, देश के नागरिकों की जेब कैसे भरेगी, ये बजट इसकी एक बहुत मजबूत नींव रखता है।
director, the taste of success.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Creating a world using sapphire to power change. Manufacturing semiconductors by resident Indians. India, pushing boundaries of possibilities and innovating a brighter tomorrow. Semiconductors from India, now from Polymatic.
Broadband connectivity to government secondary schools and PHCs. Broadband connectivity will be provided to all government secondary schools and primary health centers in rural areas under the BharatNet project. Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme. We propose to implement a Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme to provide digital form Indian language books for schools and for higher education. This aims to help students understand their subjects better and in their language. National Centers of Excellence for Skilling. Building on the initiative announced in the July 24 budget, 5 national centers of excellence for skilling will be set up with global expertise and partnerships to equip our youth with the skills required for Make for India, Make for the World manufacturing. The partnership will cover curriculum design, training of trainers, and a skills certification framework and periodic reviews.